This is Deus, the most powerful demon king in history. He followed every tradition, obeyed every rule, and memorized every law like fate itself. But in the end, it was not the hero's strength that killed him. It was the very rules and traditions he trusted. He was mocked as he died without dignity. But the fate have other plans. He was surprised to see that he got sent back into the time where he can actually make the change and take revenge on the heroes that once mocked him. The Demon King stood frozen as reality crushed down upon him. The black flames he once revered as the absolute authority of his kingdom failed to even scorch the heroes standing before him. His scales, hardened through years of relentless cultivation, were pierced effortlessly by the hero's blade, which now lay buried deep within his heart. Nothing made sense anymore. He had done everything correctly. He graduated at the top of the Demon King Academy. He memorized the Demon King's standard word for word, followed every rule without deviation, and executed every doctrine to perfection. He built the tower exactly as instructed. He kidnapped royalty because tradition demanded it. He played the role of the mastermind flawlessly, scattering clues and deliberately nurturing heroes instead of killing them prematurely. The standard taught that heroes were livestock. The stronger they became, the richer the harvest would be. And yet, despite following that sacred logic to the letter, he lay bleeding in the dirt. The hero explained it plainly. Kidnapping royalty was never a crime, it was a signal. Towers were not fortresses, but invitations. Weak monsters were tools meant to train heroes. Delayed executions allowed them to grow. Even sparing their lives had only strengthened them further. His tower had never been a symbol of domination. It was a training ground, a farming zone. The heroes laughed openly, expressing their gratitude for raising their levels and providing excellent loot. Even the fallen heroes were dismissed as insignificant sacrifices made in pursuit of fame. The mockery cut deeper than death itself. Consumed by rage, the Demon King attempted to unleash his final power. Before it could even take shape, his head was severed cleanly from his body. As his consciousness faded, he sacrificed everything he had left to trigger one final explosion, swallowing the battlefield whole. Then came darkness. A voice called his name. Deus opened his eyes to thunderous applause. He found himself standing once again in the Demon King Academy, 15 years in the past, his graduation badge resting in his hand. Before him, the glowing laws of the Demon King standard materialized as they once had. This time, he understood everything. When asked to swear the oath, Deus refused. He openly denounced the standard, declaring it trash, a cruel joke designed to enslave demon kings and fatten heroes for slaughter. His words stunned the entire academy. In that instant, the greatest genius of the era became something far more dangerous, the madman of the century. Archduke Arcane Blair was the first to completely lose his composure. He slammed his hand down with such force it seemed as though he intended to split the table in half, roaring about immediate execution for what he deemed an unforgivable affront to their sacred standards. The sheer rage in his voice reverberated through the hall, making everyone feel as though the academy itself was caught in a violent earthquake. Then he paused. The Archduke reconsidered. That child had always been a shining star, possessing absurd discipline, overwhelming talent, and an academic record bordering on perfection. Executing him on the spot would be an irreversible waste. With a flicker of reluctant mercy, the Archduke issued a final ultimatum. Deus was to either retract his words and apologize to the entire demon realm, or be exiled to the hellhole known as the Aryan region. The moment Aryan was mentioned, the hall erupted into hushed gasps and frantic whispers. Aryan was infamous, a graveyard for demon kings, a dimension where dozens perished every year without leaving a trace. No one could understand why someone who had committed such blasphemy was even being offered a second chance. In their eyes, no apology could ever atone for that level of sacrilege. The Archduke reminded them that Aryan was the most hostile place in existence, a void that had devoured countless demon kings without even leaving behind an echo. Before the murmurs could settle, Deus responded with icy resolve. He demanded the assignment immediately, accepting it as though it were a reward rather than a punishment. The Archduke was left speechless. His composure crumbled entirely. The realization that Deus intended to use Aryan to expose the standards as a farce shattered what little patience he had left. Orders thundered through the hall. Deus was to be transferred to Aryan at once. Every privilege granted to top-tier demon kings was stripped away. No minions. No preparation time. Nothing. The portal flared open. The command was final. Deus was banned from returning until he conquered that hellhole. As Deus tumbled through the portal, he understood that this outcome was inevitable. Reality struck hard as he fell. Aryan was the very place where the heroes who killed him in his previous life had risen to prominence. Back then, he had chosen Aryan out of arrogance, believing the strongest should face the toughest challenges. That pride had led him straight into a trap. Those heroes had exploited his blind obedience to the standards and annihilated him. But this time was different. As he spread his wings and landed safely within the icy grip of the Urgus Mountains on the northern continent, he welcomed the biting cold. This life would not repeat the last. He resolved to twist the standards to his advantage instead of letting them devour him again. Meanwhile, back at the academy, chaos brewed on the morning of the graduation ceremony. Gordon Deerick prepared with meticulous care, polishing every detail with a precision that would impress a drill sergeant. In the demon world, the highest-ranking demon was assigned to serve the top demon king, a position that sparked envy hotter than dragon fire among the graduates ranked just below. Gordon viewed all demon kings as extraordinary, but Deus stood above them all, a once-in-a-millennium existence, a descendant of demonic dragons, a figure destined to carve his name into history. Graduating alongside him felt like a divine blessing. Gordon imagined conquering dimensions together, statues immortalizing them as king and loyal assistant. Then came the moment when Deus publicly rejected the sacred standards. That memory struck Gordon like a freight train. The image he had idolized shattered instantly. He could barely comprehend that the figure he revered had cast aside the sacred teachings as if they were worthless trash. Now, deep within the frozen expanse of the Urgus Mountains, Gordon trudged through relentless snow, weighed down by packs that felt impossibly heavy. Confusion and despair twisted his face into an expression of disbelief. He could not understand how everything had spiraled out of control so quickly. When Deus finally noticed him, his expression shifted to genuine astonishment. He had been told no demon would follow him. Yet there Gordon stood. Gordon's composure finally collapsed. He unleashed a torrent of questions, demanding to know why Deus had caused such catastrophic upheaval, why he dared to insult the sacred standards, and why they were both stranded in the most dangerous region on the continent. Deus responded with infuriating calm, brushing off the questions as though unaware of the chaos surrounding them. That indifference only fueled Gordon's frustration. He reminded Deus of the single moment that condemned them both to this frozen purgatory. Deus attempted to lighten the mood with humor, but Gordon had no tolerance for jokes while panic gnawed at his core. As Deus watched Gordon unravel, memories of the man he once knew resurfaced, the confident warrior who once charged eagerly toward Arian. Now fear had seized control. Revealing the truth about time reversal would only worsen the situation, so Deus chose silence. Eventually, Gordon managed to steady himself. He apologized stiffly, reaffirming his duty despite the doubts still lingering in his mind. Relying on the teachings he still believed in, he insisted that the first rule remained unchanged. They needed to build a tower, but not just any tower. The tower, according to Gordon, needed to be placed in a visible and accessible location, not hidden within a frozen wasteland crawling with monsters. The surrounding mountains were infested with ferocious beasts, making traversal nearly impossible for ordinary beings. He argued that choosing such a location blatantly violated every principle outlined in the Demon King's standards, and insisted they needed to retreat immediately. Desiree rejected the idea outright. Stubborn as an immovable pillar, he declared that the tower would rise exactly where they stood, here and now, and nowhere else. Without further debate, he produced the legendary tower seed and thrust it into the frozen earth. The seed required Demon King blood to awaken, and Gordon's panic surged instantly. He accused Deus of trampling over sacred traditions, but Deus responded with cold finality. He had never sworn allegiance to those standards in the first place. Gordon recoiled as though struck across the face. That rejection of doctrine hit him with crushing force. For demons, the standards were as fundamental as breathing itself. To deny them felt as unnatural as flying without wings, unless one had endured something truly hellish, like death itself. Deus sliced his palm open without hesitation and let his blood drip onto the seed. He asserted that Gordon needed to understand something clearly, that the standards were utterly worthless, especially within Arian. The seed absorbed the blood and erupted in a blinding red flare as a massive magic circle expanded outward. The tower began identifying its master, Deus of the Black Flame Demonic Dragon Clan. As the revelation unfolded, it shattered the foundations of everything Gordon believed. Deus explained that Arian swarmed with heroes because they had learned how to manipulate towers, weaponizing the Demon King's standards against demons themselves. That was the reason Demon Kings met their end in this cursed land time and time again. When the tower fully manifested, rising from the snow like a dark and brooding monument, Gordon stared in disbelief. Deus merely remarked that the standards deserved to be renamed, given that they now served humans far better than demons ever had. The interior of the tower was nothing but desolation. Upon entering the first floor, cold stone and suffocating silence greeted them. Gordon inspected the empty space with growing unease. A proper tower should have been overflowing with chambers, traps, and monsters, yet this one felt abandoned, stripped of every luxury a demon king was supposed to possess. Each level above proved just as barren. By the time they reached the fifth floor, the so-called king's chamber was as empty as the rest. Gordon reluctantly accepted that the tower's structure was beyond saving, but insisted that the next rule of the standards still needed to be followed. The second requirement demanded the kidnapping of a prince or princess, preferably someone close to the throne, to siphon the strongest emotional energy. Gordon asked for permission to offer his suggestion, and Deus granted it with a nod. Unfurling a map, Gordon pointed toward the kingdom of Corson, the closest realm to the Urgus Mountains. In his assessment, abducting the highest-ranking princess there would send waves of fear and despair through the kingdom, fueling their growth immensely. Deus cut him off before he could continue. He agreed with the kidnapping itself, but revealed that he had already chosen his target. Gordon's excitement spiked at the prospect of accompanying the mission until Deus ordered him to remain behind and guard the tower. Gordon took this as reassurance, convincing himself that his king had finally returned to reason and that the earlier erratic behavior was merely the stress of graduation. That fragile optimism shattered instantly when he learned the chosen target. Instead of Corsin's royal princess, Dais had selected Hilderin, the kingdom farthest from the tower. And rather than a high-ranking royal, his target was the 13th princess, a girl with almost no influence and barely any presence at court. With unwavering resolve, Dais launched himself southward, crossing vast lands until he reached a distant castle. He slipped through a window and entered the princess's private chamber without hesitation. The mission felt disturbingly familiar. Yet this time, he moved with a purpose that defied every sacred rule of the demon world. Back at the tower, Gordon's heart pounded as panic set in. His king had chosen the least strategic option possible, the complete opposite of everything the standards demanded. Inside the chamber, the princess stared at Dais in stunned confusion, unsure of who or what had just shattered her quiet night. Dais wasted no time, declaring his identity and intent with unwavering confidence. Instead of terror, she responded with a soft, almost amused laugh. The reaction caught Dais completely off guard. Rather than shrinking back, the princess stood tall, meeting his gaze as though appraising him. Her audacity was baffling. He questioned whether she genuinely understood the danger or simply thought demon kings were some kind of joke. Even so, he bolstered his confidence, certain of his own presence. What he failed to anticipate was her calm acceptance, as though being kidnapped was little more than an inconvenience. That composure sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. He questioned her motives sharply, but she merely shrugged, explaining that she had long suspected something absurd like this might happen to a princess. He warned her not to attempt anything clever, insisting he would not tolerate deception, especially while feeling as though he stood on a fragile bridge above molten lava. She countered calmly, pointing out that she could not have plotted anything when she had no way of knowing he would appear that night. Her reasoning was sound, yet something about it unsettled him. Before he could dwell on it further, she extended her hand and beckoned him to leave. Dais took her hand, and together they soared back toward the tower hidden deep within the Urus Mountains. The moment they landed, Gordon rushed forward, tension radiating from every movement. Dais instructed him to place the princess on the 4th floor rather than throwing her into the dungeon, explaining that her lack of resistance warranted a small measure of leniency. Gordon complied, then requested to discuss an urgent matter. Meanwhile, the princess sat alone on the bare stone floor of the 4th level, quietly remarking to herself that she had truly been kidnapped. Her eyes wandered across the empty chamber, no bedding, no servants, no comforts of any kind. Yet despite everything, a small smile formed on her lips as she concluded that perhaps this situation was not entirely unbearable. At the same time, Gordon presented Dais with an ornate invitation from the Tower of Monsters. It announced a welcome celebration for the newly crowned Demon King. Dais dismissed it as a hollow display of intimidation, a posturing show of power. Under normal circumstances, demon kings would never cooperate, but Arin's grim reality had forced uneasy alliances. Still, he decided to attend. The stakes had grown too significant to ignore. The Tower of Monsters loomed from within a dense forest. There, Dais came face to face with Draxon, the demon king who had ruled the region for 70 long years. Draxon's first reaction was steeped in contempt. He assessed Dais as though he were nothing more than dust beneath his feet, making his disdain for the newcomer's disregard for tradition unmistakably clear. Dais responded with unbothered defiance, urging him to abandon theatrics and state his purpose. The reason soon surfaced. Draxon revealed that Archduke Arcane had ordered him to monitor Dais closely. Dais retaliated with an unfiltered insult, mocking how even exile to Arin had failed to extinguish the Archduke's arrogance. The remark ignited Draxon's fury. He attempted to assert dominance by issuing a humiliating command, but Dais did not yield. Instead, he questioned whether Draxon truly understood why he was there. Draxon insisted that Darius had violated sacred traditions. Darius cut him off, pointing out that those same traditions forbade demon kings from killing one another, before slamming his heel down and shattering the floor with a single thunderous strike. The sheer force of the display left Draxon frozen in stunned silence. Only then did Draxon realize far too late that he had gravely misjudged his guest. Scrambling to salvage what had already become a complete disaster, he dragged up the Archduke's orders once more. Orders tangled in the chaotic affair of a kidnapped princess and a report that wasn't even due for another month. Darius responded casually, mentioning that he had already taken a princess for himself, and with a wicked grin added that she was exactly his type. Draxon was left utterly baffled as Darius strutted out of the tower as if he owned the damn place. Back in his own tower, Gordon was practically bouncing off the walls, showering Darius with praise for his overwhelming, unfiltered display of power. Darius waved it off like it was nothing, firmly convinced that Draxon wouldn't dare escalate things now. Still, he warned Gordon to stay alert. He instructed him to check on the princess and see how she might be turned into a valuable asset. Despite his outward confidence, unease churned deep inside him. He couldn't stop worrying about the other demon kings. If they decided to unite, they could become an overwhelming threat. Mocking tradition carried consequences far heavier than he had anticipated. Even so, he knew he would make the same choice 1,000 times over. Facing death was preferable to bowing before those he despised. He had plans to rebuild everything from the ground up. In his mind, expending a measly amount of energy to kidnap a low-ranking princess had been an absolute steal. That confidence shattered the moment he opened his system panel and saw the numbers staring back at him, over 13,000 points. the shock hit him instantly. Before he could process it, a video message arrived from the Tower of Monsters. Draxon appeared on the screen, suddenly cheerful and overly cordial, congratulating him and offering a gift. He claimed admiration for Decius's accomplishments and hinted that mocking tradition might have served some hidden purpose. The abrupt shift in tone was deeply unsettling. Before Decius could unravel the meaning behind that twisted message, Gordon burst into the room, pale as a ghost and shaking uncontrollably. He reported that something was seriously wrong on the fourth floor. Decius rushed over and stopped dead in his tracks. The spare room had transformed into a lush, living garden. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, butterflies drifted lazily through the air, and an entire ecosystem flourished inside the tower. Elemental spirits swirled around the princess, who stood at the center like a sovereign of nature itself. Only a master of all four elements could create something so extraordinary, and there was only one spirit elementalist of that caliber on the entire continent. In that instant, Decius realized the truth. She was not the 13th princess. She confirmed his suspicion with a sly smile, revealing that her true name was Ernan, the first princess of the kingdom, a kingdom now poised to erupt in fury. Within hours, news of her kidnapping spread through the royal palace like wildfire. The king erupted in rage, swearing vengeance against the demon king who had dared touch his precious daughter. He rallied the mightiest heroes and ordered the full mobilization of the army to ensure her triumphant return. The situation had spiraled into absolute chaos. The princess appeared once more, her presence shimmering with regal authority, reminding Decius of the question she had posed earlier, whether he could truly handle her. She made it unmistakably clear that this was the core issue. Ever the keen observer, Decius made it known that her enchanting appearance fooled him not in the slightest. He had heard tales of a genius elemental witch whose mana overflowed like a raging volcano. Power of that magnitude was impossible to ignore. What truly intrigued him was how she had managed to suppress such an overwhelming presence so completely. With dramatic flair, Ernan revealed a magnificent ring on her finger, explaining that it was a royal heirloom capable of concealing her magical energy. She then fixed Decius with a piercing gaze, questioning whether he intended to send her back now that he knew the truth. Decius scoffed at the idea. Returning a princess would turn him into the kingdom's greatest joke, shatter his fearsome reputation, and destroy his ability to harvest demonic energy from the terror he inspired. Letting her go was never an option. At that precise moment, the system detected an explosive surge of fury directed squarely at him. His demonic energy skyrocketed to 19,000 points. The realization hit him immediately. The kingdom had discovered her disappearance and identified him as the culprit. Whether she was the first princess or the 13th made no difference. To them, she was his hostage. Back at the royal palace, the king roared orders to annihilate the demon king and rescue his daughter. His advisors, however, remained confused, still uncertain of the true perpetrator. Reconnaissance units pleaded for patience, but his fury erupted uncontrollably. He berated them for their incompetence while his daughter remained trapped in an unknown hell. A seasoned advisor recalled a recent scandal in a neighboring realm where a prince had been kidnapped by the demon king of lust, an incident that united the world and ended with the demon king's public execution at the hands of heroes. The idea that another demon king would repeat such a mistake sent chills through the chamber. The king concluded with grim certainty that a new demon king had emerged. At that moment, a soldier burst into the hall, reporting the detection of teleportation magic moving north toward the Urgis Mountains. Shock rippled through the room. Those mountains lay far to the north, while the kingdom rested in the far south. The implications were deeply troubling. Within the tower, Gordon voiced concern over the impending arrival of the kingdom's forces. Decius, however, remained calm and confident. He knew their army would never reach him. The journey crossed multiple hostile nations, natural barriers, and political minefields. None of those kingdoms would welcome Hildurin's soldiers. That left only one option: hiring a heroes' guild. The king reluctantly issued the order, but fear swept through the guild headquarters the moment the Urgis Mountains were mentioned. The heroes refused outright, treating the request like being asked to fix live electrical wiring. To them, it was suicide. Just as Decius had predicted, mercenaries driven by profit and self-preservation would never march towards certain death. That was precisely why he had chosen that location. Gordon found himself increasingly impressed by Decius's strategic brilliance and uncanny understanding of the world of Arryn. It felt as though his master had lived there before, despite that being impossible. Back at the palace, the king erupted once more upon learning that no heroes had accepted the mission. An advisor explained that heroes in Arryn treated battles like job listings. If the risk was too high or the pay too low, they simply ignored it. Inside the tower, Decius browsed the system store. Skeletal soldiers cost 10,000 points each, and weakening dimensional interference required even more. Building a proper army would demand time he didn't have. Sitting heavily on his throne, he admitted that his current demonic energy was insufficient to face a united hero force. Memories of his past life's fear crept back in. To overcome this, he ordered Gordon to contact Draxon. He intended to sell demonic energy in exchange for human currency. Gordon reacted in horror, knowing demonic energy was essential for breaking racial limits and unlocking powerful features. But Decius was confident Draxon would pay dearly. Disguised as a mercenary, Decius arrived alone at the fortress city of Holton. The guards mocked the idea of a lone mercenary heading toward the Urgis Mountains until he tossed them a gold coin. Their attitude shifted instantly and they allowed him entry. Inside, he realized he needed a guide. That led him to the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild where members lounged and drank. They discussed rumors of a new demon king, dismissing them as nonsense meant to extort gold from the kingdom. When Dedius appeared behind their leader, panic erupted. They demanded to know who he was. Dedius merely smiled, noting how well informed they were and deciding they would serve as suitable guides. When they attacked instead, a brutal fight broke out. Dias moved with ruthless precision. One mercenary attempted a sneak attack from behind, only for Dias to block it as effortlessly as swatting away a mosquito. When another swung a massive hammer toward him, Dias caught it midair, stunning the attacker in the same way martial arts movie characters freeze when their strongest punch is stopped barehanded. Within moments, crossbows were aimed at him from every direction. Even then, he continued fighting without hesitation. He seized one large mercenary and hurled him into the others, scattering them like bowling pins crashing across the floor. The leader watched in absolute terror, no longer seeing a man, but a monster torn straight from a dark fantasy series. Outside the building, several mercenaries muttered in despair, questioning why the battle still hadn't ended and why exhaustion never seemed to touch their opponent. It felt as though they were trapped in a boss fight against an enemy who simply refused to obey stamina rules. When the rest finally collapsed, Dias approached the trembling leader, his eyes faintly glowing in the shadows. He assured the man that he would survive on the condition that he answered truthfully. Faced with a presence that felt like a final boss looming over him, the leader agreed instantly, begging for mercy without hesitation. Dias demanded the location of the slave market. Shaking uncontrollably, the leader guided him to a massive structure sealed behind a heavy iron gate. Dias quickly noticed that the market dealt exclusively in human slaves. The leader hesitated, uncertain whether this displeased him. Dias asked if there was anything rarer and casually tossed him a heavy bag of gold. Fear vanished in an instant, replaced entirely by greed. The leader's demeanor shifted immediately, like a shopkeeper adjusting his attitude for a wealthy customer, and he led Dias toward a hidden section of the market. As they walked, Dias couldn't help but notice how quickly the man recovered after witnessing his comrades' deaths. In that instant, he realized humans and demons were not so different. One chased money, the other chased energy. It descended into underground dungeons where the leader finally revealed what Dias had come for. Gordon's earlier question now made sense. Dias had come to buy slaves, not humans but members of other races captured by mankind. His goal was to acquire an elf known for unwavering loyalty, someone capable of acting as a spy to destabilize the heroes. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, Helen Cardinal arrived. The king welcomed him with visible relief, and Helen accepted the mission without hesitation, vowing to rescue the princess and take the Demon King's head with the confidence of a shonen hero beginning a new arc. Back at the slave market, the traitorous leader asked what kind of slave Dias desired. Dias pointed toward a captured elf and calmly stated that the mercenary accompanying him would handle the payment. The mercenary exploded in shock, protesting like someone watching a friend order the most expensive dish on the menu using their wallet. One cold glance from Dias silenced him instantly, forcing his agreement into stiff, terrified compliance. Dias then ordered his companions to wait outside, explaining that he needed to inspect something alone. The merchant issued a warning, cautioning that the elf could be dangerous, the same way shopkeepers warned customers not to handle fragile merchandise. Dias dismissed the concern, assuring him he would cover any losses if something went wrong. He examined the bound elf carefully, observing how humans had reduced a once proud race to chained commodities. A spark of anger stirred within the elf as he sensed the demonic aura surrounding Dias, unable to understand why such a being would take interest in him. Dias offered him the chance to seek vengeance against mankind. The idea tempted the elf, but he made it clear that demons were no more trustworthy than humans. Dias claimed he was different and proposed a contract, 50 years of loyalty in exchange for freedom and protection. He reminded the elf that for a long-lived race, 50 years was little more than a brief interlude between story arcs in an ancient fantasy saga. The elf rejected the offer, stating that demons sought to destroy the world tree, the very foundation of elven belief. Trust, therefore, was impossible. Dias did not argue. He understood the fear, knowing the situation felt as unnatural as a villain calling a timeout in the middle of a battle. Instead, he swore an oath under the sacred code of demons, pledging never to harm the world tree and to honor his promise as a demon. The weight of this oath matched the sanctity the world tree held for the elves. In return, he requested that the elf, Granada of the Maple tribe, swear 50 years of loyalty upon the world tree itself. Disturbed by the demon's strange sincerity, Granada agreed on one condition. He demanded to meet the demon king who had supposedly issued such an oath. Dias revealed that he himself was the demon king. Granada mocked the claim instantly, stating that no demon king would personally attend a slave market. He added that demon kings weakened when far from their towers. With smug confidence, he offered a wager. He would swear 100 years of service instead of 50 if Dias could prove his identity. It was the kind of reckless bet characters made moments before realizing how badly they had misjudged everything. In the next instant, reality shifted. Granada found himself standing on the 5th floor of Dias's tower. Dias reminded him of the promised 100 years. The realization struck Granada like a plot twist he never saw coming. Though the truth finally sank in, it didn't stop him from complaining. He immediately began criticizing the tower like a gamer reviewing a broken survival base, remarking on its emptiness, the useless lower floors and the fourth floor being overgrown and unguarded. He scoffed at the idea that such a place could withstand a hero's assault, claiming Dais wouldn't last even a year. Declaring he had no intention of serving in such a ruin, he sealed his mistake. In response, Dais released a crushing wave of demonic pressure. The force slammed into Granada like a heavyweight finisher in a fighting anime, pinning him to the ground without a single blow. Terror flooded his mind as the contract he had agreed to resurfaced. Only then did the truth fully dawn on him. The tower stood in a region infested with catastrophic-level monsters, yet none dared approach. It was like living beside a volcano that remained dormant only because something even more terrifying resided at its core. Accepting reality, Granada bowed and swore 100 years of loyalty in the name of the Great World Tree. Deep down, he expected his first assignment to be something grim, perhaps even a chance to exact vengeance on humanity. Instead, Dais instructed him to cook. Granada froze, utterly baffled. It felt like preparing for a climactic boss battle only to be handed a grocery list. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he chopped vegetables in the kitchen. Soon after, Princess Erin joined him, cheerfully offering assistance like a friend suddenly joining a co-op game mid-session. The absurdity continued to pile up. Before long, everyone gathered in the fifth-floor dining hall, seated before a lavish feast that looked nothing like the lair of a demon king. Proceeding cautiously, Granada inquired about the girl, only to learn she was Princess Ernan, the kingdom's first princess. Shock struck him once again. He had assumed she was merely a kidnapped noble. He questioned how such an empty tower could possibly withstand the hero destined to arrive. Dais offered no explanation, simply instructing him to sit and eat. He then revealed the true reason for purchasing Granada, the elf's extraordinary cooking skills. The princess continued smiling as Granada sat there, feeling as though he had wandered into the wrong story entirely. After the meal, Granada assumed his role would be guarding the fourth floor against approaching heroes. Dais rejected the idea immediately, explaining that if enemies reached that level, everything was already lost. It would mean they had crossed the Urgus Mountains. Only then did Dais reveal his real plan. Granada would infiltrate human society as a spy to sow chaos and disorder. Before that, however, Dais needed to test his abilities. Sensing an opportunity to gain leverage, Granada agreed. Dais laid out the rules. He would fight using only one hand and without drawing upon demonic power. If Granada emerged victorious, 50 years would be removed from his contract. Hearing this, Granada accepted with the resolve of a character granted a rare power-up quest. Their battle began immediately. Movements sharp and deliberate. Darius quickly observed that Granada's technique remained refined and precise, untouched by years of enslavement. He even suspected that prolonged exposure to the tower's fourth floor had naturally strengthened the elf's body and magic. Granada unleashed powerful spells, revealing strength far beyond that of ordinary elves. His magic surged with confidence as he warned Darius not to underestimate him. Magically summoned roots erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Darius's leg. For a brief moment, Granada believed victory was finally within reach. Then a crushing presence descended, an overwhelming pressure slammed into Granada, a brutal reminder of the being standing before him. His body froze, instincts screaming danger. Darius maintained his promise to restrain his strength, yet the pressure alone made it difficult for Granada to breathe. Before he could respond, the fight ended in an instant. A single decisive strike from Darius dropped him to the ground, ending the battle and proving that the gap between them was far greater than Granada had ever imagined. From there, the story shifted to the city of Horton Walk, home to the Red Hawk mercenaries' headquarters. This time, the mercenaries welcomed Darius with warmth and respect, behaving like employees greeting a once strict boss who had returned with a rare smile. Darius informed them that he intended to hire their services for an entire year. Their captain accepted immediately, asking about payment. One mercenary muttered under his breath, clearly irritated at how eagerly their leader bowed to the same man who had flattened them earlier. In response, Darius placed a heavy sack of gold onto the table. The sound alone shifted the atmosphere. The mercenaries straightened instantly, enthusiasm igniting as they swore loyalty without hesitation. Their captain even considered, in private, replacing some members with a stronger team later on. Darius then informed them that the man beside him would be joining as a new member and would relay all future orders. The group hesitated, until Granada stepped forward. Seeing his swollen, bruised face erased all doubt. Sympathy replaced suspicion as they welcomed him like a long-lost companion, recognizing that he had suffered under Darius just as they had. Shared trauma bonded them faster than any introduction ever could. Watching them, Darius noted that despite their rough demeanor, these mercenaries were seasoned veterans and not easily replaced. His thoughts drifted to the only hero who had answered Hildurin's call, Hillen, the hero renowned for slaying the demon king of lust. Now in command of the mercenaries, Darius revealed their first mission: gather every fragment of information related to Hillen, who was currently serving the Hildurin kingdom. The mercenaries stood straighter, determination clear in their eyes. With their assignment set, Darius departed Horton Walk, heading back toward his tower while already planning the next stage of his strategy like a tactician, setting up the next episode's cliffhanger. After assigning Granada to oversee the investigation, Darius decided it was finally time to strengthen himself. All demonic energy points that could have been used to reinforce the tower or empower himself had already been spent, leaving only one remaining option. His thoughts turned to the soul flower, a rare mana crystal formed over years of absorbing untouched natural energy. Consuming one could grant immense power. He believed the Urgus Mountains were the ideal place to search. Fierce mana storms and dangerous monsters had kept humans away for centuries, preserving the land in its natural state. While soul flowers couldn't compare to pure demonic energy, they were far better than having nothing. When he shared his plan, Gordon warned that searching for one was like hunting a needle in a mountain-sized haystack, and that monsters would attack the moment they sensed weakness. Deus explained that monsters weren't the real issue. The true challenge was locating the flowers without advanced mana detection. Their discussion was interrupted by a soft knock. Princess Urnam peeked in, a small blue slime bouncing happily atop her head like a living accessory. Both Deus and Gordon flinched at the sight. With a shy smile, she admitted she had never expected to be allowed beyond the palace walls and was grateful she had come. Before she could continue, Deus lifted her up, instructed her to hold on and launched them into the sky. They shot upward at breathtaking speed. From above, Urnam gazed down in awe, seeing the world like a first-time traveler staring out an airplane window. The sunrise, the clouds, the open land, everything felt unreal. Her thoughts drifted back to life in the palace, where every day felt identical. Training magic, studying history, repeating routines without variation. She had never imagined anything different. Yet soaring above the Urgus Mountains made her feel as though she had stepped into someone else's adventure. Deus ignored her reverie and reminded her of the task at hand. She asked him to use her name, since they would be together often. He agreed but warned her not to forget her responsibility. Failure to locate the soul flowers would result in punishment. She immediately apologized and summoned her water and wind spirits to begin the search. Deus expected the process to take time, but he knew her method far surpassed wandering blindly. Suddenly, Urnam cried out, claiming she had found something. Deus descended rapidly and saw monsters clustered around a glowing flower. Massive creatures emerged from the shadows. Deus identified them as a demonic race that had strayed from the demon realm long ago. As their king, he ordered them to step aside and leave the flower untouched. Their hatred for humankind burned intensely, and they declared their intent to kill him instead. Deus released a cold laugh. Gordon had been right. Expecting reason for monsters was pointless. He incinerated them without hesitation. The creatures fought back with desperate ferocity, defending what they believed was theirs. Their screams blended with the roar of spreading flames. When one commanded the others to attack the weakest and pointed toward Urnam, they charged in a frenzy. Deus annihilated them with a single burst of fire. Urnam remained calm, recalling how even ogres could fall through coordination. Yet these monsters never even reached her. Deus unleashed a massive surge of demonic energy that erased everything around them. When the smoke cleared, only Deus remained standing. Urnam stared at him in open amazement, eyes shining with excitement. He remarked dryly that humans only understood power once they witnessed it firsthand. That was when she noticed a ruby-colored spiritual flower buried in the snow, radiating pure ice and water mana. He warned her not to grow greedy. If she found more, she would be rewarded. She searched until exhaustion claimed her, but found nothing else. Back at the tower, Darius reflected on her true identity as Hildirin's first princess. Saving her once had felt like a mistake, yet now she seemed far more useful than he had originally expected. Gordon soon arrived with news from Granada. Hillen and 32 heroes had already left the capital. However, rather than heading toward the Urgus Mountains, they were following the standard route, gathering allies, accepting village quests, and steadily leveling up. Gordon presented several strategies, urging Darius to examine them carefully. Darius casually tossed the proposals aside, leaving Gordon stunned. He made it clear that he had no intention of placing even a single monster or barrier in the hero's path. Weak challenges, in his view, only forged stronger heroes. He then instructed Gordon to send word to Granada and have the mercenaries accompany the heroes, allowing them to earn the heroes' trust. Gordon complained inwardly that his master never followed common sense and voiced his concern about how the tower could possibly be defended in its current condition. Darius reassured him that the tower would be reinforced, but when he mentioned doing so with the help of a dwarf, Gordon immediately protested. Housing a dwarf alongside a human and an elf, he argued, would turn them into a laughingstock. Darius ignored the complaint and explained that the true prize was not the dwarf himself, but the advanced magical weapons that only dwarves were capable of forging. His next move was both simple and ruthless. Heroes always expected weak monsters on the first floor of a demon king's tower. This time, they would instead be greeted by rows of cannons. Gordon immediately grasped the implications, realizing that such an ambush would be impossible for the heroes to anticipate. Shaking his head, he remarked that the plan shattered every established rule. Suddenly, he froze before shouting that another kidnapping had occurred. The view shifted to the underground dwarf city of Wolfner. There, Lager Friedrich, the greatest blacksmith among the dwarves, worked quietly at his forge, completely unaware that he had just become the Demon King's next target. The scene lingered on Wolfner, the bustling city of dwarves, as Darius entered in disguise. eyes. He recalled having fought countless dwarves before his regression, yet this marked his first time setting foot in their city. Darius stepped into a shop known as the Midnight Inn. Upon arrival, he handed money to a man and explained that he had come to commission a weapon, though he did not know where to begin. He asked to be directed to the most outstanding blacksmith in the city. The man accepted the money and laughed, commenting that for a human, Darius certainly understood how to conduct business. Darius replied by remarking that he had heard dwarves loved money just as much as heroes did. The man smiled and explained that Darius should head deeper into the city. He described a massive hole that would be impossible to miss and instructed him to board the lift there. Once inside, his identification would be checked and he would be taken to the desired floor. The man further explained that this was a two-step security system designed to identify intruders. He then instructed Darius to go to the lowest floor in the deepest room where he would find the city's finest blacksmith, Lager Friedrich. Following those directions, Darius took the same route and eventually arrived at Lager's domain. As he observed the forge, Darius thought that the display of metallurgy made it seem as though the metal itself was dancing. He questioned whether Lager truly was the best blacksmith, then considered how much easier things would be if he simply abducted him quietly. Reaching out, Darius attempted to place a hand on Lager's shoulder. At that moment, Lager sensed his presence and forcefully raised his hammer. A powerful aura erupted, overwhelming Darius and hurling him backward under the sheer pressure. Darius realized that Lager had detected even the faint trace of demonic energy and wondered if this dwarf might be more formidable than expected. Lager charged at him, hammer raised. Darius caught the weapon mid-swing and declared that Lager was a hero. Lager loudly affirmed this, identifying himself as Lager Friedrich, the blacksmith who carried the power of heroes. He condemned Darius for daring to enter dwarven land as a demon. Darius responded with a smirk, stating that Lager would not leave the city alive and remarking that despite all the bravado, Lager was surprisingly weak. He then clarified that he was not merely a demon, but a demon king. With that declaration, Darius seized Lager by the throat, causing him to groan in pain. Hearing the commotion, several soldiers rushed over and called out to Lager, apologizing for interrupting his work and asking about the noise they had heard. Moments later, they realized Lager was gone. Shouting that there was an intruder, they ordered all exits sealed and demanded a full search of the facility. The scene shifted again, revealing Darius holding Lager high above the city. Darius warned him that making a single sound would result in instant death. Lager wondered why a demon king had come and assumed it must be for their princess. Darius dismissed the assumption, stating that the princess did not interest him. Lager insisted that this was a lie. Darius countered by mentioning rumors that dwarven blacksmiths dug underground escape passages for emergencies. Grinding his teeth as tears streamed down his face, Lager convinced himself that the demon king truly had come for the princess. He cursed his own fate, thinking that the only reason he had lived quietly until now was his fear of confronting demon kings. He lamented that this misfortune had fallen upon him. It was then revealed that Lager was in truth weak. Darius noted that coaxing information from him would not be easy and proposed an alternative. He would kidnap the princess instead and allow Lager to live, provided that Lager guided him. Lager reacted in shock, struggling to understand Darius's intentions. He imagined the consequences of a rumor spreading that a selfish hero had sold out the princess to save his own life. Such a story, he realized, would forever change how the other dwarves viewed him. Crying out in despair, he cursed Darius as a vile and evil creature, believing that everyone already knew he was weak and that such a rumor would easily be believed. Darius then presented him with a choice: either sell out the princess or walk away under his own power. Internally, Darius knew Lager would choose betrayal, as he clearly wished to avoid torture. He promised that if Lager cooperated, his safety would be guaranteed, swearing this vow upon the Demon King's standards. Lager recalled that those standards were treated as sacred among demon kings and believed that a vow made upon them could never be broken. Coming to a decision, Lager suddenly forced a dramatic smile and agreed to lead Darius through the underground passage. Darius commented on the expression, remarking that it made him feel sick. Back at Lager's workshop, his status was listed as absent while knights searched the area. At the same time, Princess Louise Weft of the Dwarven Kingdom stood nearby, dressed in a strange outfit. She cried as she wondered where Lager had gone while crafting her weapon. One knight explained that they believed he had been kidnapped. Louise angrily ordered him to be silent, insisting that Lager was a hero and that it made no sense for a hero to be abducted. The knight carefully explained that while Lager was a hero, he was also a blacksmith, which explained his lack of combat ability. Louise again demanded silence and ordered the knights to find the kidnapper and bring him before her at once. The knight acknowledged her command. She then issued a dark warning, stating that if they failed, she would personally rip off their heads. The knight once again acknowledged her authority. The scene shifted to the secret passage. Lager led Darius through a narrow tunnel, walking ahead while Darius followed behind. Darius was forced to stare at Lager's large backside the entire time, which steadily irritated him. He complained about how long he had to endure the sight. Trembling, Lager explained that it could not be helped due to the tunnel's tight space and urged him to be patient, saying they were almost there. Darius ordered him to move faster despite his large build. Eventually, Lager emerged from the tunnel and led Darius to a castle. He declared that his role was finished, explaining that he had fulfilled his part by revealing the underground passage village and that Darius was now on his own. His voice shook as he announced his departure. Darius's expression darkened as he called out the absurdity of Logger's claim. Trembling, Logger reminded him of the vow made upon the Demon King's standards, insisting that his safety had been guaranteed. Darius responded with a smirk, dismissing the vow as worthless and stating that he did not care in the slightest. Logger broke down in tears, questioning what kind of Demon King Darius truly was. Darius casually wondered aloud what should be done with him now. Crying, Logger regretted not selling out the princess earlier. Lowering his head, he claimed that he was actually quite useful, boasting that no one could rival his metallurgy skills. He promised to forge any weapon Darius desired. Darius noted the irony of a hero willingly offering service to a demon king. Logger argued that there was nothing strange about such an arrangement and offered himself completely, even suggesting he could act as a spy. Darius stated that if Logger swore allegiance to him, he would be spared. Logger expressed his gratitude and praised the great demon king, though in his heart he mocked Darius as a fool, convinced he would never truly obey. The scene changed once more as Darius brought Logger to Burge's tower on the 4th floor. Logger froze completely, stiff as a statue. Gordon, terrified, exclaimed that the Demon King had brought back a dwarf, no, a hero dwarf. Darius ordered him to be silent. At that moment, Granada contacted them, stating that he had a report to deliver, only to react in shock upon seeing the dwarf. Darius instructed him to give the report later. The princess then addressed Logger, asking whether he had come to save her, quickly adding that he probably had not. Confused, Logger asked Darius why he had been brought there, reminding him that he had been promised freedom. Darius calmly stated that no such promise had been made. Logger insisted that mercy had clearly been guaranteed. Darius confirmed that mercy had indeed been granted. Logger was still alive. The scene returned to the station where preparations for the hero's journey were underway. A holographic communication link shimmered into existence as Granada finally delivered his report with steady composure, explaining that rumors were spreading rapidly among the heroes. Intelligence suggested that the newly emerged Demon King wielded black flames, a belief that had driven the heroes to equip themselves with fire-resistant gear in preparation for battle. Granada continued his report by revealing another rumor circulating among them. Many heroes believed the Demon King had refrained from unleashing demonic beasts out of fear. His prolonged silence was not interpreted as strategy, but as weakness. In their view, restraint signified hesitation rather than calculation. Darius listened without any visible reaction. His expression remained unreadable, his posture perfectly still. When he finally responded, his judgment was cold and dismissive. From his perspective, the heroes had never lost their desire to kill. Darius issued his final directive, ordering Granada to continue monitoring the heroes and report any changes without delay. The connection severed shortly after, leaving Darius alone with his thoughts. He reflected on the Demon King's approach of deliberately withholding demonic beasts. Hero morale was being eroded slowly and methodically. Their expectations were subtly distorted, yet what unsettled him more was the realization that this Demon King possessed an unusually profound understanding of human psychology. Darius wondered whether such a figure had ever existed before. The thought sent a rare chill through him, followed almost immediately by relief. This Demon King was not his enemy. The scene then shifted to Darius's tower, its interior cold and oppressive. There he issued orders to the dwarf blacksmith, Logger Friedrich. Fire cannons were to be installed on the tower's 1st floor, but with one absolute restriction: mana stones were strictly forbidden. The command sent Logger into immediate panic. Constructing such weapons without mana stones bordered on impossibility, and even if completed, their effectiveness against heroes would be severely compromised. Darius silenced any resistance instantly, declaring that discovering a solution was the blacksmith's responsibility alone. He explained his reasoning clearly. Heroes were favored by the dimension itself, granting them exceptionally sharp sensitivity to energy. Any trap powered by mana stones would be detected long before activation. That was precisely why mana stones could not be used. When Logger attempted to object again, Darius's demeanor darkened. A sphere of black magic formed calmly in his hand as he reminded the dwarf of the reason he had been brought there. Logger was known as the greatest blacksmith. If he failed, replacements were plentiful. Crushed emotionally, Logger hastily revealed an alternative method. Logger explained that he had once developed a device capable of completely erasing mana traces. The research had taken 3 years, and the finished prototype remained in his workshop within the dwarf kingdom of Wolfner. Suspicion hardened Darius's expression as he demanded confirmation that this was not another desperate fabrication. Trembling and in tears, Logger swore his honesty. After brief consideration, Darius chose to believe him, though not without precautions. A purple rune-etched collar was secured around Logger's neck. Darius explained its function with disturbing casualness. The restraint could sever the wearer's head instantly with a single gesture and also distorted perception, preventing others from clearly recognizing Logger's face. Any attempt to remove it would be interpreted as escape and result in immediate death. Fully grasping his situation, Logger collapsed and swore absolute obedience. After issuing further instructions, Darius departed with Logger. Together they traveled across multiple kingdoms in search of rare materials and compatible components. The journey lasted nearly a month, during which Darius stored every item within a spatial pocket, preserving each carefully. Their final destination was Wolfner, the dwarf kingdom. By the time they arrived, chaos had already taken hold. A massive boulder crashed down near a group of dwarves, shattering stone and scattering debris. At its center stood Princess Louise Weft, radiating fury. More than a month and a half had passed without any sign of Logger's capture. An elderly dwarf nervously attempted to explain that Logger had constructed countless underground tunnels over the years, and that despite extensive efforts, he had likely escaped. Louise dismissed the explanation outright, concluding instead that Logger must have been kidnapped. In a violent outburst, she seized the old dwarf and issued a deadline of 2 weeks. Failure would result in total extermination. Orders were immediately given to collapse every tunnel Logger had ever created, and the dwarves rushed to comply. As the soldiers dispersed, a concealed section of the wall behind Louise shifted silently. One of Logger's secret tunnels opened. She sensed the disturbance instantly and turned. Although the interference mask prevented facial recognition, the tunnel itself was unmistakable. Only Logger could have known of it. Frozen in fear, Logger revealed himself unintentionally. Louise's rage erupted. A golden aura burst violently around her as she accused him of fleeing to avoid forging her weapon. Logger's frantic attempts to explain only fueled her fury. Declaring absolute authority, she claimed ownership over him and condemned him to lifelong servitude. As she prepared to strike, a violent force detonated between them. Louise was hurled backward, crashing into the ground before regaining her stance effortlessly. Dust filled the chamber, and when it cleared, Darius stepped forward calmly, ordering Logger to retrieve the equipment at once. Unable to identify him due to the interference, Louise demanded his identity. Darius introduced himself simply as the master of the blacksmith she had been abusing. Enraged, Louise launched herself into the air. Their fists collided at terrifying speed, shockwaves tearing through the chamber. The exchange resembled a clash between monsters rather than mortals. Louise caught one of Darius's strikes midair with sheer strength and countered with a brutal blow that sent him crashing into the ceiling. She turned back toward Logger, only for Darius to reappear instantly and slam her into the ground. The battle escalated rapidly. Darius recognized her without hesitation. Louise was the second daughter of Princess Weft, a being of exceptional power even before her growth had fully matured. Allowing her to develop further would turn her into a severe threat. Eliminating her now was the logical choice, but doing so would require releasing his full demonic power. As the battle raged on, Logger frantically dismantled a massive mana phantom machine designed to erase and conceal mana traces. Darius pressed him relentlessly, warning that his survival depended on completing the task within a minute. Louise's power surged even higher. Darius calculated how long he could continue without revealing his true strength. Logger finally shouted that the dismantling was complete. Seizing the opening, Darius delivered a devastating kick to Louise's chest, smashing her into the ground in a massive explosion. Without hesitation, he opened his subspace pocket and ordered Logger to move. Louise rose from the dust, initially dismissive, until she realized that Darius, Logger, and the machine had vanished. Her soldiers arrived moments later. She mocked their slowness before issuing orders for immediate pursuit. Then she stopped. Every tunnel had collapsed. Grinding her teeth, Louise finally understood the truth. Logger had never intended to return. Within the first floor of Burge's tower, the Demon King Darius stood before a colossal magical apparatus. Behind him, Princess Ernan of the Hilderan Kingdom stared in disbelief. Nearby, Logger, now acting as his devoted subordinate, examined the reinforced framework. Darius acknowledged the report and ordered activation. Demonic energy surged from his body as the device roared to life. A translucent system interface appeared before him, requesting synchronization. Without hesitation, Darius authorized it. The process completed instantly. A final system update confirmed that the Mana Phantom had acknowledged Darius as its master. Its power source was fully converted, shifting entirely from mana to pure demonic energy. Darius turned his gaze toward Logger. The dwarf reacted with barely restrained excitement, insisting fervently that he had not interfered in the process in any way. Even so, amazement overwhelmed him. The fusion of the monophin with the tower, let alone the complete conversion of its energy source, surpassed anything previously thought possible. Logger immediately recognized it as a breakthrough beyond even what the original creator could have envisioned. Princess Ernan stepped closer, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the awakened structure. Darius casually suggested that she test it herself. Delighted by the opportunity, she eagerly began preparing a spell. Complex magical symbols formed rapidly as a massive sphere of multicolored magic condensed in the air. Logger panicked instantly. The thought of releasing such overwhelming power after he had just finished cleaning the tower nearly drove him to tears. His frantic pleas were completely ignored as Darius focused solely on observing the phenomenon. A spell of that scale should have been detectable far beyond the tower's walls. Darius moved toward the entrance and examined the outside world. There was nothing, no visual disturbance, no fluctuation in perception. The magic did not leak in the slightest. The effect was immediately apparent. A tower fully synchronized with a monophin completely concealed all internal magical activity. Curiosity stirred within Darius. He extended his demonic energy and attempted to manipulate the tower itself. In an instant, the entire structure vanished from existence. Moments later, with another gesture, it reappeared exactly as before. The realization struck him with quiet intensity. The tower could now be concealed or summoned at will. Though controlling this power freely would take time, Dadius immediately understood its future value. A restrained smile formed as demonic light flickered within his eyes. Outside the inner chamber, Lager finally lost all restraint. His excitement burst forth as he begged for permission to examine the device further, nearly requesting permission to dismantle both the magical apparatus and the tower itself before hastily correcting his words. He declared the discovery unprecedented in all recorded history, his behavior bordering on obsession. Dadius studied him carefully, noting how completely Lager had lost control. After brief consideration, permission was granted under one condition. If Lager annihilated the heroes trapped on the first floor, he would be free to do as he wished afterward. Crimson energy surged around Lager as he immediately began chanting, fully immersing himself in what he now considered sacred research. Dadius then turned to Princess Ernan and calmly proposed that she confront the heroes who had reached the fourth floor. She hesitated, momentarily taken aback, though her protest carried a playful tone. Dadius reminded her that she was also a gifted spirit and that she had no intention of returning to her former royal life. Even as he spoke, Dadius recognized the weight of his decision. She remained an innocent princess, unfamiliar with the cruelty of the world, and asking her to oppose her own kind carried undeniable gravity. Ernan fell silent, uncertainty flickering through her thoughts as she considered what powers she could even use. Before she could settle on an answer, Dadius stopped her. Combat would not be necessary. All she needed to do was disrupt the heroes and openly reveal herself as their enemy. Success would be rewarded with another wish. She met his gaze, nodded slowly, and agreed on one condition. She wished to be introduced not as a princess but as his subordinate. Dadius accepted without hesitation. Her face lit up with unmistakable joy, her excitement barely contained. Even so, Dadius instructed her to follow his orders precisely. Sometime later, Dadius sat in silence, studying the system screen floating before him. The plan unfolded clearly in his mind. The first floor would thin the heroes' numbers through overwhelming monarch cannon fire. On the fourth floor, Princess Ernan would serve as bait, drawing in survivors to be eliminated. Even so, the strategy was insufficient. With more than 200 heroes advancing, it would not erase even half of them. Only one option remained, strengthening himself further. His gaze shifted to a radiant treasure resting in his hand. Dense demonic energy coiled around it as it shimmered faintly. Elsewhere, Princess Ernan stood within a land of endless snow and biting cold. After several failed attempts, uncertainty lingered between them. Their earlier success now felt less like certainty and more like coincidence. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before them. Dadius reacted instantly, dark energy gathering around his raised arm. The interruption irritated him. The massive figure bowed deeply, identifying himself as Krutu of the Blue Forest tribe. He and his people sought the Demon King's protection. The gathered tribe fell to their knees, confessing that their ancestors were once demons who had betrayed the demon realm. Bearing that original sin, they now sought redemption through service. Dadius regarded them coldly, immediately recognizing their true intent. They desired power. His gaze sharpened as he noted that their affinity for demonic energy far exceeded their reliance on spirit blossoms. At a silent command, a sealed box was opened. Inside rested a grim lotus encased in frost. Dadius recognized it instantly, understanding why it had eluded him until now. He acknowledged their foresight and their ability to negotiate, unusual traits for a tribe renowned for brute strength. After brief consideration, Dadius accepted only one. A demonic sigil embedded itself into Krutu's body. Overwhelming power surged across the frozen land as his form twisted and transformed, transcending into a true demon. Krutu knelt in absolute submission, offering his life and loyalty. The rest of the tribe followed without hesitation. The scene shifted once more to Urgis Mountain Tower. Power surged throughout the structure. Outside, an orc legion assembled in disciplined ranks. On the first floor, Lager stood ready alongside 60 monocannons. Dadius reviewed the battlefield one final time. Every piece was positioned exactly as planned. The tower was secured. Princess Ernan awaited her role on the fourth floor. Everything was ready. His dark eyes hardened as he focused on the approaching enemy. He would repay the humiliation of his previous life. Elsewhere, the heroes gazed upward at the towering mountain before them. Urgis Mountain loomed like a silent challenge as they advanced with a single purpose: to slay the Demon King. The heroes' preparation base stood behind them as a magnificent city, a place where countless legends were said to begin. Within its grand central hall, a lavish banquet filled the space with light and sound. The celebration honored the heroes on the eve of their final march. Laughter echoed beneath towering ceilings as music flowed freely and glasses clinked together. Warriors, nobles, knights, mages, mercenaries, and merchants gathered as one, indulging in triumph and anticipation. Among them, a young hero clad in polished armor stood beside the elderly Lord Castellan. The lord regarded him warmly, remarking that someone with such achievements carried himself with remarkable humility. The hero expressed gratitude for the generosity of the host and the banquet prepared in their honor. Lord Castellan, in turn, spoke of his pride in witnessing a journey destined to be etched into history. After a brief pause, he proposed that the hero Lord Hillen address the assembled crowd. Hillen hesitated, visibly uncomfortable with the attention. Yet the lord pressed on, noting that such words would raise morale before the march. With no graceful way to refuse, Hillen reluctantly agreed. Seizing the moment, Lord Castellan announced to the hall that Hillen wished to speak. The noise gradually faded as all eyes turned toward him. Hillen stepped forward, gathering himself as calm replaced his hesitation. Facing the assembled crowd, he acknowledged every group present, from nobles and knights to mercenaries and merchants alike. He declared that their long expedition had finally reached its decisive moment. With unwavering confidence, Hillen spoke of their march for justice, boasting that it had frightened the Demon King so thoroughly that not a single monster had dared obstruct their path. Laughter erupted throughout the hall as confidence surged among the attendees. Yet Helen tempered their enthusiasm, reminding them not to lower their guard. Every possible preparation, he assured them, had already been made. His resolve sharpened as he proclaimed that the following day would mark the end of the foolish Demon King. Raising his glass, righteous fervor blazing in his eyes, he invoked the kidnapping of the Hilderan Kingdom's crown princess, Princess Ernan, declaring it time for the world to remember who truly held power. The speech ended in a fiery declaration of dominance, and the hall exploded into thunderous cheers. Amid the chaos, Granada the elf observed everything from a distance. Calm and analytical, he noted that the size of the expedition had neither grown nor diminished, exactly as the Demon King had predicted. Reflecting on the speech, Granada acknowledged that Hillen's charisma was the true driving force behind the expedition's success. Hillen had secured funding from the guilds and retained the loyalty of even the most unreliable mercenaries. Yet unease lingered. Granada's thoughts returned to the last tower he had investigated, entirely empty. That unsettling memory made him question whether the final confrontation would truly be as straightforward as it appeared. A dark, treacherous thought briefly surfaced, whether now would be the perfect moment to betray the heroes. Panic seized him instantly. He chastised himself for even entertaining such an idea. Subjugating the Demon King would finally free him from his curse, a future that undeniably benefited him. Shaking off the thought, Granada decided to clear his mind. He stepped outside for fresh air, intending to send a report. Later that night, beneath the glow of a full moon, Granada stood alone on a high balcony. A faintly glowing device rested in his hand as he communicated quietly. From the other side came a calm report confirming arrival at Holton Walk and stating that the climb would begin the following day, this time unmistakably belonging to the Demon King Deus. His tone carried cold authority as he issued final warnings. Granada was told to beware of the snow during the climb, to remain vigilant at night, and to heed one final cryptic instruction. When the tower door opened, he was never to be near it. The connection ended abruptly. Granada stood frozen, unable to grasp the meaning of the warning. Confusion weighed heavily on his mind. Suddenly, a presence emerged behind him. Startled, Granada turned to find Helen standing there, relaxed and observant. Quickly noticing Granada's tension, Helen offered him a drink, an elven fruit wine known for its calming warmth. Granada accepted, and as he drank, his nerves gradually settled. Helen casually remarked that Granada seemed troubled and asked whether he truly believed they could succeed against the Demon King. The tone was light, almost teasing, but the question lingered heavily. Granada hesitated before responding. As he did, Helen stared into his own cup, his reflection wavering. The cheerful expression he had worn earlier slowly faded, replaced by quiet honesty. He admitted uncertainty. Granada was caught off guard by the sudden candor. Helen continued, explaining that although people trusted him and followed his lead, attacking a Demon King's tower had always been hell. It had never once been an easy victory. Attempting reassurance, Granada mentioned Helen's past achievement, defeating the Demon King of Lust, implying that a newly emerged Demon King should not be as dangerous. As the words left his mouth, Granada realized something unsettling. Very little was actually known about how Helen had killed the Demon King of Lust. Growing curious, he asked about that battle. Helen avoided the subject. His expression shifted once more, returning to the familiar heroic facade. He credited his past victory to the brave comrades who had always stood at the front, facing monsters head-on. Turning to Granada, he placed a firm hand on his shoulder and reaffirmed his trust in him. With renewed confidence, Helen declared that he would lead the coming battle and asked Granada to guard his flank. Granada nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Helen wrapped an arm around him and guided him back toward the banquet hall. The two walked side by side, Helen leading his elven companion, his expression calm and unreadable, concealing the true nature of their alliance. Later, alone with his thoughts, Helen reflected on the conversation. A cynical smirk crossed his face as his gaze drifted to a ring set with a red gemstone. In that moment, the heroic mask vanished, revealing something far darker beneath. His true thoughts surfaced clearly as he silently placed his expectations upon Granada once again. The following morning, the preparation base buzzed with activity. As the massive expedition finally departed, citizens lined the streets, cheering loudly. Words of encouragement filled the air as the heroes marched forward. Cries praising Lord Granada and Lord Wharton echoed throughout the city. At the head of the procession, Granada marched with calm focus, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Beside him, Helen walked proudly, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Soon the city disappeared behind them, and the noise faded into silence. The expedition entered the harsh Urgest Mountain Canyon. Endless snow-covered cliffs surrounded them as biting winds cut through the air. The massive force wound its way through the desolate landscape, the cold their constant companion. Casual conversations emerged. Earlier worries slowly faded. Some remarked on the surprisingly mild weather, noting the clear sky and lack of snowfall. all. Confidence grew as others claimed that reaching the tower would be easy at this pace. Laughter followed, along with jokes about the absence of rumored disaster-class monsters and claims that any such creatures were likely too frightened to appear with Hillen leading the expedition. That confidence shattered abruptly. A warrior felt a tap on his shoulder. When he pulled his hand back, it was coated in sticky purple slime. Confusion turned to horror as he turned around. Towering over them stood a massive ghoul. Panic erupted instantly as screams tore through the canyon. More ghouls poured in from all sides. Hillen's presence cut through the chaos as he raised his sword, his resolve unshaken. Orders were issued swiftly, placing the expedition on full alert. The narrow canyon became a battlefield. Knights shielded the mages and pushed forward, steel clashing against undead flesh as magic lit up the frozen terrain. Suddenly, a new warning echoed through the ranks. A colossal skeletal frost giant emerged from the canyon wall, its massive body formed entirely of ice. Shock rippled through the expedition. Hillen immediately ordered a retreat, declaring his intent to face the monster alone. As the expedition fled the canyon, Hillen charged forward. Blue energy crashed against the frost giant, yet the creature remained unmoved. Undeterred, Hillen pressed the assault. The frost giant's crimson eyes glowed as it swung its massive arm downward. Hillen met it with a powerful upward slash, shattering the icy limb and sending shockwaves through the canyon. Without pause, he destroyed the creature's remaining arm and carved through its massive frame, overwhelming it with relentless force. Seizing the perfect moment, Hillen unleashed a final flurry of devastating attacks and signaled the expedition to escape. The heroes did not hesitate. They surged past him as explosions erupted behind them. Hillen continued to hold the frost giant at bay until the last moment. Enraged and denied its prey, the monster released a final furious roar before collapsing inward and self-destructing in a colossal explosion that shook the canyon. The survivors stumbled into a nearby snowy forest, collapsing from exhaustion and shock. Conversations quickly turned grim as they reflected on the horrors they had endured. Yet casualties were low. Many credited their survival to Hillen's overwhelming strength. Speculation spread rapidly. Rumors claimed that Hillen had absorbed the power of the Demon King of Lust, placing him on par with the Demon King himself. Confidence returned as faith in Hillen solidified. Granada listened in silence, wondering if Hillen truly could defeat the Demon King. That hope was short-lived. Ahead of them stood another threat, a tribe of massive blue-skinned orcs led by a towering chieftain with curved horns. There was no time to rest. Granada immediately recognized them as pole beings infused with demonic energy, servants of the Demon King. As the chieftain stepped forward, the ground beneath the heroes began to tremble. A deep rumble echoed through the mountains. Deus's warning resurfaced in Granada's mind. Terror spread across his face as understanding dawned. The snow began to shift. Cracks spread across the mountainside as ice groaned under its own weight. The sound of an avalanche filled the air. Panic consumed Granada as the disaster struck. A massive avalanche tore down the mountainside, burying the entire expedition in an instant. Snow and ice swallowed warriors, mages, and heroes alike, dragging them into frozen chaos. Granada's final scream was crushed beneath the overwhelming weight. Far away, within his towering fortress, Demon King Deus sat calmly upon his throne. Holographic screens displayed the unfolding catastrophe. One by one, the images of the heroes vanished. A sinister smirk spread across his face as he watched their final moments. Leaning back, his eyes gleamed with cold satisfaction. His plan had succeeded perfectly. This time, none of them would escape. Still seated upon his throne, Deus remained utterly composed. His posture showed no tension, and his expression betrayed nothing. When he spoke, there was no emotion in his voice, only absolute certainty. The design he described had been set in motion long before the heroes realized it. The cold intensified until it became suffocating, and damage reports became meaningless as the blizzard erased all sense of order. Everything within that frozen domain was consumed. Amid the roaring wind, Deus raised his voice, issuing commands through the storm. He ordered the heroes to establish a temporary camp and search for those scattered by the earlier catastrophe. Every movement was slowed by relentless snow and freezing gusts, turning even the simplest actions into exhausting struggles. As the calamity unfolded, the Demon King continued his explanation with calm detachment. The second command had already been issued. When darkness finally settled, the situation worsened even further. From within the forest's deepest shadows, ghoul-type monsters emerged, their forms blending almost perfectly with the snow. Massive forest beasts followed soon after, each heavy step shaking the frozen ground beneath the heroes' feet. One of them froze in place as recognition struck. Realizing that orc monsters had appeared once again, weapons were drawn at once, and the heroes tightened their formation, preparing themselves for yet another battle. From a distance, Granada ground his teeth together. Frustration warped his expression as he mentally cursed the Demon King's recklessness. Events were escalating far faster than anticipated, spiraling well beyond the limits of calculated warfare. At last, the Demon King himself acted. A grim smile spread across his face as he advanced without hesitation. Avalanche by day and monsters by night, the cycle was merciless and unending. Long before the heroes could fully comprehend the true nature of the trap, exhaustion would begin to eat away at both their bodies and their minds. Their collapse was no longer a possibility. It was inevitable. 3 days passed in what felt like a never-ending nightmare. a constant struggle balanced precariously between survival and death. By the time the heroes reached the highest summit of the Urgis Mountains, the toll was undeniable. Their movements had slowed, their breathing had grown heavy, and their strength was visibly depleted. One night, confusion spread when someone quietly pointed out that the Demon King's tower was nowhere to be seen. The realization rippled through the group like a shockwave, freezing them in disbelief. Deus raised his voice, disbelief cutting sharply through his words as he emphasized that a tower was supposed to stand at the summit. Before the heroes could move, a commander stepped forward and halted him. With a firm stance and a restrained but resolute tone, the commander declared the mission a failure, stating that continuing any further would only lead to meaningless loss of life. From that point onward, survival had to take precedence over victory. Deus froze. He turned slowly, shock plainly visible on his face. The response he received was unwavering, tinged with apology yet unchanged. Grinding his teeth, Deus remained silent. 6 days after entering the Urgis Mountains, the Demon King's tower was finally discovered. The moment it appeared, fury erupted among the heroes. When the tower gates were forced open, confidence surged once more through the heroes' ranks. One Knight laughed dismissively, declaring the first floor nothing more than a nest of weak enemies and urging everyone to advance without hesitation. That was when the Demon King spoke. His voice echoed coldly throughout the tower, reverberating from every direction at once. A chilling smile spread across his face as his mere presence became suffocating. The moment the tower doors opened, those who stepped inside were cast directly into hell. Magical cannon constructs materialized across the battlefield, rising into position and completely encircling the heroes. Lightning tore violently through the air, its roar deafening. Deus stared ahead in disbelief as the sheer scale of the threat revealed itself. Any lingering confidence shattered instantly. From within the control chamber, the Demon King observed calmly. This had only been the opening strike. Below, Deus struggled to steady himself. He tightened his grip on his sword and forced his body upright, his breathing uneven. Confusion and rage churned violently within him as nothing he had just witnessed aligned with logic, strategy, or any battle experience he possessed. Through the drifting smoke, Granada emerged. Though visibly shaken, he remained unharmed and reported that he had narrowly avoided the cannon strike. Relief briefly crossed Deus's face. Without hesitation, he pushed for advancing to the next floor. Granada hesitated, carefully studying him now that only the two of them remained. The danger was undeniable. Deus responded firmly, reminding him of his past victory over the Demon King of Lust and the power gained from that battle. Compared to that ordeal, this enemy was not beyond reach. As long as they stood together, victory was still possible. After a moment of silence, Granada agreed, and the two advanced side by side. The second floor was empty. The third floor was no different. Slowly, anger crept across Deus's expression. The absence of enemies felt deeply unnatural. A tower of such scale should have been crawling with monsters, yet there was nothing, no movement, no hostility, not even lingering mana. As Hillen voiced his frustration aloud, Granada remained silent, sensing deliberate intent behind the emptiness. If both floors were completely vacant, then the battlefield itself was being rearranged by a powerful hand. His thoughts inevitably turned to Princess Ernan. Even so, Deus refused to lower his guard. He warned that danger could emerge at any moment and continued forward with measured steps, prepared for hidden traps. When they reached the fourth floor, both stopped in disbelief. Before them stretched a lush forest, vibrant with greenery and arranged like a tranquil garden rather than a battlefield. Granada released a slow breath and confirmed the truth, identifying it as a curse, a spatial distortion created through advanced magic. Doubt crept into Hillen's thoughts as he questioned whether they were even inside the Demon King's tower anymore. Before any answer formed, he noticed a figure standing quietly ahead. His breath caught. A young woman stood there, clad in demonic attire and radiating dark mana. Her appearance was delicate, almost fragile, yet profoundly unsettling. She identified herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings who served and guarded the Demon King, the Dark Spirit Master. Her demeanor was light and playful, as though the situation amused her. Hillen had come to rescue a princess, yet she now stood before him as an enemy. Silence fell over the forest, then realization struck him like a blade. Recognition widened his eyes as despair flickered across Granada's face. The young woman rejected the title of princess and asserted her identity as the Dark Spirit Master. With effortless ease, she summoned dark spirit magic. Hillen's shock deepened as he recognized the spell, a pinnacle of spirit arts that only Princess Ernan could wield flawlessly. Everything connected at once. The nighttime ambushes, the hidden tower, the mono cannons, the empty floors, none of it had been chaos. It had all been strategy, and Princess Ernan stood at its center. Disbelief curdled into bitterness as Deus let out a hollow laugh. Warmth drained from his expression as the truth settled in. The princess he had crossed hell to save had been protecting the Demon King all along. Rage surged violently within him. Before he could act, the space trembled. Dark purple energy erupted across the garden, crushing the ground beneath their feet. The Demon King appeared, his presence warping the air itself as demonic power poured outward. His cold gaze locked onto Deus. The Demon King had finally revealed himself. Resentment ignited deep within Hillen. Realizing how completely he had been cornered, he understood that power alone was no longer enough. He needed more. Turning sharply, he demanded Granada's strength. The ground trembled as the Demon King's gaze shifted. Hillen stepped closer, insisting that they combine their power. Granada hesitated, confusion flashing across his face as he questioned how such a fusion could even be possible. Before any explanation came, his body stiffened. Vitality began draining from his blood. Panic surged as the sensation intensified, his strength bleeding away with every heartbeat. Hillen's expression hardened into something cold and detached. He reassured Granada calmly that everything would be fine as long as he remained by his side. Granada collapsed. The Demon King recognized it instantly. The artifact Hillen revealed exposed the truth, a forbidden relic known as the Elf Eater, capable of converting an elf's boundless vitality directly into mana. Once activated, survival was impossible. Hillen pressed his foot against Granada's face, justifying the act as a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. The Demon King watched in silence, then he smiled. The act was contemptible, disgraceful, and unmistakably human. He calmly noted that removing the ring would instantly erase all borrowed strength. Hillen erupted into manic laughter, convinced that even the Demon King of Lust had failed to take that ring from him. The Demon King responded with a single name: Gordon. In the next instant, Deus's expression twisted in shock as searing pain tore through his body and blood sprayed into the air. He had sensed nothing, no presence, no mana fluctuation, no warning whatsoever. His hand went slack, strength draining away instantly. Standing behind him was Gordon, the Demon King's loyal servant. His blade was already lowered, as though the strike had been nothing more than a trivial inconvenience. Before Deus could recover, Gordon struck again, sending him crashing violently across the ground. He lay there, staring upward in disbelief. In that moment, Deus fully understood the threat before him. Gordon was a high-ranking demon. Even with the artifact's power coursing through him, Deus had been utterly overwhelmed. Then pressure descended. The Demon King appeared behind him, gripping his shoulder with effortless strength. Crimson light burned within his eyes as a faint, amused laugh escaped him. Escape was impossible. Deus attempted to move, but his body refused to respond. Only then did the truth become clear to him. Space itself had become a cage. Before him loomed a massive wolf-shaped presence, an ancient ruler whose authority had once dominated the entire continent. Understanding settled into Deus's eyes. There was nowhere left to flee. Dark energy gathered around the Demon King, swirling violently as the ground cracked beneath its weight. His voice carried a chilling calm as he declared that the moment had come to reveal what a true Demon King truly was. The rumbling intensified. Deus's eyes widened in pure shock as oppressive energy spread across the battlefield, whispering destruction into every corner of the world. After Deus landed a devastating strike, Hillen remained sprawled on the ground, half dead yet still alive. Even after defeating him, Deus acknowledged that Hillen's power and strength were remarkable, as surviving such a brutal attack was no small feat. Deus then issued a cold order for Gordon to bind Hillen's hands and throw him into prison. He further instructed that the other humans who had collapsed outside the door be locked up as well. Gordon accepted the commands without hesitation and moved immediately to carry them out. Granada, by contrast, was in terrible condition. His body resembled a white skeleton, and he groaned in pain, claiming that he could already see the afterlife. Deus praised his efforts and mockingly rewarded him before using Spirit Blossom on him. In an instant, Granada was completely healed. He stood frozen in shock, stunned by the sudden recovery. Deus then applied Spirit Blossom to the princess as well. Watching this unfold, Granada quietly wondered whether Deus had healed him in the exact same manner. Soon after, the dwarf cried out in excitement. Deus acknowledged his hard work and granted him permission to dismantle the tower. The dwarf reacted with overwhelming joy, celebrating loudly and expressing boundless gratitude toward the Demon King. With everything settled, Deus instructed everyone to return to their duties and restore and maintain the floors they had been assigned. After delivering his final orders, he departed the area. As the situation calmed, Granada reflected on everything he had witnessed. Even after such a fierce battle, the Demon King appeared completely unharmed, a sight that only reinforced his fearsome reputation. The princess, however, seemed lost in thought. When Granada asked what troubled her, she brushed it aside, claiming it was nothing. Still, she quietly remarked that the Demon King appeared tired. The scene shifted to Deus alone. Away from everyone's eyes, he lay exhausted on the floor, teeth clenched as he admitted to himself how close the battle had truly been. He reminded himself that a Demon King could never afford to show weakness. Inwardly, he cursed Hillen, acknowledging just how dangerous that human truly was. Deus reflected on what it meant to face one of the 10 stars, the 10 strongest heroes on the continent. He recognized that while Hillen was among them, he was considered one of the weaker members. He admitted that he had barely used any demonic energy points to strengthen himself in this life, partly because he lacked sufficient resources. He knew with certainty that if Hillen had been in perfect condition, victory would not have been possible. Instead, his plan had gradually worn Hillen down, provoked him, and pushed him into a state of panic. As events unfolded, Hillen's field of view narrowed, exposing a clear opening. That single mistake allowed Deus's all-out strike to land successfully. For now, Deus considered it a perfect victory, even if it fell short of the usual standards expected of a Demon King. He realized that something unprecedented had occurred. He had successfully altered fate itself. That realization filled him with resolve. He believed that he could change the future and finally take revenge on the heroes who had once destroyed him. As the tension faded from the battlefield, the scene transitioned to the Holden Walk press conference hall. Chaos reigned as people argued loudly among themselves. Reporters accused officials of spreading nonsense, openly mocking the claim that the heroes had simply given up because they could not find the tower. Investors raged with fury, demanding accountability and pressing to know who was responsible for the failure. Amid the uproar, one man insisted that the mission had not yet failed. He claimed there was still hope, emphasizing that Sir Hillen Cargill and the great heroes had not given up. According to him, they were still searching for the Demon King's tower and needed only a little more time. The king erupted in anger, cursing Hillen Cargill for his arrogance and failure. He raged that Hillen had spoken boldly yet delivered nothing. He declared that if Hillen failed to rescue his princess, execution would follow without mercy. The princess, burning with frustration, attempted to speak about the hero's journey, but the king cut her off completely. He showed no interest in explanations and ordered that lodger be found immediately. Around them, whispers spread rapidly. Some claimed that Sir Hillen had never returned. Others insisted that he was already dead. As these rumors spread, news of the new Demon King traveled swiftly across the continent. The story became twisted and exaggerated with each retelling. The world sank into deep sorrow. Because of this widespread despair, the tower's demonic energy points accumulated at an alarming rate. The scene then shifted to the Heroes Guild headquarters, where a tense conference was underway. The other heroes questioned Hero Wharton relentlessly, demanding to know whether there was even the slightest falsehood in his report. Wharton swore on his name that everything he had said was the truth. An elder hero responded coldly, stating that the situation was extremely serious. However, since the identity of the new Demon King remained unknown, he insisted that caution was essential. He reminded everyone that Hillen Cargill was one of the 10 stars and could not be defeated easily. A decision was reached to wait 10 more days for any news of Hillen. If nothing was heard after that period, then all heroes across the continent, 4,728 in total, would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the new Demon King. From there, the scene moved underground to Burgess Tower Prison, where Hillen was being held captive. Dais arrived and observed him, noting that Hillen was already awake and remarking on his exceptional recovery speed. Hillen immediately stated that if he was being kept alive, Dais must want something from him and demanded that he get straight to the point. Dais responded with a smirk, clearly pleased by Hillen's willingness to talk. He made his offer clear, instructing Hillen to become his vassal. Hillen was stunned, completely caught off guard by the proposal. Dais then placed a bag filled with gold coins in front of him. He explained that a hero's journey required an enormous amount of money, covering food for hundreds, security, lodging, membership fees, armor, weapons, and even top-grade consumables. Normally, these expenses were paid through investments from merchant groups and nobles. He explained that when a Demon King was defeated, heroes' lives were transformed, but when they failed, they were buried under crushing debt. That was the fate of heroes who relied on investments. This time, all investments had been focused on a single individual, the captain of the hero party, Hillen Cargill himself. Hillen silently acknowledged the truth. Even if he escaped, he would be branded a failed hero and forced to live in hiding for the rest of his life, endlessly hunted by debt. He questioned how Dais knew all of this. At that moment, Granada stepped forward and revealed that he had been the one who told him. Hillen shouted Granada's name in rage, accusing him of betrayal. Granada fired back just as fiercely, calling Hillen a scammer and reminding him of what had been done to him. He declared that he had been on Dais's side from the very beginning. Dais then revealed the real reason for Hillen's failure. He stated calmly that there had never been a Demon King like him before. Still, something about Dais's confidence unsettled him deeply. Dais laughed and revealed Armani's orb in his hand. He pointed out that if one of the strongest heroes secretly interfered with human plans, the question became whether humanity could truly succeed at all. He explained that the orb was a magical tool used to monitor his subordinates. Once it entered the body, it would instantly attach itself to the brain. Darius would immediately know if Hillen harbored any hostility toward him. Then it was shown that the rest of Hillen's companions lay scattered across the ground, half dead and groaning in pain as they struggled to move. Hillen desperately tried to stop Darius, insisting that a hero as strong as himself was immune to mind control magic. He believed that the moment the orb entered his body, it would disappear and that none of this was his fault. Granada responded with a grin, explaining that a hero could have their mental defenses dispelled by their own will. Darius reacted with a mocking smirk, making it clear that Hillen's own words had sealed his fate. Enraged, Hillen hurled insults at Darius, calling him a deranged elf and demanding to know if he felt any shame. He declared that Darius should be the one ashamed, accusing him of wasting a precious magical tool, and swore that he would never submit to a Demon King. Ignoring his resistance, Darius coldly silenced him and forcibly made Hillen swallow the orb. Agonizing pain tore through Hillen's body as the magic took hold. Granada observed that Hillen was remarkably tenacious and questioned what would happen if he chose death instead. Darius showed no concern, calmly reasoning that a greedy human who treated his comrades as disposable tools for money would never sacrifice himself. A status window appeared, identifying Hillen Cargill. His equipment was listed as Armani's orb, and his status was now marked as a Demon King's vassal. Hillen cursed bitterly as the transformation was completed. The scene then returned to the castle where Gordon addressed Darius. Although Hillen Cargill had been made a vassal, the massive debt of 100,000 gold meant his actions would be heavily restricted. Gordon pointed out that the gold coins previously exchanged for demonic energy points amounted to barely 2,000 gold, a sum comparable to a small nation's annual budget, and questioned how more would be gathered. Darius responded with a confident smirk, stating that it was about time he received a message. When Gordon expressed confusion, Darius clarified that he was referring to the annual gathering of demon kings known as the Unison of Towers. In his thoughts, Darius reflected on his previous life, remembering how he had never attended such gatherings because he found the idea of demon kings banding together repulsive. Yet now he reasoned that the other demon kings had survived in Aryan for a long time and must have accumulated vast amounts of gold and treasure. Gordon reacted in shock, believing that Darius intended to exchange demonic energy points for money once again. In the past, Gordon would have protested strongly, but after confronting the heroes directly, he understood the necessity of Darius's methods. He realized that if they had followed the old standards, they would never have been able to stop the heroes. With no other choice, he accepted this truth and resolved to believe in his demon king. At that moment, news arrived that an invitation to the Unison of Towers had been delivered. Gordon immediately informed Darius. Darius responded with a sly smile, declaring that they would go. He resolved that they would swindle his senior demon kings. Gordon acknowledged the order and pledged his obedience. The scene shifted to the Tower of Lies, specifically the demon king's room on the 13th floor. Darius entered with a faint grin, noting that he hoped he was not late for the appointment. He observed that everyone had gathered early and wondered if there had really been that much to discuss without him. Draxon Doldov, the Beast King of the Wolf Beastmen race, stepped forward and welcomed Darius. Reyna Soldan, the Demon Lord of the Winters and a Frost Demon, remarked that Darius was the one everyone had been talking about. Ugur Belvek, the Demon King of Indestructibility from the Titan race, stated that the fool who had insulted Jason Kochman had already been taken away. Jason Kochman, known as the Devil of Lies from an unknown tribe, also happily welcomed Darius. Darius responded with a smile, internally labeling them as pathetic. He commented on Harmony and questioned whether a Demon King should feel ashamed. In his thoughts, he admitted that he knew this was the right path for Aryan, yet something still lingered in his mind. Belvek suddenly erupted in anger and cursed at Darius, demanding what a newcomer like him could possibly know about Aryan. Darius calmly reflected that by scratching the surface just a little, it was easy to read people. He sensed that Belvek was openly radiating murderous intent. Darius smirked and mockingly called him an idiot, stating that he thought he was the only one in charge there. Belvek's rage intensified as he threatened to kill Darius if that was what he wanted. Darius replied casually, telling him to try if he could. As the two demon kings locked eyes, Jason intervened, reminding Belvek that this place existed for Harmony and asking him not to ruin it. In Darius' mind, he noticed that the killing intent of both demon kings vanished instantly. He realized it was not magic and wondered whether it was Jason's power or the power of the tower itself. Darius agreed to proceed. Jason thanked him for his cooperation. Darius considered whether this phenomenon was similar to Mana's ghost, then dismissed the thought as unfounded speculation. He reminded himself not to let his guard down. Jason announced the start of the Harmony at the top and declared that everyone could now speak freely. Darius remarked that it was not particularly impressive. Draxon angrily demanded to know from Belvek where Hillen Cargill was now. Darius fell silent and finally stated that Hillen Cargill was. The scene smoothly transitioned to the adjutant's reception room within the Tower of Lies. There, the aides of the Demon King of Beasts and the aides of the Devil of Lies stared coldly at Gordon. One of them questioned whether Hillen Cargill was dead. Gordon, visibly nervous, claimed that he did not know and explained that he had not even come to the top. He guessed that Hillen Cargill might be wandering around Mount Irgist and begged them not to question him further. Another beast scoffed, saying that it made no sense and that the tower should be visible if that were true. Gordon responded that it was not their tower. A different beast remarked that perhaps the rumors were true and mentioned His Majesty the Demon King. Gordon thought to himself that everything was indeed as Darius had said. Darius' earlier instructions echoed in his mind, reminding him that if other officers asked about Hillen Cargill, he was to say that he did not know and to act as a spy. He recalled Darius emphasizing that strict confidentiality was the top priority. Even so, Gordon felt something was strange. He realized that the Demon King had not been wrong. Gordon finally spoke. He suddenly shouted that the devil he served was a rebel, a fool who never listened to anyone. He complained that if left alone for even a moment, that devil would start doing bizarre things, and angrily declared that if things were going to be like this, then everything should just be done without him. As the outburst ended, Hillen felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him, and he could not understand why it felt so refreshing. Hearing Hillen outburst, the remaining beastmen responded with understanding. They expressed that they already knew and truly understood how things were. They complained that all demon lords were the same and repeated the words about their own demon king again and again. As Hillen heard this, tears poured from his eyes. In his heart, he realized that he had truly needed this small moment of comfort. The scene transitioned smoothly back to the Tower of Lies. Belvec stared at Deus in disbelief, questioning whether Deus genuinely expected him to accept the situation as it was. Deus responded calmly, affirming that this was indeed exactly what he expected. Belvec erupted in anger. He pointed out that Hill and Cargill had not even arrived yet and accused Deus of not even building the tower on top of the mountain. His frustration reached its peak as he shouted about the tower being 82% complete, demanding to know who Deus thought he was fooling with such nonsense. Jason chimed in, remarking that the situation remained unchanged with warriors still targeting the tower. He questioned why Burji Deus had abandoned his own tower just to come here. Mockery dripped from his words as he referred to Deus as a demon king who had lost his tower and sarcastically recalled the lessons from the Demon King Academy, calling him the best leader ever with clear irony. Deus dismissed the concern outright, stating that there was nothing to worry about because he would personally protect his own tower. Internally, he admitted that something had been bothering him for some time, particularly the Devil of Lies. When Jason attempted to continue in the same mocking tone, Deus cut him off, signaling that there was no need for further commentary. Draxon, clearly irritated, questioned whether Deus truly believed that Grand Duke Arcane would ignore this situation. Deus replied flatly that it did not matter what that old woman said. Draxon silently acknowledged that Deus was without question extremely stubborn. Deus reflected inwardly that even if he confronted them directly, there would be no way to confirm anything. For now, his doubts were sufficiently settled. He concluded that avoiding unnecessary trouble was better than being caught and reminded himself of their real objective. The top priority was collecting 100,000 gold. After that, the conversation among the demon lords continued. Burji Deus appeared far more active in the discussion than expected. As Deus observed the exchange, he realized that even among demon kings, a clear hierarchy existed. The Demon King of Lies stood firmly at the top tier. Deus carefully observed and gathered information, paying close attention to which demon king seemed particularly desperate for magic points. In the midst of his observations, Reyna suddenly cast a cold gaze toward Deus, leaving him momentarily confused. The scene shifted to the balcony on the 13th floor of the Tower of Lies. Reyna stood there alone. Deus approached her and asked what was going on. Reyna explained that it was not a secretive matter. After hearing the rumors, she had simply wanted to speak with him privately. Deus was surprised that Reyna specifically wanted to talk to him. Reyna turned toward him and confirmed it directly. She stated that she agreed with some of his opinions. Deus was visibly shocked and wondered whether Reyna had ever said anything like this to him in his previous life. Reyna clarified that he should not misunderstand her intentions. She explained that she did not hate orthodoxy the way he did and that she believed in classical values. However, she also believed that flexibility was sometimes necessary, especially in Aaron, which was precisely why she had wanted to meet him. Compared to the others, she added, he was at least someone she could communicate with. Deus shared his thoughts in response. Reyna replied that it was not bad and admitted that he was better than she had initially expected. Deus accepted the compliment with mild surprise. Reyna then handed him an item and explained that it was a personal communication port. She told him that if he ever needed advice, he could contact her at any time. She added that as long as he did not insult the Demon King's standards in front of her, she would tolerate him. She expressed her hope that someone capable of proper communication like Deus would not disappear anytime soon. Deus asked why she did not simply speak with the Devil of Lies instead. Reyna explained that his mind could not be read and that while he was better than the other two, there were still limits. With that explanation, Reyna left the balcony. Left alone, Deus admitted to himself that he still could not fully trust her. Even so, Reyna Soldan remained in his mind as an unexpected and valuable gain. At the same time, the scene shifted elsewhere, inside the Tower of Burgess. On the first floor of Burgess Tower, the princess arrived after baking cookies for Lodger. She cheerfully presented the cookies to him and urged him to try them. Lodger was surprised to see snacks inside the Demon King's tower. The princess laughed softly and explained that the ingredients had been purchased by the Demon King himself. With the assistance of spirits, she had attempted to bake them on her own. Lodger praised her as a genius spiritist and remarked that the atmosphere felt unusually comfortable. The princess encouraged him once more, inviting him to taste the cookies. Lodger chuckled and decided to eat them with gratitude. Inwardly, Lodger reflected that the princess had been raised without ever having to lift a finger, without even a single drop of water touching her hands. He assumed that homemade cookies from someone like her would not be particularly good. Even so, he resolved to call them tasty out of courtesy. The moment he took a bite, his thoughts completely collapsed. The flavor overwhelmed him and the taste caused his mana to sway violently. He realized that he had never tasted anything like these cookies before. To him they tasted like heaven itself. The princess watched him closely and asked about the taste. Lodger found himself unable to look away, completely stunned by what she had created. The princess explained that she had mixed a small amount of sesame oil into the dough and waited shyly for his reaction. Relieved that it had turned out well, Lodger struggled to understand why something like this felt so precious to him. He sensed his mana draining before suddenly surging again. The princess smiled and explained that this was a gift meant to build a friendship for the future. The princess then playfully offered the idea of giving some to Granada as well, giggling as she spoke. Lodger reacted by remarking that the shock would be even greater than before. The princess grew even more excited, wondering whether the Demon King himself would like them too. Lodger acknowledged the thought as the moment settled into a quiet calm. The scene then transitioned smoothly back to Dias, who had just finished his private conversation with Reyna and made his way back to the meeting hall. Upon returning, he immediately noticed that the area was completely empty. Dias observed that everyone had already left. Jason confirmed that the Harmony meeting of the tower had officially ended. Dias remarked that it had ended far too quickly. Sensing his tone, Jason offered him a cup of tea, suggesting that he might be feeling some regret. Dias dismissed the notion entirely, making it clear that he felt no sadness over it. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Jason insisted that Dias, as a human, was in desperate need of something essential, and that thing was money. The statement left Dias visibly shocked. Internally, he questioned what Jason truly meant and wondered how he could possibly know something like that. Jason made it clear that pretending was meaningless. He stated that Draxon had already told him everything. The tension in that moment sharply intensified, but Jason dismissed it entirely, stating that there was no need to waste time on meaningless psychological warfare. He immediately moved to the main point and proposed a deal involving demonic energy points in exchange for human currency. Dishers reacted cautiously, demanding to know Jason's true intentions. In response, Jason let out a quiet chuckle and revealed his plan. Aligning himself with Burgess, he expressed his hope that they would maintain a good relationship moving forward, reinforcing his willingness to cooperate and support their mutual interests. With that, the scene smoothly shifted to the first floor of Burgess Tower. Large sacks filled with gold were revealed, sent by Jason as part of their agreement. Dishers immediately gave instructions to take 100,000 worth of gold and move it without delay. Helen stood frozen in shock, realizing that Jason had truly fulfilled his promise. Dishers carefully analyzed the situation, suspecting that Jason might possess the means to track the flow of money. He realized that the worst possible outcome would be becoming nothing more than Jason's puppet. Turning his attention to those present, Dishers explained that everyone who remained had already been transformed into dark knights and dark magicians. He pointed out the individual standing at the center, stating that his name was Emin, a member of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, and revealed that he had already been aware of this when the contract was first established. Helen listened silently as Dishers continued speaking. Dishers instructed that the Dark Knights and Dark Magicians of Burgess Tower would be responsible for managing the funds, emphasizing that they would obey his commands with absolute loyalty and without hesitation. At the same time, the Dark Knights and Dark Magicians who had been forced into binding contracts by Dishers were filled with deep resentment. Within their hearts, they silently pleaded for Helen to save them from their current fate. Dishers then stated that the situation was not a complete failure, since everyone was still alive and the debt could still be repaid. From this, the implication arose that they might be able to return to their roles as heroes in the near future. Helen responded with a smirk, suggesting that they should make it work as partners. Dishers' expression immediately darkened. In the next instant, he pressed the orb in his hand, activating the linked orb embedded within Helen's brain. A wave of unbearable agony surged through Helen's body, forcing him to collapse onto the ground. Dishers coldly corrected him, declaring that their relationship was not one of partnership but one of master and slave. The Dark Knights and Dark Magicians felt a grim sense of satisfaction, believing that Helen deserved such treatment. Still trembling in pain, Helen forced out a weak remark, attempting to mask his suffering by saying that he had not realized Dishers took pleasure in such cruel games. Dishers showed no reaction to his words and emotionlessly ordered everyone to disperse and carry out their assigned tasks. As the scene progressed, the princess appeared and handed Helen a letter. She instructed him to deliver it to her sister. Helen realized that she was referring to Elena, the 13th princess of Hilderin, and responded by acknowledging her request and accepting the task.
Later on, Gordon voiced his concern to Deus. He clarified that it was not a matter of distrusting the Demon King, but rather doubt about whether the hero would truly follow orders properly. Deus responded by explaining that Helen Cargill was not a simple materialist who only sought money. He noted that although it might not seem obvious at first glance, the vulgar greed typical of humans who only chase wealth was not present in Helen. At the same time, Deus admitted that Helen was not especially noble either. He concluded that Helen Cargill did not seek honor, but popularity. Deus observed that Helen was aggressive in everything he did because he wanted to stand out. He added that if Helen controlled himself well using the Armani orb, there would be no better spy than him. Gordon reflected silently, realizing that Deus had studied humans to this extent. He felt that he could no longer remain idle. Deus then smirked and imagined the outcome. He stated that if a hero acting as a subordinate of the Demon King were to destroy human society from within, it would be a sight worth seeing. Gordon immediately agreed and affirmed his loyalty to the Demon King. At that moment a knock echoed at the door, leaving both of them briefly confused. The scene then revealed the princess entering the room. Carrying a plate of cookies, she offered them cookies in a calm and casual manner. Deus took the plate from her, and commented that she had been coming in and out of the hall room whenever she pleased lately. He warned that if he disliked it, he would send her to the underground prison for an entire month. The princess responded confidently, insisting that he try them first. Deus looked at the cookies, and remarked that they were nothing more than a simple human dessert. As Deus took a bite of the cookie, his expression changed instantly. He was visibly shocked by the taste and reacted to the unfamiliar flavor. The princess watched closely, and thought to herself that he had reacted, wondering if he liked her cookies, just like others did. A faint sweat appeared on Deus's face, as he smirked and acknowledged it. He remarked that for a human dessert, it was decent. The princess was stunned internally, realizing that he had withstood it. Deus then pointed out that medicinal herbs had been mixed into the cookie. He noted that the flavor was dangerous. The princess openly admitted it, saying she knew he would notice immediately. Deus connected her action to the reward he had previously given her, and concluded that she clearly wanted something specific in return. The princess chuckled and confirmed that this was indeed the case. Deus remained silent, his confusion obvious. The narration then shifted forward in time. After arriving at Molten Walk, they immediately departed for Hilderan through the teleport circle, and Granada restored discipline soon after. The scene moved to the Scarlet Hawk mercenaries' headquarters, where all of Granada's subordinates returned beaten and battered. Granada, burning with anger, questioned how they had all fled during the first avalanche, and left their captain behind. He accused them of abandoning him over something they did not even bother to face. One mercenary, his face swollen and tearful, tried to explain. He insisted it was not like that, and begged Granada to listen. He described Era Ergust as a place where even heroes had fallen, and questioned how mid-rank mercenaries like them were supposed to endure it. He claimed they had no other choice if they wanted to survive. Granada responded with fury, beating the man as he shouted that survival did not justify abandoning their captain. Just then someone called out to Granada, causing him to turn around. Standing before him was a blonde-haired female knight. She introduced herself as Kaid, declaring that she was a hero. She explained that due to unavoidable circumstances, she had been unable to join the hero's expedition from the beginning, but had now come to seize the opportunity to participate. Despite her late arrival, she asked for permission to join the hero's expedition. Granada responded with visible confusion, questioning her reason for coming, and expressing his disbelief at seeing a hero appear in that place. At the same time, some of Granada's subordinates, already intoxicated and enjoying themselves, began joking around. They pointed out that Kaid had been the one who paid for their drinks, while their captain was absent, and casually suggested continuing to drink more. Granada immediately silenced them by striking them again, and ordering them to be quiet. He then acknowledged Kaid's generosity in paying for their drinks, but informed her that the hero's expedition had already ended. Hearing this, Kaid was left visibly stunned. Granada continued explaining, stating that Hilan Cargill and the others had already departed from Holton Walk. Kaid reacted with shock and disbelief. Unable to accept the situation, she apologized for her bold request, and asked him to tell her everything that had happened, expressing her desire to hear about the expedition's failure. Internally, Granada resolved that he would only reveal the information that the Demon King had permitted him to share. The scene then shifted to the two of them sitting together inside a restaurant. Granada began recounting the events in detail, explaining everything that had transpired. After listening carefully, Kaid handed him several gold coins, while showing clear disbelief. She realized that the Demon King's tower had not actually been located at the summit. With that realization, she concluded that there was no longer any reason for her to remain there. She expressed her gratitude to Granada for taking the time to share the information with her, and stated that the gold was a gift in appreciation of his help. After conveying her thanks, she stood up and left. After her departure, Granada's subordinates spoke dismissively, describing her as an inexperienced hero who lacked understanding of the world. They remarked that it would not be surprising if she were eventually betrayed. He then silently watched the knights as they departed, carefully observing everything that had taken place. The scene shifted to Holt Walk. Inside a quiet and deserted alley, Kaid arrived and announced that it was time to return, explaining that the princess's fiancé was waiting. In response, the princess firmly rejected the suggestion, expressing her refusal to return, and declaring her determination to live as a hero instead. Granada secretly observed the entire exchange from his hiding place. Driven purely by curiosity, Granada noticed the shadowy figures moving silently as they walked. Their faces were concealed behind masks, making it impossible to read their expressions. He realized that the hero in question was actually the princess herself. He understood that matters concerning the kingdom were not something he should interfere with. At that moment, a knight suddenly appeared and stopped Granada, pressing a sword against his throat. Granada immediately began sweating as fear and tension overtook him. The knight demanded that he reveal his identity, accusing him of spying. The knight further pointed out that Granada was using suspicious magic. Panicking internally, Granada realized that the item in his possession was a magical artifact given to him by the Demon King. He understood that if he were captured, his identity as the Demon King's subordinate would inevitably be exposed. The knight's expression grew colder and more menacing as he concluded that Granada was a spy from another realm. With that judgment, the knight declared his intention to execute him. Overwhelmed by fear, Granada thought of the Demon King. He realized that he had chosen the wrong place to hide. His thoughts raced frantically as he struggled to determine what action he should take next. Granada was suddenly spotted by a knight, and the instant their eyes met, he immediately turned and ran. He sprinted toward the palace entrance, as loud shouts erupted behind him. The knights raised their voices in alarm, shouting that an assassin had appeared, their cries echoing throughout the area, as they warned each other not to let him escape. Shock spread rapidly as the possibility that he might truly be an assassin became real. However, the knights did not hesitate. They urgently instructed the princess to step back, quickly surrounding her, and forming a protective barrier with their bodies. Granada panicked internally, realizing that hesitation would only lead to his capture or death. Even if his identity were exposed at this moment, he had no other choice. At that instant, the knights released a barrage of arrows toward him, pushing the situation beyond the point of return. Just as the arrows flew toward him, the Demon King suddenly appeared. He casually remarked that he had been wondering why things were taking so long. In the next instant, the arrows aimed at Granada shattered in midair, effortlessly destroyed by the Demon King's overwhelming power. Granada was left completely stunned by what he had just witnessed. Unable to fully comprehend the scene before him, Granada watched as the Demon King spread his wings and rose into the air. A flame of magic calmly formed in the Demon King's hand as he casually commented that Granada must have been wasting time playing around in a place like that. The Demon King dismissed the entire matter lightly, casually remarking that there was no need to make such a fuss over wounds that could heal easily. Hearing this dismissive attitude, Granada reacted with visible frustration, expressing through his tone and demeanor that he was taking the situation far more seriously. Panic spread among the knights as they shouted in unison, reacting as if an unimaginable enemy had descended upon them. They immediately assumed that the Demon King had come for the princess and believed he intended to abduct her as part of some dark sacrifice. She urged the knights not to hesitate and declared that this was their opportunity to capture the Demon King. She ordered them to attack without concern for her well-being. The Demon King turned his gaze toward her, showing a brief hint of surprise as he realized something he had not previously known. The knights reacted with disbelief, shouting angrily as they rejected what they were seeing. Confusion spread among them as they questioned why the Demon King would appear in such a place. The Demon King remained calm, explaining that his presence there was merely coincidental, as he had been running an errand nearby, transitioning smoothly to an earlier point in time. Inside a quiet tower, the Demon King was shown sitting calmly while listening to the princess. She expressed her request, stating her desire to obtain senile powder. The Demon King immediately understood the meaning behind her request. He recognized that senile powder was a substance used to assist in forming contracts with spirits. The princess confirmed this understanding with a gentle smile, making her intentions clear. She then began recounting a story from hundreds of years ago. Long ago, an elf named Sel had returned to the human kingdom, where the king gave her a specific command. He had wished for humans to be able to form contracts with spirits more easily, and so Sel was ordered to develop a substance that could aid in that process. Through long years of effort and research, the substance later known as senile powder was eventually created. The Demon King shifted his focus back to the princess herself, calmly pointing out that based on her natural talent alone, she did not actually require senile powder. The princess responded with a faintly saddened expression, conveying that he was overestimating her abilities. She explained that, as he already knew, the tower contained very little mana, and without senile powder, her spirits would struggle to function properly. The Demon King continued, revealing that he himself had been considering forming a contract with a new spirit, specifically one of a higher level. Hearing this, the princess became visibly flustered. She turned her face away and pouted slightly in embarrassment. Her fire spirit and water spirit mimicked her reaction perfectly, reflecting her emotions. After a brief moment of silence, recalling memories from a previous life involving Ernan, she remembered that at the age of 27, she had formed a contract with a high-level spirit, an event that had shaken the entire continent and thrown it into chaos. Forming a contract with a higher-level spirit was something only a few humans had ever achieved, yet now it was happening 7 years earlier than expected. She had intended it to be a surprise. The Demon King casually finished his cookie, expressing that he had eaten well before standing and leaving. The scene returned to the present. Daius raised his hand, forming a dense and overwhelming mana flame. He expressed his intention to finish everything quickly due to his own circumstances. The Night Princess froze in shock. Without hesitation, Daius released the flame. A massive explosion instantly engulfed the battlefield. When the destruction cleared, everything had been annihilated. annihilated. Yet the Night Princess remained standing. A powerful green aura flowed from her body. The Demon King stared at her in surprise. Ignoring the knight's warnings, she charged forward and attacked. She declared that a warrior's aura could destroy demons and expressed that warriors were the natural enemies of the Demon King. She rejected her life in the palace, declaring the battlefield as her true place. She unleashed Jespine's highest swordsmanship, the Crescent Slash. The attack detonated the air and surged toward the Demon King. As she fought, she reflected on her past. She had been treated as insignificant, someone easily discarded for political gain. Despite that, she endured brutal training to be acknowledged as a warrior. She believed defeating the Demon King would finally earn her recognition and freedom. With that resolve, she risked everything. In response, the Demon King calmly gathered aura and instantly shattered her sword. She froze in shock as the fragments scattered. A dark red aura erupted from his body as he rose into the air, completely dominating the battlefield. His presence overwhelmed her, filling her with fear. He mockingly expressed that someone who was both a princess and a warrior could be useful. Fear consumed her. The knights immediately rushed forward, placing themselves between her and the Demon King. The Demon King released another massive explosion. His aura engulfed everything. Minutes later, silence remained. The battlefield was completely destroyed. The ground was torn apart, and knights lay motionless. Two healers soon arrived. Seeing the destruction, they immediately realized a demon was responsible. They found an injured knight and desperately tried to keep him conscious. With his remaining strength, he mentioned the princess and the Demon King. The healers froze in shock. The scene then shifted to the dungeon of the Tower of Burge. In the dungeon, the Demon King brought the unconscious warrior princess. Her body was covered in bruises and wounds from the battle. Another princess examined her carefully and wondered if she was Senial. The Demon King corrected her, stating that she was Princess Cuddy Jespine, the ninth princess. He declared that she would now live on the fourth floor of the tower, and instructed that she be treated properly, concluding that she would be useful if raised well. The princess agreed, but asked why another princess had been brought. The Demon King casually explained that he found her along the way and picked her up, adding that kidnapping royalty helped him gain magi points. When the princess asked what magi points meant, the Demon King immediately realized he had nearly revealed a secret. He denied it and claimed she had misheard him. He then changed the subject and stated that he would bring her Senial powder. As he left, he internally reprimanded himself, reminding himself that he was the Demon King and she was only a prisoner. Soon after, news spread across the continent that the ninth princess of the Jespine Empire had been kidnapped. The scene shifted to the Hero Guild headquarters. Hillen stood at the center while the heroes questioned him. One hero confirmed that Hillen was telling the truth. Hillen lowered his head and admitted his failure to locate the Demon King's tower, accepting responsibility. Another hero reassured him, expressing that no warrior should be blamed for such an outcome, since doing so would discourage future leaders. Hillen felt relieved and expressed his gratitude. At that moment, new information arrived. A hero reported that during the retreat, the Demon King had kidnapped the ninth princess. The Jespine Empire had requested the raising of the warrior's banner. Hillen spoke, expressing regret and proposing a reconnaissance mission instead of immediate war. He reasoned that a truly powerful Demon King would not hide, and secrecy suggested weakness. The heroes agreed with his logic and supported his proposal. A senior hero then declared that full-scale war would be suspended until the tower's location was confirmed. Hillen bowed and silently wondered if this outcome had been part of the Demon King's plan, realizing he had successfully bought time. The scene returned to the Demon King, who reviewed Hillen's report and instructed him to continue observing. He admitted to himself that without Hillen's actions, the warriors would have already launched an attack. He considered recruiting them one of his best decisions. Outside, Hillen and Granada used their influence to delay the warriors further. Meanwhile, the Demon King continued his plans, focusing on accumulating demonic points through kidnapping royalty. His resources steadily increased. He also prepared to use the powerful Armanis beads as an energy source. The dwarves reinforced the tower, making it nearly impenetrable. Krutu's power grew through contracts with high-level spirits, including Princess Ernan. The Demon King concluded that even elite warriors would not be able to defeat him. With the tower nearing completion, his thoughts turned to revenge. He aimed to take revenge on the warriors who had killed him before. His target was Amur, the city of magic and engineering. His goal was to seize it without being detected. The scene then shifted to the kingdom of Akan, to the great city of magic and engineering, Amur. On the outskirts of the world's largest magic market stood a small and unremarkable shop known as Jettison's Paradise. Inside, the shopkeeper sat lazily behind the counter, casually flipping through a newspaper. His expression gradually grew dull as boredom overtook him, and he released a weary sigh. While reading, his mind wandered to the latest rumors spreading across the continent. He recalled reading that the ninth princess of Jespine had been kidnapped immediately after the hero expedition ended. He also reflected on the growing anger directed toward the Hero Guild and their continued inaction. The newspaper further reported that a hero named Logir was now being hunted. After absorbing all of this information, the shopkeeper quietly muttered to himself, expressing that these events truly made it feel like the end times were approaching. Suddenly, the bell above the door rang, announcing the arrival of a new customer. The Demon King stepped inside. The seller immediately set aside his newspaper, straightened his posture, and greeted the Demon King with an overly bright and friendly smile. He welcomed him enthusiastically, and asked if there was anything specific he was searching for. The Demon King, however, paid little attention to the seller's exaggerated enthusiasm. His gaze swept across the dusty and run-down shop with clear disinterest. He finally spoke, stating that he was looking for some powder and asking whether it was available. In his thoughts he recalled that the princess had personally asked him to bring this powder for her. Upon hearing the request, the shopkeeper's mood shifted instantly to excitement. His eyes sparkled as he proudly declared that they absolutely had it in stock. He began speaking with excessive cheer. The narration then further explained the setting. The kingdom of Akan was known as the sacred land of magic engineering, attracting heroes, mages, and alchemists from all across the world. Because of this, famous shops were constantly filled with powerful individuals. Even when demonic energy was carefully concealed, the risk of being detected in such crowded places remained high. This was precisely why Demeus had deliberately chosen this quiet and isolated shop with almost no customers. The shopkeeper then eagerly held up 2 glass vials filled with sin powder. Laughing loudly, he cheerfully declared that the Demon King was extremely fortunate today. He then picked up one of the vials and examined it carefully. He observed that sin powder was normally green, and questioned why this one was purple instead. The shopkeeper laughed and explained that this was a newly developed version. Lowering his voice, he revealed that it had been secretly created inside the Mage Tower, and had not yet been officially released. The seller continued his excited explanation, emphasizing that this new sin powder had not yet entered the public market. In his thoughts he assumed that the man before him must be a wealthy noble, since no ordinary person would travel all the way to such a remote and shabby shop. The Demon King immediately saw through the seller's intentions. His expression darkened as he realized that the seller understood he had limited options and was deliberately attempting to extort him. Anger surged within him, and for a brief moment he considered killing the seller on the spot. However, before he could act on that thought, the bell above the shop door rang once again. The seller instantly shifted his attention away from the Demon King and turned to greet the new arrivals with cheerful enthusiasm. A group of people stepped inside, and one of them quietly whispered to another, expressing disbelief and questioning why they were beginning their search in such a shabby place. The Demon King looked toward the entrance and froze in shock. He immediately recognized the newcomers as Princess Louise and her knights. One of the knights calmly remarked to Louise, expressing his belief that if the man named Laguerre possessed any sense, he would avoid appearing in places that attracted attention. Louise, however, displayed clear irritation. She openly complained, expressing frustration at being forced to enter such a filthy place because of him. Hearing this, unease grew within the Demon King as he was the one responsible for kidnapping Laguerre. One of the knights then approached the seller and politely explained that they were searching for someone. Meanwhile, the Demon King carefully observed Louise. He studied her sharp temperament, her rough tone, and most notably, her distinctive twin tails. He became certain that she was Louise Werft. At the same time, he reassured himself internally, reminding himself that she would not recognize him since he had used a magic item to conceal his identity during their previous encounter. The seller laughed awkwardly, and told the knight that he understood they were searching for someone. Then, in a strange and absurd claim, he stated that he suffered from a peculiar condition, explaining that his memory would fail him if he did not sell anything first. The knight reacted with visible confusion and shock at such a bizarre statement. Louise immediately responded with fury, expressing her anger through harsh insults directed at the seller. In the next instant she stepped forward and pressed her sword dangerously close to his neck. He screamed in panic, reminding them that murder was forbidden in the royal capital and begging desperately for his life. Trembling uncontrollably, he pleaded that if they were going to threaten him, they should at least buy something first. Staring at him in disbelief and expressing that he had completely lost his sanity, he expressed his willingness to accept any punishment they chose, as long as they agreed to buy something first. Hearing this, the Demon King remained stunned in silence. Even Louise herself appeared momentarily surprised. She stared at the seller briefly, visibly taken aback by his boldness. Then, unexpectedly, she burst into laughter. Rather than remaining angry, she expressed amusement and commented that the man was surprisingly interesting. Deciding that she was willing to see what he had to offer, seizing this unexpected opportunity, the seller quickly changed his approach. He immediately renamed the sin powder and presented it proudly as arch powder. He confidently claimed that it was an extremely valuable item, particularly useful for dwarven masters. Without hesitation, he declared that its price was 3 gold coins. Watching this unfold, the Demon King felt his anger intensify. His teeth clenched tightly as he silently cursed the seller in his thoughts, realizing that the man had attempted to scam him and was now shamelessly deceiving Louise as well. Yet to his surprise, Louise appeared completely satisfied. She accepted the arch powder without hesitation, expressed her thanks to the seller with a smile, and even offered blessings toward him, before shifting her focus back to her true objective. She then calmly asked whether a dwarf named Laguerre had recently passed through the shop. The seller shook his head and expressed that it was the first time he had ever heard that name. However, he quickly added that there was a well-known gathering place in Aachen where blacksmiths typically met whenever they visited the kingdom, suggesting that they might find useful information there. She then signaled that it was time to leave, and her knight immediately acknowledged and followed her decision without hesitation. As she turned toward the door, she quietly expressed her disgust, remarking that the seller's behavior had been utterly shameful. Once Louise and her knights exited the shop, the tension finally dissipated. After the door closed, he raised an eyebrow and addressed the seller with a faint smirk, expressing his admiration for the seller's boldness in successfully selling worthless powder for 3 gold coins. The seller responded with a proud grin as he pocketed the coins, clearly satisfied with his success. He admits he stayed silent because Louise looked like a noble who would easily pay 3 gold and would not kill him over such a small amount. Smirking, he adds that for 10 gold, he could even share a secret. The Demon King internally calls him a scammer, but finds his boldness amusing. Leaning closer, he tells him to go to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild and say he was sent by the mountain, assuring he will be accepted. The seller is confused and questions why someone would associate with a nearly bankrupt guild. The Demon King smirks and reveals the truth. The woman he scammed was Louise Werft. The seller freezes. His hands tremble, the vials fall and shatter, and his face turns pale in terror. He realizes he scammed the infamous Mad Dog Princess. Panicking, he demands to know what the Demon King wants. The Demon King calmly places 1 gold coin on the counter and repeats his answer. Join the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, where the monthly salary is 1 gold. Smirking, he warns that if he refuses, he will bring Louise back. Terrified, the seller begs for his life. But suddenly, his fear vanishes, replaced by a mocking grin. He angrily orders the Demon King to leave, daring him to bring Louise back, and scoffing at the idea. The Demon King leaves without another word, muttering that things will go as the seller wishes. He goes straight to Louise and tells her everything. Hearing she was scammed, Louise explodes in fury and storms back to the shop. Inside, the seller sees Louise return and breaks completely. Outside, the Demon King examines the vial and realizes even the poorest shops sell proper sin powder, silently cursing the seller's shameless greed. Louise approaches and thanks him sincerely, saying she recovered her money because of him. He politely asks what she did to the seller. She clenches her fist and admits she could only teach him a small lesson in a foreign country, muttering that she should have ripped his heart out. One knight tries calming her, surprised at her rage. The Demon King grows uneasy, reminded how dangerous and eccentric she is. He quickly changes the subject and asks about Lager. Louise immediately brightens and eagerly confirms he is a blacksmith, asking if he knows him. The Demon King shows a necklace and asks if it belongs to Lager. The knight instantly recognizes it as Lager's early work. The Demon King fabricates a story, claiming he met Lager 2 months ago in Ormouth, helped him while starving, and received the necklace in gratitude. Louise grips the necklace tightly, trembling with emotion. She admits she owes him again, and wishes she could host him properly, making the Demon King uneasy. She hands him an emblem, saying it can be exchanged for the best equipment in the Dwarven Kingdom. He accepts it calmly. Louise and her knights leave. One knight asks her next move. She declares she will request reinforcements, and vows she will not let Lager escape. As they disappear, the Demon King's thoughts turn inward. One word echoes in his mind: the heart. Memories resurface. After regression, he realizes he forgot a crucial event. Draxon discovered the heart of a mystic beast. After absorbing it, Draxon gained overwhelming power. A realization settles in. That power was the only thing Demon King truly desired. Now reborn as a new Demon King, Demon King understands his current limitations. Dimensional interference is still heavily affecting him, restricting his true strength. If he were to fight Louise one-on-one under these conditions, especially with Louise being fully equipped with high gear, Demon King knows the outcome would be uncertain. At best, he would barely manage to win. That would not be enough to take revenge on the heroes, and to survive in this dimension. Demon King comes to a decisive conclusion. He will send Louise to Ormouth, to the place where the Tower of Beasts stands. Their 2 monsters will inevitably clash. The Mad Dog Louise and the Demon King of Beast Draxon. While those to tear each other apart in brutal conflict, Demon Kings will remain in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. And when the battle ends, he will claim the prize for himself. Deep within the Rainforest Kingdom, the scene shifts once again. The dwarf princess pushes through the dense jungle as her armor brushes against thick vines while her companions follow closely behind. One of the dwarves rushes toward her urgently and reports that airborne officers have delivered an ultimatum. An anonymous source demands that they withdraw immediately. Yet she does not slow down, and her eyes burn with determination as she answers firmly that she still has not found him. Continuing deeper into the dark forest without any intention of turning back, cold sweat rolls down the dwarf princess's face while her subordinate urges her again, warning that they must inspect only the areas permitted by the anonymous order. Yet she clenches her teeth as anger overpowers her hesitation, and she declares that there are still places she has not searched. Then her gaze suddenly locks onto Beast Mountain standing in the distance, and she freezes for a moment in disbelief. Even the domain of the Beast King is considered forbidden and dangerously beyond reason. A dwarf calls out desperately to stop her, but she continues walking forward without hesitation, confidently declaring that it will be fine because no one can touch her. Sweat soaks through her armor, yet excitement burns brightly in her eyes as she laughs sharply and declares that someone dared to challenge her, reminding everyone that they are part of the royal family, and the entire nation wields dwarven weapons crafted by their kingdom. If anyone wants war, then they will receive war. Beside her, the small doll companion whispers nervously and wonders what if there were never any loggers in this forest. What if the man they trusted fooled them? The princess immediately shoots a sharp glare toward the doll and coldly admits that such a possibility exists, but warns it to stay quiet or she will knock its head off first. Without waiting for any response, she marches forward again, while glancing toward the distant tower and mutters that the Demon King situation is becoming serious. Inside the tower, the Wolf Demon King slowly lifts his head as a demon girl appears before him and bows respectfully, while reporting that the dwarf princess is approaching Beast Mountain. His eyes widen in shock and he demands to know why that reckless princess has come here. Anger twists across his face as he suspects she may be trying to interfere with the heart of reincarnation. The chamber guarding that power is protected with absolute security, and even the pure mana sealed within the magma core cannot be altered. Even 10,000 spirits combined would be unable to move it. He mutters in frustration that the aggravation work is already in its final stage, and wonders why trouble appears now of all times. Suddenly realization strikes him like lightning, and he roars an order to stop her immediately and prevent the princess from approaching, but quickly adds another command that she must not be killed, and no one should be seriously injured. The demon servant hesitates and admits that such an order will be difficult to accomplish. Back in the forest, the princess suddenly halts as a towering muscular figure appears before her and blocks the path completely. His presence overwhelming and his calm voice carrying a deadly edge as he questions whether she has lost her mind and come here seeking death. The princess narrows her eyes proudly and refuses to be intimidated, declaring that the pride of the dwarves will never bend to threats. The man replies that this is the territory of the Demon King, and entry here is strictly prohibited, gripping his sword as he reminds her that someone should have warned her, adding with a dark chuckle that there is always the risk of being killed by demons in a place like this. The man is revealed to be Max, the Prince of Ormus, and orders him to move aside, demanding that he should not return until he finds the missing logo. Max's expression twists with irritation as he mutters that dwarves truly lack intelligence, remembering the full-scale war from 1 year earlier near the kingdom of Jasper, which borders the Demon King's castle. Ignoring the worried cries of her subordinates, she keeps her eyes locked on Max alone. Max begins speaking about how things work in his country, but she cuts him off with a sneer, declaring she's heard enough. The tension exploding as both prepare to strike, and the forest trembles under their power. Suddenly several men emerge from the shadows, shouting that it's their turn to claim the rewards. Max tightens his grip and orders them to kill everyone. Soldiers and hunting hounds surround the princess, cutting off every escape, while Max declares they will all die for the prosperity of Ormus. Rage surges from the princess as she raises her massive axe and shouts at them for daring to challenge her. In the distance, thunderous demonic gallops echo. Inside the tower, the Wolf Demon King roars in disbelief, realizing Ormus' forces intend to kill the princess and frame him, triggering a full-scale offensive like 200 years ago. Monstrous demons are dispatched instantly, as he grimly resolves the princess must survive. Back in the forest, blood and violent mana stain the battlefield, as Max's allies cut down dwarves with precision, chaos reigning until a golden shield flares around the princess. She shouts for her soldiers to be released while a wounded dwarf pleads that the enemy advantage is overwhelming, and they cannot win head-on, urging her to escape while they clear a path. Her teeth clench, fury burning as she declares she'll smash everything herself, ignoring the doll's plea to calm down. Max raises his weapon, mana blazing, sneering that she hides behind a shield like a turtle. Suddenly violent purple energy explodes before him, blinding and overwhelming. He freezes in shock, wondering if the Beast King's subordinate has arrived. A dark purple aura intensifies above them, and a cold voice echoes declaring the Ormus attack was never part of the plan, and humans are unpredictable. Max's eyes widen as he realizes the being before him is no mere beast or demon. At the same moment, both Max and the princess tremble under the Demon King's suffocating presence. Pierce Doss appears with a mocking smile and coldly orders the Princess of Ormus to die, activating his equipment magic tool with an unyielding expression. Someone shouts that high-level demons have appeared. At the same time, the Demon King releases a monstrous aura, the suffocating energy pressing down like a physical force, wrapping around Max and binding him completely. He struggles in shock, shouting in confusion as the crushing pressure freezes him in place. In that exact moment, Princess Louise Vert flashes forward with unstoppable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, ready to strike. Some of Max's soldiers gather their courage and angrily shout that she dared to attack the prince and must pay for it. Yet even as they speak, they can feel the terrifying power radiating from her body, the pressure alone making it hard for them to stand their ground. Louise's expression hardens as she fires back that they came here to kill her first, and now she will send them to their prince as well. At that moment the dwarf soldiers arrive and immediately form a defensive shield around the princess, while others rush forward to launch counterattacks. The forest erupts into chaos as explosions shake the trees and violent shockwaves rip across the battlefield. Watching everything from a distance with calm, unreadable eyes, the Demon King quietly remarks that Louise will not die here, deciding that the time has finally come to set his true plan into motion, as his gaze slowly rises toward the towering beast tower ahead. As the scene shifts to the tower, an immense surge of energy radiates from it, thick and overwhelming as if the very air itself is trembling. Inside the chamber, the Beast King rages as he realizes another demon lord has sent demons into his territory, his anger growing as he understands that the timing is far too perfect while the princess and Ormuth forces are clashing outside. Determined to see the situation for himself, the Beast King rushes to the battlefield and immediately demands to know what happened to the dwarf princess and the invading demon. His soldiers nervously explain that by the time they arrived, the princess was already surrounded by Ormuth troops, a report that only worsens his anger as a troubling thought enters his mind, that the same great war from 200 years ago might begin again. But when the scene shifts back to the battlefield, the truth becomes clear. Princess Louise is already cutting down every enemy before her in a brutal and unstoppable assault. Not a single soldier able to stand against her, while even her own troops shout desperately for her to stop before the battle turns into pure slaughter. Back with the Beast King, the soldier lowers his head and finishes the report saying the princess solved everything herself, and they were unable to help. Hearing this, the Beast King snaps in irritation and tells them not to confuse him like idiots. In his anger, the Beast King strikes the soldier. The man instantly drops to his knees and bows repeatedly, while apologizing again and again, his entire body trembling beneath the overwhelming fury. Soon more soldiers arrive accompanied by several powerful beasts. One of them hesitates before nervously reporting that Prince Max was killed by the dwarf princess. Another soldier quickly asks what should be done with the remaining Ormus warriors, clearly waiting for the Beast King's permission before taking any action. The Beast King remains silent for a moment, his expression dark and calculating, as he carefully considers the situation in his mind. Finally, the Beast King turns toward his soldiers and gives a firm order to send them alive, explaining that these men must provide their statements properly, so he will not be falsely accused. Then he looks toward the rest of his troops and sharply asks whether they have found the demon who invaded his territory. The soldiers hesitate before answering that they are still searching, their voices trailing off awkwardly. Hearing this, the Beast King grabs his head in frustration and calls them pathetic, saying that not only their heads but even their noses are useless. His anger burns fiercely, but soon his expression shifts into deeper thought. If it is a high demon that specializes in stealth, then it is no surprise these fools cannot detect it. He narrows his eyes and mutters that it has been a long time since he has faced a situation like this. Then he activates a technique known as sensory super-maximization, a powerful method that heightens the senses by concentrating magic directly into the sensory organs. By mastering this technique, even the faintest traces of stealth magic can be detected. After a moment he senses it, faint traces of an unfamiliar demon lingering in the area. His expression darkens as a thought crosses his mind that perhaps that bastard had chased the dwarf princess. Immediately he turns to his soldiers and demands to know which direction the dwarf princess ran. One soldier quickly points and answers that she went that way, but before the sentence can even be finished, the Beast King vanishes from the spot and rushes forward with incredible speed, his furious voice roaring through the forest as he curses the Demon King. In that instant, the Beast King suddenly understands everything, his eyes widening as the truth pieces itself together inside his mind. It was all about the dwarf princess and Prince Ormus. Even exposing the magic was part of the plan. Everything was meant to lure him away from the volcano. Rage surges through him like wildfire as his aura erupts violently, and he races toward the mountain, the ground cracking beneath his steps while the wind howls around him as he moves. The scene shifts deep within the Beast King's territory, inside a massive cave hidden near the volcano. Numerous beast warriors guard the area heavily, while bear demons carry materials back and forth with urgency and discipline. The entire place feels like a secret operation moving in perfect coordination. Then the view moves deeper into the cave, where the Demon King himself has already arrived at the hidden location, standing before a massive pool of extraordinary lava while observing it carefully. The molten flow glows unnaturally as it radiates a strange and powerful energy. He quietly mutters that this is no ordinary lava, and that the energy of return is being transmitted there. No matter how tough Draxon was, it would have been impossible for him to jump into it, meaning the lava must have been secretly constructed to drain it, though he calmly adds that he does not mind at all. As he speaks, dark energy begins rising around his body while mysterious abilities awaken within him. He calmly explains that the black flame dragon's scales are capable of moving even within lava. Just then, someone senses his presence. A tiger demon, sharp and alert, instantly locks onto him and launches a full-force attack without hesitation, his weapon infused with all his strength as he strikes with deadly intent. Yet the Demon King simply raises one hand and stops the attack effortlessly, the weapon unable to move forward even a single inch, without even looking troubled. The Demon King calmly remarks that at such a distance it was inevitable. A high demon would eventually discover him. The tiger demon bares his fangs and angrily shouts for him to stop right there. But before he can react further, the Demon King coldly tells him that he should come with him. With those words he drags the tiger demon along and leaps straight into the massive pool of lava. As they plunge into the burning molten depths, the tiger demon's screams echo throughout the cavern, while his body is instantly destroyed by the intense heat without leaving a single trace behind. Yet the Demon King remains completely unaffected, as the black dragon scales covering his body protect him from the devastating heat, the molten fire sliding across his body as though it were nothing, while he continues descending deeper into the blazing depths. He often wondered what kind of recovery ability he had truly obtained, a faint smile appearing on his face as the memory returns. Then far below within the depths, something finally appears, a phoenix whose presence radiates immense power even within the lava itself. The Demon King recalls that during his time as a Demon King cadet, the existence of the phoenix had been confirmed across multiple dimensions, the phoenix capable of transcending dimensions ranging from divine beings to entities that rule their own realms as ultimate destroyers, the scale of its power differing greatly depending on its form. However, there was one thing all records shared in common. Every demon lord who completely absorbed a phoenix became powerful enough to have their name engraved in the history of the demon world. A quiet satisfaction appears on the Demon King's face, as he softly thanks Draxen in his mind, saying that because Draxen absorbed the phoenix in the previous life, he is now able to stand here. The one power he always envied finally within reach, and in this life he will make sure to write his own legend with it. The Demon King slowly stretches his hand forward, and an overwhelmingly powerful light bursts from his palm. The radiance so intense that it illuminates the sky and the surrounding mountains even from far away. Seeing the blinding light in the distance, the Beast King's expression twists with shock and rage, as he roars in fury while demanding to know who discovered his phoenix, his mind racing through possibilities as he briefly considers Deus, but quickly rejects the thought because that man would never move without a clear benefit. In the next instant he arrives at the entrance of the cave, where the guards stammer nervously as they try to report the appearance of a demon. But the Beast King pushes past them without hesitation and orders everyone to stay back while he strides deeper inside, muttering to himself that Ugar lacks the intelligence to plan something like this, and Rena from the Snow Demon tribe could not approach the Phoenix because of its fire attribute. Leaving only one possible explanation, he suddenly turns toward his soldiers and sharply demands whether they are safe. One soldier hurriedly explains that earlier the tiger demon suddenly jumped into the lava. The Beast King immediately snaps in disbelief, saying that such a thing is impossible, yet the trembling soldier continues and explains that the tiger claimed he was going to steal it. At that moment someone shouts that the Demon King is inside, and that it is dangerous, an immense light pouring outward from deep within the cave, growing brighter with every passing second as its glow spreads far beyond the cavern and becomes visible even from great distances. From afar several figures witness the astonishing sight: Princess Louise, Merchant Granada, Cargill, and Princess Elena, standing beside their soldiers as they watch the radiant eruption in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the Beast King's fury reaches its absolute peak as he clenches his fist and his aura explodes violently around him, roaring with uncontrollable rage that he will kill the intruder. And within the blazing depths the phoenix finally reveals itself.
Deep within a dense forest, a sharp, unnatural sound echoed briefly before fading, leaving silence. On the forest floor lay Deus, motionless, abandoned by life. Minutes passed before his eyelids trembled and opened, confusion clouding his gaze as he stared at the tangled canopy above, unsure where he was or how he had arrived. Around him, animals had gathered, wolves in the shadows, small creatures peeking from bushes, birds perched above. None attacked, they simply watched the stranger in their territory. Ignoring them, Deus slowly pushed himself up, heavy and disoriented, searching his memory. Then it hit him: the phoenix. His plan had been simple: kill it, store it in his subspace, and return to his tower. But the volcano erupted, its force hurling him across the sky before he crashed in this forest. Walking through the trees, he reached a narrow stream and froze at his reflection. His appearance had completely changed. The face staring back was unfamiliar. Far away in Ormus, Princess Louise reported to the king about the battle. Ormus warriors had intervened bravely, but the king's son had died. Consumed by grief and rage, the king immediately ordered a massive expedition. The Beast Demon King must be defeated. Back in the forest, Deus received a holographic call from Hillen. Shock crossed Hillen's face at Deus's new appearance, but Deus calmly confirmed his identity. Hillen reported that nearly 500 participants, including 200 recognized heroes, would attack the Tower of Beast, led by the 10-star battle mage Rosal Charnt and Vice Commander Balaf Dislord. Not all groups agreed with killing the Demon King. Some wanted him alive for the tower's rare resources. Deus quickly decided Hillen would join the expedition and personally kill the Beast Demon King when the opportunity arose, boosting his reputation among humans. Soon after, Gordon reported that Draxen had summoned several Demon Kings, including Belvec and Reyna, to the Tower of Beast. Recognizing the urgency, Deus transformed into his demon form and took to the sky. The Phoenix's mana flared violently, igniting his wings. He shot through the sky like a burning comet, crashing into the barrier surrounding his tower but stabilizing safely. As Deus confirmed his safety, Gordon prepared a portal to the Tower of Beast. Heroes gathered from across regions. Rosal drew admiration as she boldly declared she would defeat the Beast Demon King, while Hillen internally resolved the victory would ultimately belong to him. Deus, Gordon, and Jason arrived at the tower's top level, where Draxen awaited. Calmly acknowledging them, Draxen led them into the meeting chamber. Deus noted that arriving late would have been unwise. Once everyone gathered, Belvec questioned the urgency. Jason casually remarked on the assembling hero forces, and Draxen revealed the truth. One Demon King had secretly sent an acetate demon into his territory. That intruder had stolen the corpse of the phoenix that Draxen had been preparing to absorb. Even worse, the same culprit had caused the death of the second Prince of Ormus, which had triggered the current hero expedition. The other Demon Kings silently considered his words. Some wondered whether Draxen had been secretly hiding a phoenix all along. Others believed stealing such a powerful spirit beast was reckless. However, provoking the Kingdom of Ormus into launching such a massive expedition clearly suggested that someone intended to destroy Draxen. Continuing his explanation, Draxen suggested that the same mysterious enemy might also be responsible for the death of the dwarf princes. If that were true, the real objective might be to ignite a massive war across the entire continent. Looking around the chamber, Draxen declared that someone present might be trying to eliminate him. But if that was the plan, he warned that he would not fall alone. Filled with anger, he swore that he would uncover the traitor responsible. To achieve that, he announced that he would purchase the black box key. The black box installed inside the tower was a special device capable of recording the movements and actions of Demon Kings. It had originally been created to analyze past operations and help plan future invasions more effectively. However, many Demon Kings who followed strict demonic traditions believed such devices were unnecessary. Using the system required an enormous number of demon energy points, and because the device would disappear if the tower collapsed, most Demon Kings had stopped paying attention to it entirely. But Draxen intended to use it. When Deus heard this announcement, a troubling thought crossed his mind. The black box was something he had never considered before. If Draxen opened the black box inside his tower, the truth would be impossible to hide. Draxen continued explaining that activating the device was not something he could do alone. The system required the approval of the Demon King who controlled the tower where it was installed. Without that authorization, the black box would remain sealed. He looked around at the other rulers and asked each Demon King present to grant him permission to open the black box in his domain. His reasoning was simple. If the one responsible for the chaos was hiding among them, that person would likely refuse the request. For a moment, the chamber fell silent. Deus listened carefully, feeling a growing sense of unease. The situation had suddenly become far more dangerous than he had expected. If the recordings inside the black box were revealed, the truth might come to light, but the tension in the room quickly dissolved. One by one, the Demon Kings granted their approval. Even the Demon Queen gave her authorization without hesitation. None of them opposed the request. Satisfied, Draxen nodded. With everyone's approval secured, the process could begin whenever he decided to activate the device. He announced that once the results were obtained, he would inform them. For now, the meeting was finished. Later, more details about the black box key became known. It was an extremely rare consumable item that could only be used once. Its price was staggering 9,999 demon power points. Only rulers with immense reserves of demonic energy could even consider purchasing it. Because of that overwhelming cost, most Demon Kings avoided using it altogether. Draxen himself had no intention of buying the key immediately. With the hero expedition preparing to attack his tower, spending such an enormous amount of power right now would be reckless. If he weakened himself before facing the heroes, the consequences could be disastrous. However, he had already decided what he would do afterward. If the hero expedition failed, and the situation returned to normal, he would immediately purchase the black box key. Once he obtained it, he planned to open the black boxes belonging to Deus and Jason. Only then would the traitor's identity be revealed. Meanwhile, after leaving the meeting, Deus and Gordon returned to their own tower. As soon as they arrived, Deus began carefully analyzing the situation. The possibility of the black box being activated weighed heavily on his mind. There was only one solution. Before that moment arrived, Draxen had to be eliminated. With that decision forming in his thoughts, Deus decided to inspect the tower before planning his next move. Gordon informed him that most of the preparations inside the tower had already been completed. Hearing that, Deus suggested they begin their inspection from the lowest level. Together they descended to the first floor of Berg Tower. The sight that greeted them was impossible to ignore. A gigantic magical weapon dominated the entire floor. The structure resembled a colossal cannon, towering like a siege machine built for pure destruction. Standing proudly on top of the massive device was Logger. The moment he saw Deus arrive, his excitement exploded. He began enthusiastically explaining his newest creation. This, he announced proudly, was the weapon forged in the Hell Forge, Hell's Catapult Mark I. His voice overflowed with admiration for his own masterpiece. According to him, the design was both magnificent and elegant. It was without question the greatest creation he had ever produced. As Deus and Gordon turned to leave, Logger continued shouting excitedly behind them, thanking the Demon King repeatedly and promising that the next weapon he created would be even bigger, stronger, and more extraordinary. Leaving the loud inventor behind, Deus and Gordon moved up to the second floor of the tower. There they found Kate Turde standing alone in the training area, practicing her swordsmanship with focused determination. The moment she noticed Deus entering the room, she did not hesitate for even a second. She lunged forward and launched an attack immediately. Her blade moved with impressive speed, cutting through the air toward him. Deus calmly raised his weapon and blocked the strike with almost no effort at all. Nothing has changed, he remarked quietly, observing her technique. K-Turd narrowed her eyes as determination filled her gaze. The real battle begins now, she replied firmly. Without wasting another moment, she activated the Qing combat technique and unleashed a modified attack known as Waxing Moon, breaking the waning moon. The power behind the strike was clearly greater than before, refined through careful practice, yet even this improved attack failed to trouble Deus. He stopped it just as effortlessly as the first. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he spoke again. You've improved a little, he admitted, but you still have a long way to go. K-Turd stared at him in disbelief. She could not understand how her carefully refined technique had been neutralized so easily. Before she could gather herself for another attempt, Deus launched a swift counterattack. His strike landed with controlled precision, hitting just hard enough to nearly knock her unconscious. The brief exchange ended as quickly as it had begun. Deus then turned his attention toward Gordon, curiosity appearing in his voice. He asked why Princess K-Tur had been placed on the second floor. Gordon explained that Princess Ernan was currently conducting a summoning ritual on the fourth floor. To prevent any interference during such a delicate process, he had temporarily moved K-Tur to another level of the tower. Hearing this explanation caused Deus to raise an eyebrow slightly in mild surprise. At that exact moment, the ritual on the fourth floor was already in progress. Inside a large glowing magic circle, Ernan stood with focused concentration, channeling her energy while activating the spirit dust that had been provided earlier by Sinyo. Drawing upon her magical power, she began reciting the summoning incantation with careful precision. She called upon the great spirit of water, invoking the guardian bound by blood and soul. Her voice echoed softly within the chamber as she spoke the sacred name of Ernan Hilderan, seeking to form a spiritual contract with the ancient being. Moments later, the ritual succeeded. A powerful water spirit manifested within the circle, its presence shimmering with flowing blue energy as it connected directly to Ernan mana. However, the moment the bond was established, a sudden surge of energy flooded through her body. The overwhelming force disrupted her balance, and she began to fall forward. At that exact moment, Deus appeared beside her. Moving with incredible speed, he caught her before she could collapse onto the ground. Supporting her carefully, he smiled faintly. It seems I arrived just in time, he said, calmly praising her successful ritual. Ernan laughed softly, though she seemed a little embarrassed, and shook her head. She explained that the ritual had succeeded largely because of the spirit dust she had received earlier. But then something completely unexpected happened. In a quiet voice, Ernan suddenly said that she loved the Demon King. The words left her lips before she could stop them. Deus froze in surprise. Ernan immediately panicked. She insisted that she had not meant to say those words, even though the voice had clearly come from her mouth. She claimed she had no control over it at all. After a brief moment of confusion, the truth revealed itself. Those words had not actually been spoken by Ernan. They had come from the newly summoned water spirit. Ernan sighed lightly and remarked that she seemed to have summoned a particularly troublesome spirit. Hearing this, the spirit burst into laughter. Soon afterward, she introduced herself properly. Her name was Nairuniel, a high-ranking water spirit. Her personality quickly became obvious. She loved reading romance novels, especially dramatic stories involving forbidden love. With cheerful enthusiasm, Nairuniel declared that she truly adored the Demon King. She even pointed out that he had clearly noticed Ernan's feelings already, and immediately began asking when the two of them planned to officially become boyfriend and girlfriend. Hearing such outrageous claims left Ernan completely flustered. Her face turned bright red as she demanded to know what kind of nonsense the spirit was talking about. Meanwhile, Nairuniel appeared thoroughly entertained by the entire situation. With a playful smile, she continued teasing Ernan relentlessly. She urged the princess to admit the rumors that were apparently spreading throughout the spirit realm. According to those whispers, the innocent demon princess had already entered a romantic relationship. To Nairuniel, the situation was simply too amusing to ignore. She leaned further into the topic, asking when the supposed relationship had begun. In flustered frustration, she asked Nairuniel to return to her own domain, hoping the spirit would leave and end the humiliating teasing, but Nairuniel had no intention of leaving so soon. Dace stepped forward and interrupted. His expression remained calm, yet his voice carried a serious tone as he addressed the high-ranking spirit directly. He asked Nairuniel what impression he gave in her eyes. Nairuniel studied him carefully for a moment. Then a slow smile appeared on her face as she answered honestly. To her, he looked like a refined and striking demon king, someone who appeared perfectly suited to stand beside the princess. Maintaining his steady composure, he repeated the question once more. Then, without any warning, he activated his magic. His appearance began to change instantly. His hair shifted into a vivid shade of red, and the energy surrounding him transformed dramatically. Ernan and Nairuniel were both stunned by the sudden shift. The transformation had been so intense that neither of them had expected it. Nairuniel attempted to analyze the sensation carefully. Just moments earlier, his power had felt like a dense cluster of magical energy typical of a demon king, but now it felt entirely different. What she sensed now resembled pure monosign, refined and unlike the aura of any demon lord. Instead, it carried the unmistakable essence of a spirit. At the same time, a blazing aura surrounded Deus as flames of energy radiated outward. Calmly, he explained the purpose behind his transformation. Even a superior spirit like Nairuniel had been deceived by his disguise. If she could be fooled so easily, then the other demon lords and warriors would likely never detect the difference either. A confident smile formed on his face as he reasoned aloud that the Beast Demon King could probably handle matters independently. For the moment, Ernan remained confused, struggling to process everything she had just witnessed. The conversation had shifted so quickly that she could barely follow its meaning when she heard the idea of one Demon King eliminating another. The thought unsettled her deeply. Not long after, the scene shifted again. Deus moved swiftly through the sky, flying at tremendous speed with clear determination. While he traveled, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Gordon's face appeared on the screen. His expression was filled with stress and urgency. He looked completely overwhelmed, even grabbing his own hair in frustration as he shouted loudly. Deus remained calm and asked what had happened. Gordon immediately responded that the situation involved the Demon King. The news surprised Deus briefly, though he quickly regained his composure. Gordon continued speaking in disbelief. He could not understand why a Demon King would attempt to eliminate another. Deus answered without hesitation. He reminded Gordon that he had already stated his intention clearly before. He planned to remove Draxon. That response only increased Gordon's panic. He protested loudly, explaining that such actions violated the long-standing rules among Demon Kings. If the others discovered that rule had been broken, the consequences could become uncontrollable. Deus tightened his jaw slightly as he considered the urgency of the situation. He explained that the matter had to be resolved quickly if Draxon succeeded in opening the black box first. The entire situation would turn against him. In that case, Deus himself would be the one to suffer the consequences. Gordon admitted that he understood the reasoning, but understanding the logic did not make the plan any less dangerous. He emphasized the risks involved. The Demon King had not yet obtained Orion dimensional energy, and Deus still lacked the ability to fully control such power. Dimensional energy was a fundamental force that existed between worlds. Without mastering it, the margin for error remained extremely small. Every realm naturally resisted intruders from another dimension. When a being crossed into a foreign world, that world reacted defensively. It pushed back with overwhelming pressure, using dimensional energy as a barrier. The force alone was enough to suppress the abilities of the invader. Because of this natural rule, demons who entered the devil experienced extreme weakening. Their original strength was heavily restricted. A demon whose power ranked at the terrifying level of 666 in their own realm would be reduced to something closer to level 1 after arriving in another world compared to their original power. They became almost insignificant. In that weakened state, they would have to face warriors chosen by the dimension itself, guardians who existed to preserve the balance of that world to overcome this natural suppression. The demon race had created a specialized invasion system. That system was known as the Demon King's Tower, sometimes called the Devil's Tower. The tower functioned as a magical conduit that linked the demon world, the Demon King, and the flow of magical energy. By investing accumulated magic points into the structure, the Demon King could gradually draw stronger power from their home realm. As the tower expanded upward, the connection became stronger, slowly restoring their original strength. In many ways, the tower's growth directly reflected the ruler's true power. However, the system came with an important limitation. The farther the Demon King traveled away from the tower, the weaker the magical connection became. With distance, the energy supply thinned and their strength declined accordingly. Gordon reminded Deus of another crucial detail. The Beast King's tower had already reached 13 levels. In comparison, their own tower had only grown to the 5th floor. Reluctantly, Gordon admitted something uncomfortable. Even if Deus truly held the title of Demon King, victory inside the Beast King's territory could not be guaranteed. Deus acknowledged the situation calmly. Although he had absorbed the Phoenix Heart, he had not yet fully integrated its power. The energy inside him remained unstable, which meant he could not completely dominate the other demon lords in his current state. But that limitation existed only if he fought alone. Slowly, a confident expression appeared on his face. The moment Gordon saw that look, he immediately understood what Deus was planning next. Panic returned to him. He tried to object before anything irreversible happened. Yet Deus had already decided once again. He altered his appearance through magic. His body shifted, reshaping into an entirely different persona. With a playful smile, he introduced himself under a new identity. From that moment on, he would go by the name Pale in disguise. He declared that he would personally join the upcoming Brave expedition. Gordon froze in disbelief. The scene transitioned. In the distant region of Ormus, intense combat raged across the land. The Knights of Hillen were engaged in a fierce confrontation with invading demons. Though the knights managed to eliminate several enemies, they were not unscathed. Many bore injuries. The battlefield was chaotic, filled with exhaustion and destruction. Both sides had sustained losses. Hillen surveyed the situation with concern. The enemy had pursued them to this location, yet now the remaining demons appeared noticeably weakened. Recognizing the shift in momentum, Hillen moved quickly between fallen comrade, kneeling beside injured knights to assess their conditions. He provided healing potion, urging them to drink and regain strength. One soldier groaned in pain, struggling even to sit upright. Amid this aftermath, Views arrived, now appearing as Pale. His presence was composed and unfamiliar, his demeanor calm yet commanding. After observing the wounded and the disorder around him, he asked Hillen how the situation had escalated to this point. Hillen instinctively began to address him formally, but Deus interrupted gently, instructing him to use the name Pale instead. Hillen nodded and complied. He then began explaining the events. Once the expedition force had gathered, They initiated their assault on the Beast King's tower as planned. Their strategy relied on exploiting the Beast King's vulnerability, specifically targeting the tails by concentrating their attacks on that weakness. They succeeded in inflicting meaningful damage during the confrontation. However, the battle had not unfolded as smoothly as expected. The memory of the encounter resurfaced. Draxen had unleashed overwhelming force, turning the battlefield into turmoil. Hillen had retreated under pressure, urgently calling for Rosal to execute their plan. But when he looked back, his expression shifted to horror. Rosal had collapsed. She lay severely wounded, blood visible across her face as she struggled to remain conscious. Hillen was shaken. Then he noticed something far worse. Draxen stood directly behind Rosal. Realizing the immediate danger, Hillen reacted without hesitation. Rushing forward to protect her, he supported Rosal firmly, helping her back onto her feet, keeping one arm around her for stability. He turned and fled the battlefield, shielding her from any further attack as they withdrew from the Beast King. The recollection dissolved. Back in the present, Hillen completed his account. His tone carried both frustration and regret as he described how the mission had ended. Because Rosal had sustained serious injuries, continuing the assault was impossible. The retreat had been the only option. The brave expedition had ultimately failed. Deus remained quiet after hearing everything. A subtle smile briefly touched his lips as he processed the details. Then suddenly his expression stiffened. Something clicked in his mind. The pieces aligned with unsettling clarity. In short, everything had fallen apart. Hillen continued, explaining that despite their withdrawal, they had successfully dealt a heavy blow to the Beast King. Still, many knights were severely wounded and required urgent treatment. Their forces were exhausted. On top of that, they had eliminated a significant number of demons during the clash. As Deus listened, calculations formed rapidly in his thoughts. Rosal observed him closely. The more she looked, the more curious she became. She asked who he truly was and why he was assisting them. There was also something else she couldn't ignore, a faint warmth radiating from him. The energy felt unusually pure, unlike anything she had sensed before. Before responding fully, Deus glanced at the injured knights scattered across the field. Their bodies had healed, but their spirits remained broken. Simply fixing physical wounds would not be enough. Without restored morale, they would not fight effectively, and he needed them to defeat Draxen. Unity and resolve were essential. After a brief pause, he decided it was time to reveal part of his strength. A small fiery presence hidden within him stirred. He instructed everyone to follow him quietly. Then he began, rising into the air. The knights stared in shock. Rosal immediately recognized the energy forming around him. A golden flammable-like aura expanded outward. Behind him, a massive silhouette resembling a phoenix unfolded its blazing wings, dominating the sky with radiant power. The atmosphere transformed completely. Deora spoke clearly. He revealed that he was the wielder of the phoenix. His name was Pale and his objective was simple: to defeat the Beast King. Rosal's eyes widened. The phoenix was a legendary existence. The overwhelming surge of energy she had sensed earlier now made sense. That immense presence had likely been his. Judging purely by mono output, his strength was comparable to that of elite 10-star warriors. She felt a surge of hope. If she fought alongside him, victory against the Beast King might truly be achievable. The display quickly revitalized the battlefield. Knights who had been emotionally drained began regaining confidence. One by one, they straightened their posture and rose to their feet. Hillen felt his determination returning as well. Though Diaz was operating under a new identity, his leadership and strategy naturally guided the group forward. None of them realized that the mysterious warrior known as Pale was in truth the very Demon King himself. Draxen stands before his companions declaring his intent to reclaim the tower. He reveals that he used far more demonic energy than expected. Because of this, he was only able to obtain a single black box key. Deciding to leave the other for later, he grips the black key tightly, preparing to open the box. His focus sharp and unwavering. He calls out toward his unseen opponent as he begins opening the black box of a consenting Demon King. A dark and powerful aura erupts outward, filling the space with an ominous presence. Draxen demands to witness everything, seeking to uncover all hidden truths, but as the process continues, something feels wrong. He realizes the black box is not being manipulated. Instead, he himself is being affected. Shock overtakes him as he struggles to accept it. The truth becomes undeniable. The black box cannot be controlled at all. The cryptic indicator confirms it with 96% certainty. Frustration surges as he recalls past actions. Finally understanding the reason behind them, urgency fills his mind as he decides to inform the other Demon Kings. At that moment, his servant rushes in, bringing alarming news. Draxen demands an explanation immediately. The servant reveals that the heroes have launched an invasion. The situation escalates even further. He adds that a newly risen 10-star hero is leading the charge. Ralph Schmidt's at the front of the vanguard. Draxen's expression darkens as the reality sets in. Meanwhile, Ralph makes his entrance into Draxen territory. His presence alone shocks the surrounding wolves. His posture steady and filled with determination, signaling the start of a decisive battle. The scene shifts 1 hour earlier, back to Ormuth, where tension fills the battlefield. Deus hovers before the advancing soldiers, confronting them directly as they prepare to push forward. The soldiers rally themselves, declaring they will try again. Their confidence rises to 93%. They remind each other they have the Phoenix on their side. With renewed courage, they dismiss the Demon King as nothing, calling him the King of Beasts. They draw their swords and charge forward. A loud battle cry erupts across the field. They vow to slaughter the demons, believing the Phoenix power guarantees victory, declaring the Demon King treasure will soon be theirs. Observing this, Daze notes their morale has recovered, yet he remains uncertain about one thing, whether they can fully control the Phoenix mana. As events continue, the scene shifts again. Daze speaks calmly with Helene and Roselle. He acknowledges that 10-star heroes alone are not enough, expressing the need for reinforcements. Roselle smirks confidently at this, revealing that luck is on their side. A powerful hero has just requested to join. At that moment, a new presence arrives. Daze immediately recognizes him. It is Ralph, a 10-star hero, known as the strongest among shield masters, serving as the vanguard of this mission. His arrival shifts the balance instantly, adding weight to the conflict ahead. The scene returns to the present, inside Draxen Kingdom where Ralph is already fighting. He moves effortlessly through the battlefield, slaughtering wolves while blocking attacks with ease. His shield radiates overwhelming spiritual power. Each roar from it spreads fear among enemies, driving them into panic and destruction. Watching this, Deus reflects deeply, recognizing Ralph as the second strongest tank. He understands the nature of his shield, a weapon capable of reflecting any impact. Deus knows how dangerous he truly is because in a past life Ralph helped defeat him, and even mocked him afterward. Anger rises within Deus at the memory. He wants to tear Ralph apart immediately, but he restrains himself, knowing Draxen is the true priority. Rosal then informs him of something. Ralph only arrived after the expedition ended. Frustration fills her voice. She clenches her teeth in anger. If he had come earlier, things would be different. Together they could have won without losses. Meanwhile, the troops continue advancing. They announce the first floor has been cleared. Confidence continues to rise among them. They push forward, eager to face the Demon King, determined to end everything. But Deus warns Rosal seriously. Confidence is fine, but underestimating a Demon King is fatal. Rosal questions his warning. Deus explains that every Demon King holds a trump card, something revealed only at the brink of death, a final instinctive move capable of changing everything. As he thinks further, he considers a possibility. If Draxen reclaimed the tower and used his energy, then he would not have enough left to stop them. In that case, a rare opportunity appears. For the first time, Deus might witness the hidden trump card. The scene shifts to the Beast Tower. Reaching the 13th floor, the Demon King chamber, an eerie silence fills the space. Draxen sits alone upon his throne, his presence dominating the entire room, his eyes glowing deep blood red. At that moment, Ralph and his knights arrive. They step inside cautiously, sensing that Draxen has been waiting. They scan the area in confusion. No demons are present at all. Even though this is the final floor, they question why only the Demon King remains, recalling how it was once filled with enemies. Without warning, Draxen raises his hand. A sphere of demonic energy forms instantly. He speaks with contempt, calling them insects. He shows no surprise at their return, though he did not expect them so soon. He reveals he has been preparing for this moment. Rosal is shocked by the dense energy, realizing all demons are gone for a reason. Draxen opens his mouth, releasing a beam of aura. He confirms he gathered all his vassals into himself, planning to eliminate them in a single strike. Deus analyzes the situation carefully. This breaks standard dungeon strategy. Instead of placing strong enemies on upper floors, Draxen absorbed everything into himself. His red eyes glow even brighter. He declares he will erase them completely, ensuring they never return again. Helen, Rosal, and Deus are visibly shaken, while Ralph remains calm and focused. Deus senses something critical approaching. The moment is coming. Suddenly, Draxen unleashes a deafening roar. Dark red energy explodes from his body. Two knights rush forward to attack. Another knight shouts a warning from behind, telling them to stop immediately, but they ignore it, believing this is the perfect moment to strike. Their confidence shatters instantly. Draxen power erupts violently. A massive shockwave blasts through the room, sending everyone flying backward. Even Ralph is shaken by the force. Hillen realizes the terrifying truth. Draxen magic has reached another level. Rosal cannot believe their attacks failed so easily. She recognizes this as the true power of the Beast Demon King, now far stronger than before. Draxen stands surrounded by overwhelming aura. The entire chamber is filled with dark red energy. His glare alone instills fear. Knights begin trembling uncontrollably. Some struggle even to breathe. At that critical moment, Deus takes action. He activates a high-ranked defensive spell, Protect Phoenix from his back. Two radiant wings emerge behind him. The atmosphere shifts instantly. The others feel relief and gratitude, recognizing it as a legendary ability. They vow never to forget this moment, but Deus remains focused. He cannot allow Draxen to grow stronger. Creating a barrier, he protects everyone inside. He orders them not to step out, saying they will only become a burden. Grateful, they thank him sincerely. Deus steps forward without hesitation. Hillen, Rosal, and Ralph follow beside him. Together they prepare to confront Draxen. Observing them, Draxen notes only four can still move. His attention locks onto one figure. The red-haired individual irritates him greatly. It becomes clear he does not recognize Deus. Under his new identity, Deus smirks quietly at this advantage. Knowing this ignorance gives him an edge. As the battle reaches its decisive moment, the final clash is about to begin. The battle reached a boiling point as Draxon finally recognized Deus. Rage exploded within him as he roared about the theft of the Phoenix. Enraged that Deus dared to step foot inside his tower, his fury shook the surroundings, but Deus remained completely unfazed. With calm authority, Deus silenced him, creating a domain and activating sound removal magic. A faint smirk appeared as he declared control over every sound. The battlefield shifted instantly. Roselle immediately understood the brilliance of the move. Draxon's roar was completely nullified. At the same time, enemies could not hear spell chants. The advantage had subtly shifted in their favor. Without hesitation, Deus unleashed high-rank binding magic. Sage's chains shot forward to restrain Draxon, but Draxon responded with overwhelming force, roaring in fury as he shattered the chains effortlessly. The gap in power became clear. Draxon declared it was not a fight but a hunt, promising to tear them apart piece by piece. Even then, Deus remained calm, mocking him by saying he could not hear the barking. The silence remained focused solely on Draxon. Rosal urged the others to focus on Pale. At that moment, Deus launched a direct assault. A massive explosion erupted on impact. The battlefield descended into chaos. Both sides exchanged relentless blows. Their movements became faster and unpredictable. Deus moved so fast Rosal could no longer track him. Hillen dismissed the concern, saying following orders was enough. Draxon continued roaring in disdain, calling their actions madness, yet he acknowledged they dared challenge him. The tension continued to rise. Deus suddenly shifted direction at incredible speed, attempting to reposition himself. Draxon reacted instantly, warning him he would not leave alive, calling his name with burning rage. At that moment, Deus locked eyes with him. A memory surfaced from before the battle. He had explained the strategy to his team. Speed was the key to defeating Draxon. Draxon's massive body was matched with terrifying reflexes. They needed to bind his feet and exploit his weakness. Hillen doubted himself, questioning if he could keep up. Deus reassured him confidently, promising to give a signal. Hillen was confused about what that signal meant. The memory faded. The present battle resumed instantly. Draxon lunged forward to crush Deus, believing he had finally caught him, but Deus dodged effortlessly. Then suddenly he stopped moving, revealing Armani's orb with a smirk. Draxon mocked the attempt, calling the orb useless. Deus calmly clarified its purpose. It was meant to reveal a master's location to a vassal. Draxon scoffed, believing no vassals were present. At that exact moment, the signal was given. Hillen appeared instantly, leaping into the battlefield, activating Armani's orb. As he struck Draxon, immense pressure hit him. His head felt like it would explode, but he continued the attack regardless. Draxon erupted in anger. He was shocked that a hero had become a vassal. Deus responded with a calm smirk, saying the method was useful if one survived. His eyes remained sharp and calculating. Hillen delivered a full-force strike. The impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The ground cracked beneath them. Debris scattered everywhere. Yet Draxon barely staggered, mocking them once again. He called the attack pathetic. His durability made it seem insignificant. Then suddenly flames struck him, catching him off guard. For the first time he recoiled. The timing was too perfect. The plan from earlier came into play. Deus had instructed Roselle carefully. She would act once an opening appeared. He told her to pour everything into the attack to turn her pain into power. Roselle had listened in silence. Her resolve hardened completely. Back in the present, she unleashed her full power. Mana surged violently around her. The air distorted under the pressure. She targeted Draxon directly, preparing a top-tier spell. Satellite cannon gathered immense energy. The ground cracked beneath her feet. Heat became unbearable even from afar. Then the attack was released. A massive beam tore through the battlefield, blazing with blinding intensity. It struck Draxon with devastating force. The explosion swallowed everything. Fire and destruction filled the area. Then silence followed briefly. Even the wind seemed to stop as the smoke cleared slowly. Hillen, Ralph, and Roselle watched closely, their bodies tense with anticipation. But Draxon stood once again. Rage consumed him as he mocked them. His laughter echoed with madness, sending chills through them. Deus remained calm, acknowledging such an enemy would not fall easily. There was no panic in his expression, only calculation, as if everything was expected. Draxon's fury surged to new heights. His mana exploded uncontrollably. A terrifying red aura erupted, engulfing the battlefield. The pressure forced the heroes back. Draxon declared his identity proudly, the Demon King of Beasts. He swore none of them would leave alive, charging toward Deus once more, faster and more erratic than before. But Deus stepped back effortlessly, a faint grin appearing. Seeing Draxon had become a mad beast, consumed by rage, Draxon screamed he would silence Deus, revealing the power of the Phoenix. A massive aura gathered in his hand. Heat distorted the surrounding space. He spoke with hatred and desperation. But before he could act, Deus struck with a precise attack, interrupting the build-up instantly. Draxon screamed in pain, yet refused to fall, declaring he would not die easily. Rosal identified his weakness immediately, his tails. Without hesitation, she aimed carefully. Gathering just enough mana, she released a precise strike, cutting through one of his tails cleanly. Draxon screamed in agony, his weakness exposed. The opportunity appeared. Deus activated Sage's chains once more, this time instantly binding Draxon. Draxon realized the danger. If struck now, it would be over. He struggled violently, but the chains held firm. At that moment, Ralph stepped forward, activating his healing power. A blue aura spread outward, restoring his allies, strength returning instantly. Then he reinforced himself, preparing to strike. Draxon continued cursing in rage as defeat drew closer. Everything aligned in that moment. Draxon restrained and weakened. Unable to defend himself, the final blow was delivered. In one clean motion, his head was cut down. The battlefield fell silent. Only the aftermath remained, a battle that pushed them to their limits. Deus stood over the fallen king, a faint smirk on his face, confirming the end. He declared he would use the phoenix and bid farewell to Draxon, his blade slicing cleanly through the air and through Draxon's neck as the Demon King's head separates from his body, spinning away before crashing heavily onto the ground. For a brief moment, everything falls silent. Then the remaining heroes erupt into cheers as relief and triumph flood the battlefield. Voices rise in unison, declaring that they have finally won. Yet beneath that proud expression, his thoughts twist with ambition. The cheers are not enough. He craves more recognition, more admiration, more worship. He imagines a future where those voices never fall silent. The ground trembles violently. Cracks spread beneath their feet as the tower begins to collapse. Celebration shatters into chaos in an instant. As panic surges through the crowd, voices shout in every direction, while orders are barked rapidly to grab whatever treasures they can, prioritizing recovery potions for the 10-star heroes before escaping immediately. Amid the confusion, Deus stands still for a brief moment, his gaze fixed silently on Draxon's lifeless body. His thoughts linger as he reflects on the path the Demon King chose, wondering if someone like Draxon had been given another chance, whether anything would have changed. The answer comes quickly: no. Draxon had clung to his identity as a Demon King until the very end, leaving no room for anything else. Urgency finally overtakes hesitation as everyone flees the collapsing structure, carrying whatever treasures they can. Outside, Rosal approaches Hillen, her gaze sharp and observant as she calmly states that it seemed he had planned everything from the beginning, intending to be the one to take the Demon King's head. Hillen dismisses her claim, effortlessly brushing it off as a misunderstanding born from the chaos of battle. Rosal does not argue yet. Her expression reveals she does not fully believe him, recalling the moment he chose to join the fight and how suspicious it had felt. Though the Demon King had not been as overwhelming as expected, the battle still pushed them to their limits, and she cannot deny Hillen's contribution. Changing the subject, she informs him that she has taken possession of the Demon King's corpse. Asking if he objects, Hillen replies that he does not. At that moment, urgent voices call out to Rosal, urging her to come quickly, as something unexpected has been discovered among the ruins. She rushes over, only to freeze at the sight before her. The kidnapped prince, and beside him the Akan Kingdom's third princess, Lavinia Akan. Lavinia lies unconscious at first, but slowly begins to stir. Shocked, Rosal demands to know why she is there. Lavinia responds in her usual fragmented manner, mentioning materials. Rosal quickly pieces it together, realizing the truth. Lavinia had entered the tower alone to gather materials for creating a chimera. The realization leaves her stunned as the recklessness of such an act defies belief. Lavinia adds scattered words about monsters, deepening Rosal's concern as she grasps the full situation. Others watch in confusion, unable to understand how Rosal can interpret her speech. Staying focused, Rosal asks if the Demon King harmed her. Lavinia replies with disjointed words about money and monsters. Rosal interprets it quickly, realizing she had been trading monsters for money. Lavinia confirms it without hesitation. Watching them leave, Deus reflects on her actions. Entering such a deadly place alone and negotiating with a Demon King for research is not just reckless, but dangerously unpredictable. The scene shifts to the Hero Guild, where elder heroes gather to discuss the aftermath. They note the loss of the Beast Tower, once a valuable hunting ground. Frustration evident as they speak of the effort invested coordinating sponsors and managing the 10-star heroes, only for an unknown figure to claim victory. This individual, known as the owner of the Phoenix, holds no affiliation with the guild. The elders question his identity, recognizing the importance of uncovering who he is. For the first time since a Demon King descended upon Urgist, the threat has been ended so decisively. Realizing the shift in power, they decide it is time to tighten their control over the heroes once more. The scene transitions to the Ormus Royal Banquet Hall, where the atmosphere is filled with conversation yet weighed down by exhaustion and grief. The king, overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly expresses his gratitude, thanking the heroes for defeating the Demon King and rescuing the prince. Despite the lack of preparation, he urges everyone to enjoy the banquet while knights gently try to persuade him to rest. Among the guests, Rosal stands out, dressed elegantly as she sips a cocktail, observing the room quietly, noting that despite the somber mood, the drink is surprisingly good. Hillen approaches, offering a compliment on her appearance, remarking that the dress suits her well, while mentioning the princess has safely returned to the Akan Kingdom. Rosal responds with suspicion, questioning if he is trying to leave a good impression. Hillen laughs it off, claiming such efforts are meaningless before her. Shifting the topic, Rosal asks about Pale, expressing her desire to meet him, especially regarding the Phoenix. Others echo her curiosity, wanting to thank him. Then unexpectedly, Ralph speaks his voice alone, shocking everyone as he praises the Phoenix's owner. Hillen reveals that Pale has already left, deepening the surprise among the guests. The narrative shifts to the Urgus mountain range at Burgess Tower, where Gordon stares in disbelief, thanking Deus, asking if he truly killed the Demon King Draxon and returned. Deus confirms it calmly, leaving Gordon stunned. Struggling to process the reality, concern creeps into his thoughts as he wonders about the consequences and what comes next. Dismissing him, Demon Kings tells him to stop staring before taking his seat on the throne. He explains that with Draxon gone, the other Demon Kings will inevitably make contact and his absence would immediately raise suspicion. Gordon understands and accepts the reasoning. Reflecting on the battle, Demon Kings admits to himself that he is still not strong enough. Even Draxon's final attack had not been as devastating as expected, partly due to his weakened state. Relying solely on his current strength will not suffice. He needs to grow stronger, and so must the power of the Phoenix. At that moment, a message arrives from Jason requesting a meeting of the Demon Kings. The timing feels immediate, as if Jason already knows of Draxon's death. Internally, Demon King smirks knowing the truth, while outwardly feigning shock. Then another revelation comes. A new Demon King has already descended. This genuinely surprises him, as the speed of replacement suggests preparation or foresight from higher powers. Still, with no evidence linking him to Draxon's death, and the tower now gone, he feels confident enough to attend. The scene shifts to the Tower of Lies on the 13th floor, where several Demon Kings gather, including the Demon Queen of Bitter Cold, Jason the Demon King of Lies, and Big Rock Belvec. Draxon's absence is noticeable. Among them stands a new figure introducing herself as Vivian Blunt, Queen of the Blood Moon Clan. Demon King shows little interest, correcting her on his name before taking his seat. Vivian is caught off guard by his indifference, having expected acknowledgement yet receiving none. Recalling her orders, she reminds herself that Draxon's fall is suspicious and that Demon Kings is the likely suspect. Instructed to observe him, she instead finds his sharp, dismissive nature intriguing, perhaps even easier to manipulate. Deciding to test him, she rises, approaching him as the meeting begins, speaking casually about the strange cooperation among Demon Kings, before shifting focus entirely onto him. Admitting her interest, moving closer, she boldly sits before him. Demon Kings immediately questions her behavior, irritation clear. Vivian brushes it off, claiming curiosity about the kind of demon capable of disrupting the entire realm. With a confident smile, she compliments his appearance and makes a suggestive advance. Without hesitation, Demon Kings rejects her, pushing her hand away with a blunt insult. The reaction leaves her stunned, unable to process what just occurred. As a succubus queen, she is not someone easily dismissed. Yet here she stands facing a man who rejected her without a second thought. Reyna, slightly irritated, told Vivian bluntly to return to her seat. Vivian stood there stunned by the sharp tone. Reyna continued, firmly explaining that the gathering was meant to welcome Vivian, but it also served a more serious purpose. It was a place to uncover the cause behind Draxon's senseless defeat. She emphasized that everyone present should maintain their dignity. Jason, observing the situation, found himself shocked that Lady Reyna herself was presiding over the meeting. Meanwhile, Vivian responded with a grin, teasing Reyna by implying that she too desired the same man. Reyna, growing frustrated, dismissed Vivian, thinking as shallow and lame. Vivian brushed it off casually, saying that was enough for the day before taking her seat. Jason stepped in to restore order, calling for the meeting to resume. The discussion shifted to the 10-star heroes described as the main force behind the current hero expedition. From there, the meeting continued in a monotonous manner, as the Demon Kings began sharing the information each of them had gathered individually. As the exchange progressed, one topic rose above the rest, as the most significant point of discussion. That topic was the emergence of a new powerhouse known as the Owner of the Phoenix. Despite the disagreements, the meeting concluded with a unified decision to investigate the Owner of the Phoenix more thoroughly while remaining cautious. Moving forward, Deorus reflected internally, noting that since he had been in the middle of the hero expedition disguised as Pale, the demons could not have been spying on him. His thoughts shifted to Vivian, the Inquisitor sent by Archduke Arcane. At that moment, Vivian playfully blew him a flying kiss. Deorus turned his face away, dismissing her presence and thinking goals over girls. The scene transitioned smoothly to the first floor of Burge Tower, where Kaida observed that the surveillance around her had become lax and cautiously noted that there did not seem to be any demons nearby, while Princess Ernan was nowhere in sight. Seeing this as her opportunity, Kaide resolved to escape, focusing on the exit door. Believing that once she crossed it, she would be free. With determination, she began running toward it. However, just as she moved closer, Ernan suddenly appeared alongside her spirits. Ernan confronted Kaide, declaring that for the peace of the tower and Kaide's own safety, she would stop her escape. Kaide, realizing the danger of Irgis, drew her sword and warned that staying any longer could lead to unpredictable consequences. She admitted she had not wanted to fight, but now she had no choice. The two locked eyes as tension rose between them. Before the conflict could escalate, Gordon arrived, telling Kaide to leave if she wished, claiming he did not care what happened to her. He added a dismissive remark about humans, leaving Kaide shocked and confused, unable to understand how they could kidnap her, and then suddenly act indifferent. Despite her confusion, she suspected a hidden scheme at play, yet decided to take advantage of the distraction. She planned to escape the tower, survive in the Irgis mountain range somehow, and then head straight to Holton Walk to request reinforcements. Acting quickly, Katie dashed toward the door at full speed, but the moment she touched it, an overwhelming aura burst forth from the door itself. The force hurled her back violently, sending her crashing to the ground. Everyone present was shocked by what had just happened. Gordon calmly explained that such a reaction was normal, meaning anyone not permitted by the Demon King could not leave the tower. Despite the warning, Ernan approached the door as Gordon cautioned her not to touch it carelessly or she might face consequences. However, to everyone's surprise, Ernan opened the door with ease, leaving Gordon stunned. Ernan herself seemed confused, awkwardly admitting that she simply felt like she could open it. Unsure of what to do, she attempted to close it again, but at that moment, Deus appeared from outside, pushing the door open with a smirk. He questioned whether Ernan was finally attempting an escape. Ernan was visibly shocked while Gordon acknowledged Deus' arrival, addressing him as the Demon King. Observing the scene, Deus asked what everyone had been doing before the setting shifted to the Demon King room within Burge Tower. Deus ordered Gordon to lock Princess Katie in the underground dungeon for attempting to escape, and Gordon accepted the command without hesitation. However, he raised a concern regarding Princess Ernan, asking what had happened with her, since only those recognized by the Demon King could leave the tower. Yet Ernan had opened the main gate. Deus explained that the tower had already recognized Ernan as one of its members. Shocking Gordon, Deus then observed her through a system window, reflecting that now that she had formed a contract with a high-ranking spirit, escaping the tower and crossing mountains alone would not be difficult for her. He wondered why she had not attempted to escape yet, and questioned her true intentions. The scene shifted to the underground dungeon of Burge Tower, where Kaede was imprisoned and Ernan came to visit her, reminding her that she had warned her not to attempt escape. Kaede responded with suspicion, stating that there was no kindness without motive, believing the Demon King had a hidden scheme and attempting to warn Ernan. At that moment, Ernan looked upward as if aware that Deus was watching through the system window and calmly stated that she had come to the tower of her own will. Kaede was shocked by this revelation, while Deus, watching, was equally surprised, realizing she had looked directly toward him as if she sensed his presence. Ernan then revealed her truth, explaining that she had run away because she hated the royal palace, the royal family, and even her own father. To be precise, she admitted she had been kidnapped at first, but afterward chose not to return. Kaede was left stunned by this confession, as Deus wondered if those words were directed at him. Kaede then recalled that among the many princes and princesses of Hilderin, Ernan alone possessed overwhelming talent, questioning why someone destined to become the future queen would abandon such a brilliant future to become a subordinate of the Demon King. Ernan responded by pointing out a strange truth, revealing that there were 62 princes and princesses in the Hilderin royal family, the largest number on the continent. Yet aside from her, not a single one of them was known by name, leaving Kaede confused as she insisted that the official number was 28. Ernan clarified that while the official count was 28, the full truth was different, and suggested that Kaede ask the emperor upon returning to the empire to learn the real answer. Kaede worried that if such a secret became public, it would damage the honor of the kingdom and the royal family. Ernan giggled, teasing Kaede by pointing out that a princess who ran away to avoid marriage should not be making such statements, causing Kaede to blush in embarrassment. As Ernan left, she casually said she was joking, and that they would meet again tomorrow. Deus, reflecting on everything, realized this was a secret known only to high-ranking royals, the hidden truth of the Hilderin royal family. He then ordered Gordon to prepare Ernan, stating that he would be going out to find spirit herbs, and Gordon acknowledged the command. The scene shifted to the Irgus mountain range, where a water spirit, along with other spirits, began searching for herbs enthusiastically. Ernan tried to restrain it from acting recklessly, noting that it seemed excited after being outside for so long, while also mentioning that Deus himself had been away from the tower frequently. At that moment, Deus called Ernan by her name, startling her instantly. With a dark expression, Deus formed an aura flame in his hand, demanding that she reveal what she had been hiding from him. Ernan stood frozen, shocked by the intensity of his presence, while from a distance someone observed Deus through a telescope. The observer finally recognized him as the Demon King of the Irgips. Deus' question immediately unsettled Ernan, causing her to grow anxious and hesitant. Her reaction was obvious, but Deus showed no patience. He made it clear that there was no other option, leaving no room for avoidance or delay. Without waiting, Deus moved Ernan aside and stepped forward. He extended his hand and unleashed a powerful attack. A surge of energetic purple flames erupted from his palm and shot forward with precision. The strike traveled a great distance and hit a man who had been secretly observing Deus through a telescope. The man was caught completely off guard. Shock and terror overtook him as the realization set in that his stealth had been detected from such an extreme range. It became even more alarming when it was revealed that the one struck was merely a clone. Deus regarded the situation with indifference, recognizing the enemy's reliance on cheap tricks. Ernan tried to make sense of what had just happened and questioned whether that individual had been a hero. Deus confirmed that it was indeed the case, and admitted that the presence of this figure had been bothering him for some time. Ernan continued analyzing the situation. She reflected on the unusual circumstances of a hero traveling all the way to Urgest under the guise of exploration. A hero who relied on stealth techniques could only be one person. She identified the individual as the 10-star hero, Daphne Filion, a mercenary known for expertise in information gathering and espionage. His abilities were widely recognized, particularly his mastery of invisibility and cloning techniques. Hearing the name triggered Deus's thoughts. He recalled Daphne Filion from his previous life, realizing that much of his own information had supposedly been exposed because of that individual. Despite knowing of him, this was the first time Deus had encountered him at such close proximity. Ernan then shifted her concern toward the tower, wondering whether it would remain safe. Deus reassured her that there was no problem. The scene then transitioned to the Burj Tower in the Urgus Mountains. Inside the tower, the same hero was analyzing the situation and confirming the existence of multiple clones. He speculated that if a demon king existed, there had to be a tower nearby. Despite his efforts, he was unable to detect anything around him. At that moment, Deus received a notification through his system window. The ability known as Mana Ghost Remote Control had been activated, rendering the tower invisible. However, this ability came at a cost, consuming 10 demon power points every second. Deus acknowledged the activation of the invisibility function. From the moment he detected the threat, he had already taken action. He recognized the usefulness of this ability, especially for avoiding encounters with heroes. As he monitored the system, he noticed his points steadily decreasing. The cost of maintaining invisibility was significant. With the immediate danger under control, Deus turned his attention back to Ernan. He instructed her to continue their conversation and demanded that she reveal everything she had been hiding. He made it clear that refusal would result in her never being allowed to enter the tower again. Ernan lowered her head and remained silent for a moment. After gathering her thoughts, she decided to reveal the truth about herself. She brought up the concept of the Child of the World tree, questioning whether Deus was familiar with that magic. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Deus's guards maintained surveillance on the spy attempting to infiltrate. They reported back that the hero had emerged from the Urgus Mountains without using any stealth techniques. As expected, it appeared to be another clone. Deus acknowledged their efficiency and ordered them to locate all remaining clones and track their movements. The guards accepted the command without hesitation. At the same time, the system window continued updating. The Mana Ghost ability remained active, and the demon power points kept decreasing. Deus reflected on how close the situation had come to exposing the tower's location. Although the tower was now more reinforced than before, it was still not ready to withstand a full-scale expedition of heroes. Eliminating Daphne fully had become a necessity. Ernan then revealed that Daphne had likely come in search of her, sent by her father, the king. Deus interpreted this as the royal family's unwillingness to give up on the first princess. He connected this to her earlier mention of the Children of the World tree, suspecting a deeper link. Ernan admitted that the story was long and complex, and Deus assured her that there was time to listen. She began recounting the past. The kingdom of Hilderan had once been a powerful empire. However, after enduring several wars, its national strength declined significantly, reducing it to a mere kingdom. Her father, the king, desired to restore it to its former imperial glory. To achieve that goal, he believed that instead of relying on tens of thousands of soldiers, what was truly needed was a single genius mage capable of dominating the battlefield. However, geniuses could not simply be created through education, nor were they easy to find naturally. Deus began to suspect the truth behind her words, and Ernan confirmed it. The Child of the World tree was the answer, a form of magic capable of creating humans. The revelation stunned Deus, his eyes widening as the implications sank in. Ernan continued explaining that from the fetal stage, an immense amount of mana was forcibly injected into developing bodies. The success rate was extremely low, with only a small fraction true prodigies emerging from the process. The goal was to create magical geniuses with exceptional sensitivity to mana. She added that humans were capable of acts strikingly similar to those of demons. Deus questioned how such a process could even be endured. It seemed impossible for either the fetus or the mother to survive such strain. Ernan confirmed the fear. Many had died during the process, and even those who survived were often left deformed and perished shortly afterward. Only the successful cases were ever presented to the public. As this heavy truth settled in, Deus noticed something unusual behind Ernan. A creature resembling a one-eyed octopus-like demon had appeared. He quickly assessed the situation. The creature had likely been drawn by the demonic power he had unleashed earlier. Judging by its presence and aura, it was a monster of superior rank. Deus once again extended his hand, gathering mana within his palm as its energy condensed into a destructive force, and ordered Ernan to step aside, addressing her firmly as the princess. However, Ernan did not retreat. Instead, she raised her hand alongside her water spirit, preparing her own attack. As she stood her ground, she revealed that she was among the successful outcomes of that forbidden magic, a being created as an overwhelming genius. At the same moment, the demon formed a powerful red mana circle, its energy swirling violently before being hurled toward them. The air trembled under the pressure of the attack, yet Ernan reacted instantly. Through her water spirit, she manipulated the surrounding water, compressing it into a sharp, ice-like spear. With precision and speed, the attack was launched forward, piercing straight through the demon's body and ending its existence in a single decisive strike. As the demon fell, Deus observed the outcome in silence before acknowledging the feat. The fact that a human had eliminated a higher-ranking monster in an instant made it clear why the king refused to abandon his ambitions. Ernan, however, did not take pride in her strength. A sense of guilt weighed heavily on her as she described her power as something stained with blood. Deus responded by pointing out the contradiction. With such immense power and a position so close to the throne's succession, her claim of not wanting to return to the kingdom sounded unbelievable. He questioned whether she truly expected that explanation to be accepted. Ernan, now visibly irritated, insisted that she was telling the truth. She demanded that she be taken along, just as a magical artifact had been used on Hillen. Her tone carried urgency, emphasizing her sincerity. Deus dismissed the request, explaining that the Armani orb could not withstand the mana of spirits. Raising his hand once more, he gathered mana again. He demanded that she reveal her true intentions. Frustration overtook Ernan. With a sudden movement, she grabbed Deus's hand and pressed it against her chest. Her voice rose as she insisted that the truth had been told all along. Caught off guard, Deus reacted with shock, questioning her actions and demanding that she release his hand. Ernan insisted that the heartbeat could be heard, using it as proof that nothing but the truth had been spoken. Her words left Deus momentarily confused, but then something unusual occurred. Through her, he began to sense something deeper. It was as if a phoenix existed within her, allowing him to perceive her internal state. The rhythm of her heart became clear, conveying emotions directly: shame, anger, and disappointment, all blending together within her. Ernan, slightly embarrassed yet still holding on to her anger, explained that this was a method of communication used by spirits. When mana was pure, it allowed one to perceive subtle waves that revealed the feelings of others. She reaffirmed that everything she had said was the truth. Deus, reflecting on what had been sensed, acknowledged internally that her words aligned with those emotions. Ernan then revealed something more personal. From the very first moment she saw the Demon King, she had sensed something different about him compared to the others, and that difference had given her hope. Deus reacted with confusion and disbelief when she spoke of needing help, struggling to understand what was being implied. With urgency and desperation, Ernan pleaded for assistance. Her intention was declared clearly: she wanted to bring down Hilderan itself. The statement left Deus stunned. Even as the words were processed, disbelief lingered, and the question remained whether such a claim could truly be taken as the truth. After hearing everything Ernan had explained, Deus finally accepted her words and chose to trust her. Ernan responded with quiet gratitude as her face turned slightly red. Watching them, Naruniel could not resist teasing. She became curious about what was happening between them and wondered how they had grown so close without her noticing. She playfully accused Ernan of pretending to be innocent while hiding something. Deus was left surprised by her reaction, while Ernan, flustered and shy, tried to explain that it was not like that and that it was only the spirit's method of communication. Naruniel continued teasing with a soft chuckle, implying the exchange seemed deeper than simple communication, clearly enjoying the moment before the topic shifted. Bringing the focus back, Deus acknowledged that he understood Ernan's seriousness. He suggested continuing the discussion about Hilderan once they returned to the tower, and Ernan agreed without hesitation. Before moving on, Deus gave another instruction, ordering Ernan to use the spirits to locate the real body of Daphne Filian since they planned to capture him. As the scene shifted, the surroundings changed into a freezing mountain where heavy snowfall covered everything. In this harsh environment, Daphne, known as the hero, reflected on his cloning magic. His ability allowed multiple clones to share power, but as their number increased, their individual strength weakened. Even so, the technique allowed him to search a vast area at once. Looking at the map, he analyzed the situation carefully. A Demon King's tower should be at least 50 meters tall, yet after scanning the entire region there had been no sign of it. Based on information previously provided by Lord Wharton Cullo and Lord Hillen Cargill, the route and timing of the hero expedition had already been calculated with high accuracy. With that in mind, he concluded the tower had to be nearby. He scanned the surroundings again, convinced it was within reach. The Demon King should also be close, yet nothing appeared. The complete absence of any trace left him unsettled as he tried to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a warning alarm rang from his map, making him realize something was wrong. His clones, capable of avoiding even high-level monsters, were being destroyed in large numbers. As the situation escalated, Deus demons moved swiftly across the battlefield and eliminated the clones one after another. After completing their task, they reported that all detected clones had been destroyed and noted that for a 10-star hero, the opponent seemed underwhelming. Hearing this, Deus smiled and ordered them to destroy every remaining target they encountered. The demons accepted the command immediately and prepared to continue their assault. Confident in his advantage, Deus began calculating his next move. He realized he still had enough points remaining and planned to eliminate all the clones before turning Daphne into a subordinate. With that accomplished, he believed he could gain control over the entire continent. However, the situation suddenly shifted when Gordon appeared through the system window with urgent news. Deus turned his attention to the update and learned something was wrong with the tower. Gordon explained that the Mona ghost was behaving abnormally and had heated up to a critical state. At the same time, the system displayed an alert stating that the tower was experiencing overload due to prolonged invisibility use. The cost to maintain invisibility had increased drastically. The updated status showed it now required 100 points per second, while the remaining demonic energy stood at 49,910. This revelation left Deus shaken as he quickly understood the severity of the situation. At this rate, there were not even 10 minutes left before failure. If he could not capture Daphne within that time, the tower's position would be exposed and the hero expedition would begin. As the pressure increased, Gordon added that outside the tower, countless clones were surrounding them from all directions. Meanwhile, the hero carefully scanned his surroundings again, yet he still could not locate the tower. The failure confused him since he was certain his calculations were correct. He became convinced the tower had to be nearby. After investing so much mana into the search, he resolved to find it at any cost. At the same time, Deus acted immediately and contacted Krutu, emphasizing that there was no time to waste. He ordered him to prevent any more clones from approaching the tower and to search every part of the area. Krutu acknowledged the command and confirmed his understanding without delay. Deus then turned to Gordon and demanded immediate data. He requested the locations of all destroyed clones, focusing on those created by that specific magic. Gordon began processing the information, and as the data formed, Deus analyzed the pattern. He understood that the clones could not move far from the original body, meaning the search would naturally center around it. From this, he deduced that the real body must be located at the center of where the destroyed clones were concentrated. Elsewhere, the hero suddenly noticed something unusual. The presence of the Demon King confirmed his suspicion that the tower was nearby. Realizing this, he prepared to retreat and report the discovery. However, before he could act, the situation shifted again. Naruniel located him first, and immediately formed a mana circle, confirming with certainty that the real body had been found. The moment the situation changed, the hero attempted to escape. Naruniel noticed and informed Deus and Ernan that he had fled. Reacting instantly, Deus demanded the location. Ernan responded without delay and confirmed the exact position, transmitting it directly to him. With the coordinates in hand, Deus moved swiftly and appeared in front of the fleeing hero. At the same time, he activated his Phoenix power, intensifying his presence. Facing him directly, Deus identified Daphner Filion and presented him with a choice, making it clear that survival depended on obedience. Daphner was overwhelmed with shock and confusion. He recognized the Demon King, but what unsettled him more was the presence of a phoenix. He began questioning the possibility of two phoenix owners. According to what he knew, the phoenix owner was Pale, someone connected to Lord Hillen. This led him to a disturbing conclusion. He began to suspect that Pale might actually be the Demon King, with Hillen acting as his subordinate. At the same time, he recalled that what he had witnessed earlier was clearly a spirit. The idea of a spirit assisting a Demon King felt impossible to him. As his thoughts spiraled, he became convinced that even the princess was helping the Demon King. Instead of submitting, he saw an opportunity. He believed that exposing a scandal of this scale could allow him to live comfortably, so he decided to escape and use the information later. But Deus instantly appeared in his path. With overwhelming presence, he made it clear that a choice had already been given. At that moment, the power gap became undeniable. Daphner, a 10-star hero, was completely stunned as he realized the strength of a Demon King who had not even ruled for a year. Regret began to consume him as he questioned why he had accepted the mission. He felt that if he had known the truth, he would have never come. Before he could react further, Deus unleashed a massive explosive attack that shook the entire area. As the battle reached its peak, Daphner made one final move. Using a mana bird, he sent a letter toward the King of Hilderan. The scene then shifted to the kingdom itself. Inside the palace, a messenger arrived before the king and reported that a letter from Daphner Filion had reached the intelligence department. Hearing this, the king showed immediate interest and assumed the tower's location had been discovered. The messenger confirmed that the exact coordinates had been delivered, which pleased the king as he acknowledged Daphner's reliability. With visible concern, the messenger revealed that the mana bird had suddenly ignited in black flames and vanished immediately after delivering the message. This caused the king to tremble as he realized something had gone wrong. The messenger explained that the destruction of the mana bird indicated that Daphner's real body had been killed in the same manner. Hearing this, the king was overcome with anger as he realized he had underestimated the new Demon King. Without wasting time, he ordered immediate action. He commanded that the Hero Guild be contacted at once and demanded a general summoning of all 10-star heroes. Consumed by anger and determination, he resolved that this time he would personally kill the Demon King and bring his princess back. A massive explosion erupted with overwhelming force, powerful enough to drive Deus down to his knees before he collapsed onto the ground, completely consumed by its intensity. Even after combining the power of the Phoenix, he realized that the force released was far beyond what he had imagined. At the same time, the exhaustion crushing his body was also much worse than he expected. In that moment, Ernan quickly rushed over and supported him in her arms while checking his condition. She addressed him as the Demon King and expressed concern for his well-being. As Deus slowly steadied himself, he noticed that her knees were burning hot from the strain. "We finally got some romance in this goated Manhwa." Anyways, worried, he pointed out her condition. Ernan responded with an awkward smile and explained that water spirits specialized in recovery, implying that she could endure the damage. Despite reassuring him, she still restrained herself from showing weakness. She remained aware that the Pule Orcs could still be watching nearby, making it important to maintain composure. Understanding her reasoning, Deus accepted it. Ernan then decided to rest briefly to recover while Deus calmly reassured her not to worry as the situation finally settled into silence after the chaos. In the next scene, Jason was seen reading a newspaper with a bold headline reporting that dozens of succubus had invaded. At the same time, a loud declaration echoed that demon kings must be hunted down. Reading this immediately angered Jason. His hands trembled as he tore the newspaper apart. Despite his frustration, a faint smile appeared on his face as he turned toward Vivian and reminded her that he had specifically instructed her not to send her subordinates outside the tower and to maintain a low profile. Meanwhile, Vivian casually sipped her wine without concern. She asserted her authority and made it clear that she had no intention of obeying him simply because he ordered her to. Declaring herself the queen, she questioned whether he had summoned her over something so trivial. Jason responded with irritation, explaining that her actions had increased human surveillance, something he had been trying to avoid from the beginning. Vivian brushed off his concerns and claimed that he was worrying too much. She downplayed the threat by stating that they were only heroes. Her response left Jason confused. Vivian continued by explaining that heroes were nothing more than prey for demon kings. She treated the clash between her subordinates and a hero inside the palace as nothing but bad luck. Disappointed, Jason placed a hand on his forehead and questioned why the Archduke would send someone so reckless and lust-driven, even calling her an idiot. The remark instantly enraged Vivian. She climbed onto the table and demanded that he correct the way he addressed her. She proudly declared herself the succubus queen and insisted that she was far more than a simple lustful demon. Jason found her reaction amusing and let out a small chuckle before shifting the conversation. He reminded her that the dimension was already inhabited and asked her to consider how many heroes might actually exist there. Based on her past experience, Vivian recalled that the dimension she conquered only had around 10 heroes. She estimated that Arene, a place famous for producing many heroes, might have around 50 at most, and questioned why everyone was panicking over such a small number. Slightly exasperated, Jason pointed out that the Archduke clearly failed to explain the real situation to her. He implied that if she had known the truth, she would have never entered that dimension in the first place. Confused, Vivian questioned what he meant. Jason then revealed that the Hero Guild currently had 4,732 registered heroes. Hearing that, Vivian forced a nervous smile while fidgeting with her hair and questioning whether he was joking. She insisted that there had to be limits and claimed it was impossible for a single dimension to contain that many heroes. Jason responded with a knowing smirk and explained that if the dimension truly had limits, the previous demon kings would have conquered it long ago. He made it clear that encountering heroes in that world was an everyday occurrence. Hearing this, sweat began running down Vivian's face as her body trembled. She awkwardly tried to deny the possibility and clung to the belief that the Archduke had promised her success. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment her superior spoke to her. She had been reminded that as Vivian Blunt, the demon king who conquered the Luna dimension and ruled as queen of her race, conquering Arene should not have been difficult. She had also been promised the position of the next Archduke after completing the conquest, along with the responsibility of watching over Burjadeos. Still smirking, Jason revealed that he already knew she had been promised the position of Archduke. He further exposed that she had secretly been ordered to monitor Burjadeos. Shocked, Vivian could not understand how he knew such confidential information. Jason calmly explained that he understood the situation well, because it was the same method he occasionally used whenever treating someone as a disposable informant. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power and violently slammed Vivian into the ground. Stunned by both his words and actions, Vivian reacted in disbelief after being called disposable. Jason answered with a piercing glare and declared that she had already been abandoned. He mocked her as a foolish succubus queen, and warned that from that moment onward, with her limited intelligence, she should stop trying to think for herself. He demanded absolute obedience to every command he gave. Overwhelmed by fear, Vivian trembled before confirming that she understood. Meanwhile, Jason continued reading the newspaper as more alarming headlines filled the pages. The paper reported that the legendary 10-star hero Dafnir Phelan had died. At the same time, it announced that Wharton Cullo had been chosen as the new 10-star hero. Another shocking report revealed that the location of Urgus Tower had finally been exposed. The article then shifted to darker news, revealing that the Demon King of Urgus had received a terrifying new title, the Demon King of Black Flames. Alongside that announcement, the Hero Guild officially declared that it would provide no support for any future conquest attempt against the tower. Following the death of Dafnir Phelan, fear rapidly spread across the continent, creating an atmosphere filled with anxiety and uncertainty. As Jason absorbed the reports, a heavy realization settled over him. The world itself seemed to tremble in fear, and he silently acknowledged that this was not the outcome he wanted. Even so, he dismissed Vivian Blunt as a minor issue that could easily be manipulated. However, his thoughts soon focused on the real threat, our boy Burjadeos. He originally intended to leave things alone for a while longer, but circumstances had changed. Now, believing there was no other option left, he resolved to eliminate him. Yay, good luck on that one. The scene then shifted to Tower, specifically inside Ernan's house. The atmosphere sharply contrasted the chaos outside. Ernan calmly cooked while nearby Dios rested on a bed, visibly injured in his phoenix form as his body recovered. Still cooking, Ernan noticed that he had awakened and warmly remarked that the Demon King was finally awake. She mentioned that the soup was ready and told him he could eat. While gathering his thoughts, Dios suddenly froze as shock spread across his face. He realized that he was inside his own tower. Meanwhile, Ernan casually smiled and commented that the place was beautifully decorated. Struggling to sit up, Dios questioned how much time had passed and wondered how they had managed to re-enter the tower in the first place. Anan reassured him that no one had discovered them. She explained that she had taken advantage of Gordon not being at his post and secretly entered through a fifth-floor window. She also clarified that less than 10 minutes had passed since they entered the tower. Hearing this, Deus calmly acknowledged her efforts and praised her for doing well. However, Deus soon noticed something strange about his condition. He questioned whether Hernan had done something to him because his body, which should have collapsed from exhaustion, was instead overflowing with energy. At that moment, the water spirit intervened and explained that it had shared its mana with him. Deus was shocked by the revelation, realizing that a spirit had restored the Demon King using its own mana. The water spirit further explained that because Deus had absorbed the phoenix, a spiritual beast, his body could now absorb mana in ways that were previously impossible. It admitted that it had never seen anything like it before. Meanwhile, the water spirit secretly smirked to itself, thinking that simply placing a hand on Ernan's chest would no longer be enough, and that even hugs would now be required. The thought alone makes it blush, causing it to panic internally as if it would not survive at this rate. Deus then stood up and told Ernan that everything that happened there must remain a secret, and warned that nobody else could learn about it. He believed that if a Demon King revealed weakness, it would damage his authority. Ernan agreed to keep the secret but added that she had one condition. Curious, Deus asked what it was. Ernan let out a playful chuckle and explained that next time he must grant one of her wishes. Deus questioned what kind of wish she meant before agreeing, as long as it was nothing troublesome. Ernan happily agreed while laughing softly. At that moment, a message from Gordon arrived for Deus, urgently informing him that the situation had become grim. Deus immediately asked what had happened. Gordon reported that the Kingdom of Hilderan had discovered the location of their tower and was preparing to reactivate the hero expedition. The report had been submitted by Hillen Cargill, leaving everyone shocked. Hearing this, Ernan recalled that before dying, Daphne Filion had revealed the location of Urga's tower during her final mission. A drop of sweat rolled down Deus's face as he remembered that unlike the demon realm, that dimension had no communication magic and relied mostly on messenger pigeons. He recalled attacking Filion in a way meant to eliminate even those pigeons. However, it seemed that she had already sent the information from another location before their battle. Even so, he realized that at least she had failed to reveal that he was the master of the Phoenix. Gordon continued by explaining that this hero expedition would gather every 10-star hero and would become the largest expedition in history. According to the estimates, preparations alone would require at least 6 months. Our boy is officially cooked. Hearing the number, Deus fixated on those 6 months. The tower's location had already been exposed, and against 10-star heroes, cheap tricks would no longer work. Avalanches and monster traps would ultimately be meaningless once hundreds of fully prepared heroes stormed the tower. The realization struck him hard that within only 6 months, he could once again die after being manipulated and hunted down. Frustration surged through him as he desperately searched for a way to counter the situation. Overwhelmed by anxiety, sweat poured down his body. Seeing his condition, Ernan held his hand and reassured him that there was still a solution. She explained that only the Demon King's capable subordinate, the Dark Spiritist referring to her alter ego, could carry it out. Hearing that absurd title again caused Deus's hair to turn black as he let out a small chuckle. Somehow, hearing such a ridiculous name always calmed him and eased his tension. After regaining his composure, Deus admitted that he had caused unnecessary worry and declared that they would immediately begin discussing countermeasures. Deep inside, he swore that he would never again fall before the heroes who once manipulated and killed him. Before claiming his revenge, he refused to collapse. At that moment, Ernan revealed the method to stop the Hilderan hero expedition. She explained that they needed to kidnap his younger sister, Elena. Hearing that unexpected proposal immediately left Deus stunned and confused. Ernan holds Deus's hand and urged him to save Elena in order to stop the hero's journey. Deus immediately recognized Elena as the 13th princess of Hilderan, the same princess who had originally been chosen for kidnapping. Ernan then revealed that Elena was actually her younger sister. Even though they were born from different mothers, the two shared a bond as close as real sisters. Earlier, Ernan had read in the newspaper that Elena had been kidnapped by the Demon King of Absolute Hardness, and ever since then she had been worried about her safety. Deus found it strange that Ernan cared so deeply about her. He reminded her that other Demon Kings did not treat hostages the same way he did. Ernan then explained the special magic connected to the World Tree's child, the same power that forcibly increased mana sensitivity. Elena had inherited that power as well. Unlike Ernan, however, Elena's mana sensitivity had exceeded its limit since birth, leaving her with an extremely frail body as a side effect. Because of her condition, even going outside had been restricted, and learning magic had become impossible for her. Still, Ernan believed there was hope. She explained that if Elena stayed inside Deus's tower where mana was scarce and learned how to properly control mana, she could eventually become someone truly powerful. Ernan confidently guaranteed it. Hearing that, Deus silently considered the possibility. Having another person with abilities similar to Ernan would certainly be useful. Even so, Deus pointed out that rescuing a princess was the type of mission meant for heroes, not a demon king. Ernan casually suggested that they could simply let the heroes handle it instead. Deus realized how naturally Ernan ordered others around. Ernan proudly reminded him that she was still a princess after all. At the same time, Deus realized that heroes were already gathering. Leaving no time to continue arguing, he immediately ordered Gordon to inform Hillen and organize a hero's journey to rescue the 13th princess. Gordon accepted the order at first, but the realization quickly struck him. Another princess rescue mission had somehow been added once again. As the discussion ended, the scene shifted toward the Tower of Absolute Hardness, specifically the chamber of the Demon King himself. Deus arrived there alongside Gordon, where the Demon King of Absolute Hardness, Ugar, was already waiting. Ugar had already heard the news that another hero's journey was preparing to invade Deus's tower. He wondered if Deus had come seeking assistance this time. At the same moment, Ugar questioned why he should help someone foolish enough to insult the standards. Deus slowly spread his wings and rose into the air. Looking down at Ugar fearlessly, he declared that he had not come to ask for help, but to offer it instead. Hearing those words, Ugar was completely shocked. He could not understand what Deus meant. Deus calmly revealed that a hero's journey was targeting the tower. The statement immediately startled Ugar once again. Without hesitation, Deus instructed him to place the 13th princess on the first floor of the tower. He explained that if this was done, the hero's journey would simply rescue the princess and leave without causing further trouble. Ugar's anger instantly flared. Furious, he called the idea complete nonsense. He argued that there had been no reports regarding a new hero's journey. In the next moment, Ugar launched himself forward in anger. While attacking, he accused Deus of becoming arrogant and insulting the standards of Titans. The attack he unleashed was Titan Magic Gigantification Level 3. However, before the strike could even land, Deus calmly began listing names. He mentioned the 3rd Prince of Guyana, the 7th Princess of the Velo Dukedom, the 4th Prince of Machiel, and the 6th Princess of Candaria. The moment Ugar heard those names, his movement suddenly stopped. Deus continued by explaining that all of them had either been removed from the line of succession or lacked the resources necessary to launch a hero's journey. Because of that, kidnapping them would never trigger a hero's journey at all. Ugar was shaken internally. Deep down, he realized those were the same targets he had once considered kidnapping himself. However, he had never been completely certain about them. Completely stunned, Ugar questioned how Deus could possibly know such information. A smirk appeared on Deus's face as he replied that the method did not matter. Inside his mind, Deus silently recalled the truth. Those princes and princesses were the exact people Ugar had kidnapped in his previous life. Deus then reminded him that the only thing that truly mattered was the tower's safety. Ugar hesitated and warned that if the information regarding the hero's journey, rescuing the 13th princess, turned out to be false, the consequences would be severe. Deus remained completely calm. He explained that it would not matter either way, since keeping a single hostage on the first floor would not bring harm to the tower. After hearing that reasoning, Ugar found himself unable to argue back. Ugar stared at Deus suspiciously and demanded to know why he was trying to help him. He wanted to understand what Deus truly desired from all of this. At those words, Deus formed a faint smirk. Inwardly, he mocked Ugar as a fool. Realizing that Ugar had completely taken the bait, Deus slowly repeated the question to himself, wondering what he truly wanted. Inside his thoughts, Deus reflected on the reality of this dimension. Overrun. He knew that brute force alone was not enough to withstand the overwhelming number of heroes that existed there. Deep down, he understood that Ugar shared the same fear. Deus realized that Ugar knew he lacked the intelligence needed to completely stop the heroes of this world. Because of that fear, Ugar constantly lived in anxiety, only kidnapping targets who would never trigger a hero's journey. To Deus, the situation was no different from before his regression. As he continued thinking, Deus understood what would eventually happen. The large and cowardly Ugar would one day try to cling to a certain man in order to survive within this dimension. That man would become a ray of hope for Ugar, Jason. After reaching that conclusion, Deus calmly stated that he wanted nothing in return. He simply believed that a great demon king deserved to live longer. After delivering those final words, Deus began leaving the area. As he walked away, another thought crossed his mind. He decided that he would personally take that role, bring Ugar to his side, and neutralize one of Jason's future pieces before it could become a threat. The scene then shifted to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild base, specifically the teleportation circle station. Deus arrived there while using his alternate identity. With Ugar's side already settled, his attention turned toward the next phase of the plan. Hillen confidently reported that everything had been prepared according to Deus's orders, and that the group could depart at any moment. At the same time, Archmage Roselle revealed that she had personally taken responsibility for creating the tower raid map. She explained that she only accepted the role because Hillen had personally requested it. Nearby, Hawk, the leader of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, proudly announced that his entire guild was present and ready. The mercenaries intended to prove the true strength of their guild during the mission. Deus quietly concluded that the mission only required reaching the first floor, meaning their current preparations were already sufficient. He then turned his attention toward Granada and Amon, and asked about the elf slaves. Amon reported that 33 elf slaves had been rescued from various regions across the continent. Granada added that every one of them had willingly sworn loyalty to her. Jettison proudly claimed that none of those negotiations would have succeeded without his assistance. At the same time, he secretly wondered if another bonus reward would be waiting for him. After settling everything, Deus officially announced the departure of the hero's journey. Their mission was now to rescue the 13th Princess of Hilderan. The entire group responded in unison and immediately prepared to depart. As the preparations outside came to an end, the scene smoothly shifted deep underground into the warehouse beneath the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. There, Deus questioned Granada regarding the loyalty oaths she had mentioned earlier. Granada confirmed that all of the elves had sworn loyalty upon the world tree itself. The other elves explained that Deus and Granada had saved them from lives filled with disgrace and suffering. Because of that, expressing gratitude through loyalty was the only way they could truly feel at peace. To them, serving the great Granada was also considered an honor. Satisfied with their response, Deus congratulated them on becoming vassals of the Demon King of Blazing Fire. At that moment, Deus spread his wings and revealed his true identity as a Demon King. The entire group of elves froze in shock. Deus casually questioned why elves always reacted the same way whenever they discovered his true identity. Granada explained that such reactions were only natural. After all, no ordinary Demon King would travel across the world while disguised in such a manner. The other elves immediately became furious and demanded an explanation from Granada. Granada then revealed that she had already sworn loyalty, meaning every elf who followed her would also have to pledge loyalty to the Demon King. One elf cried out in disbelief, unable to accept that Granada had seemingly betrayed the world tree itself. Granada angrily revealed her true feelings. Everything she had done was for revenge against humanity. She could never forget the humiliation and suffering humans had forced upon her and the other elves. Those memories were filled with cruelty. Humans had slaughtered elves without reason, shown them no mercy, enslaved them, assaulted them, and tortured them endlessly. Even when the elves begged for mercy, nobody listened. Hearing those painful memories awakened fury within the other elves as well. One after another, they clenched their fists and admitted that humans truly had committed all those terrible acts against them. Soon they openly supported Granada's desire for revenge. They all agreed on one thing: humanity deserved revenge. Watching their hatred continue to grow, Deus quietly realized that even pure elves could eventually fall this far after witnessing the ugliness of humanity firsthand. Without wasting time, Deus ordered Gordon to gather every piece of information related to the elves and create a route that would allow the girls to secretly infiltrate human society. Gordon immediately accepted the order. Deep down, Deus continued calculating his next moves carefully. In 6 months, the 10 Stars heroes would gather together in order to kill him. Before that day arrived, he needed to recruit more talented individuals to strengthen the tower and expand his influence throughout society. Creating chaos across human civilization was also an important part of the plan. Delaying the hero's journey for as long as possible would buy him valuable time. Until the 10 Stars heroes finally gathered together, 6 months still remained. And regardless of what happened during that time, Deus was determined to survive. The scene shifted to the Tower of Adamant, specifically the first floor where multiple Titan corpses were scattered across the rocky ground. Hillen and the others carefully moved through the area, while the mercenary bragged that the tower was far easier than he expected. He even joked that he might abandon his current profession and become a tower climber instead. Rosal explained that the monsters on the first floor were naturally weak and mostly consisted of low-level creatures. Hillen immediately warned the group not to become careless, simply because the enemies were easy to defeat. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the floor as someone announced that they had found the girl. Princess Elena could be seen sleeping quietly inside a cage. Hillen quickly ordered Granada to carry the princess and guide everyone back toward the kingdom, and the elf immediately agreed. While the group continued walking, Rosal mentioned that something about Hillen felt unusual. She pointed out that the old Hillen would have pushed everyone to continue deeper into the tower instead of retreating so soon. Hillen explained that their priority now was the safety of the others, since many could lose their lives during the battle against the Demon King. Rosal became even more convinced that Hillen had changed, though he simply denied her suspicions. In the past, Hillen had been driven entirely by greed and his obsession with glory. Now, however, he seemed calmer and far more restrained than before. Although Rajal admitted that this version of him felt unfamiliar, she also confessed that she actually preferred the person he had become. Her honest words briefly caught Hillen by surprise before he urged everyone to keep moving. Now we finally get a romance on this one. After rescuing the princess, the heroes returned triumphantly to the Hilderin kingdom, where a grand royal banquet had already been prepared in their honor. Inside the magnificent hall, the king openly praised Hillen for protecting the kingdom's reputation and rescuing Princess Elena from disgrace. He proudly declared that Hillen deserved rewards worthy of a true savior chosen by the crown itself. Despite the overwhelming praise, Hillen humbly insisted that the mission could never have succeeded without Rosal's support. The king appeared highly impressed by Hillen's modesty and presented him as a role model for every noble attending the celebration. Amid the celebration, Hillen suddenly realized that Princess Elena was nowhere inside the banquet hall. The king calmly explained that the princess was currently resting under strict protection after suffering through a traumatic experience. However, behind his reassuring expression, the king secretly began analyzing how emotionally attached Hillen had become to Elena. He believed that arranging a marriage between the hero and the princess could permanently tie Hillen to the Hildeharan royal family and transform him into a weapon fully controlled by the crown. Filled with pride, the king raised a golden goblet and announced a grand toast celebrating the man who conquered the Tower of Steel. The nobles enthusiastically raised their cups alongside him as he loudly proclaimed that no kingdom would ever dare underestimate Hilderin again. Cheers echoed endlessly throughout the banquet hall as everyone celebrated the kingdom's glory and strength. Yet far away from the feast, another plan had already begun unfolding in secret. Ernan quietly infiltrated the tower with the intention of rescuing her sister personally. She realized that the heroes capable of sensing demonic energy were too distracted by the royal celebration to detect her presence. Alongside her was Deus, who silently eliminated guards while warning Ernan not to waste unnecessary strength that might attract suspicion. As they advanced deeper into the tower and approached the staircase, several guards attempted to raise the alarm. Before they could react properly, Ernan immediately summoned her water spirit and unleashed a massive torrent that exploded through the corridors. The violent flood threw the defenders into chaos and completely overwhelmed the area. Standing confidently before the captain of the guards, Ernan revealed herself as the Dark Spirit Summoner, one of the 4 heavenly lords serving the demon lord of the Black Flame. Deus quickly realized that Ernan had intentionally allowed herself to be captured earlier, purely because she found the situation entertaining. While she attempted to introduce him dramatically, Deus ignored the theatrics and continued walking forward alone, irritated that anyone would underestimate him. The guards panicked after realizing that the intruders had boldly entered through the main entrance itself. The captain soon understood that Deus was deliberately suppressing his demonic aura to avoid alerting the heroes attending the banquet nearby. Believing this restriction weakened him, the elite guards confidently launched their assault without hesitation. Their confidence proved completely meaningless. Even without relying on his dark powers, Deus effortlessly avoided every attack aimed at him. He mocked the guards for believing they ever had a chance of defeating him in the first place. The violent battle shook the tower so intensely that even the massive chandelier inside Princess Elena's room trembled violently, waking her from unconsciousness. As she regained awareness, Deus calmly demanded that the captain surrender while explaining that he had already restrained his power enough to avoid destroying the entire tower. Desperate to escape, the captain attempted to flee and call for the heroes. However, the damaged stone wall behind him suddenly dragged him backward and trapped his body within the structure itself. The terrified captain cursed the Dark Spirit Summoner as he became completely immobilized. Deus found the entire situation amusing. He reflected on how kidnapping the princess again less than a day after her rescue would utterly destroy the kingdom's reputation and authority. When Deus finally entered Elena's room to properly address her, she barely paid attention to him at all. Instead, Elena immediately rushed toward Ernan and embraced her joyfully after recognizing her despite the disguise. She explained that she had already received Ernan's letter and understood that nobody else besides the Demon Lord would ever come to save her. Watching the reunion, Deus realized that the 2 sisters were far more alike than they first appeared. Curious about the situation, he questioned Ernan about secretly sending a letter to Hillen earlier. Ernan admitted it was true and appeared surprised that Deus had allowed her actions without interference. Deus responded that he never considered her actions dangerous enough to deserve concern. Finally spreading his wings, Deus ordered the sisters to return with him immediately. Meanwhile, back at the royal banquet, the celebration suddenly descended into complete panic. A terrified guard rushed before the king and announced that Princess Elena had been kidnapped once again. The king's face twisted with disbelief and uncontrollable fury after hearing the shocking report. Enraged beyond reason, he violently smashed dishes across the banquet hall while screaming at his soldiers for their incompetence. In the freezing northern region surrounding the Tower of the Blazing Fire, the scene then shifts inside the tower's first floor, where gigantic weapons and machinery are lined throughout the area. A small blonde girl immediately becomes amazed after seeing one of the enormous mana cannons. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she loudly praises how massive and beautifully designed the weapon looks. Nearby, a large bearded blacksmith covered in tools and grease proudly introduces himself as Lodger Friedrich, the master blacksmith managing the first floor. The blonde girl becomes even more fascinated and quickly asks whether she could someday create one herself. Lodger bursts into laughter and immediately offers to hire her as his assistant whenever she wants. Soon afterward, a blonde female knight enters the room while carrying a damaged training scarecrow. She politely asks Lodger if he can repair it. The moment the little girl sees the knight, she completely freezes in shock. She loudly blurts out how unbelievably beautiful the knight is, and even comments on how toned her body looks underneath the armor. The knight instantly becomes embarrassed after hearing such direct compliments. Meanwhile, the Demon King silently watches everything from nearby, while the workshop's magical lights glow behind him. Inside his mind, he realizes that the child possesses an incredibly dangerous talent for charming people. He then properly introduces the little girl. Her name is Elena. As he speaks, the scenery briefly shifts toward Elena, happily staring around the tower with sparkling eyes, showing how this strange place is the first real world she has personally experienced outside of books. The knight slowly begins blushing after realizing the child is being completely sincere. At the same time, Gordon suddenly loses his composure. Standing in the middle of the room, he starts yelling that the Demon King has already gone too far. He complains that raising heroes, elves, and warrior princesses was already troublesome enough, but taking care of a child princess inside the tower is beyond unreasonable. The Demon King calmly responds that nobody asked Gordon to raise her. Then Elena suddenly walks toward Gordon, immediately causing the atmosphere to become comedic, as Gordon panics in fear. He warns Elena that she should not speak casually to him because the Demon King's mage must remain a terrifying symbol feared throughout the world. However, Elena innocently explains that her older sister told her many stories about Gordon. The atmosphere softens into warm glowing colors as Elena happily explains that Gordon always cooks delicious meals. She then bows deeply and sincerely thanks him for always helping her sister. For a brief moment, Gordon becomes completely speechless as the terrifying image he tried maintaining instantly collapses. Soon afterward, Elena happily runs around the tower while admiring everything around her. She excitedly says that there are no scary monsters nearby, the tower feels clean, and everyone treats her kindly. She even mentions that she no longer feels sick anymore. The Demon King quietly realizes that Elena has already completely won everyone over. Curious, he suddenly asks what exactly Elena's older sister wrote about him in her letters. The moment he asks that question, Elena freezes. After nervously trembling for several moments, Elena embarrassedly admits that her sister never actually wrote anything about him. The Demon King immediately becomes suspicious. The conversation then turns serious as Elena's illness is finally explained. Her older sister reveals that Elena suffers from mana overload. Elena was born with an enormous amount of mana comparable to powerful high-level mages, but her weak body cannot properly withstand it. Fortunately, the dense demonic energy surrounding the Demon King's tower naturally drains mana little by little. That demonic atmosphere is the reason Elena's condition continuously improves after arriving there. Because of that environment, Elena could eventually recover completely if she remains inside the tower long enough. Afterward, the atmosphere inside the room becomes serious once again. The Demon King reveals that the hero's journey will officially begin in 6 months. He asks whether Elena can become strong enough before then. Her older sister honestly answers that turning Elena into an archmage may still be difficult, but making her into a powerful high-level mage should still be possible. The Demon King accepts that answer and orders that Elena stay on the 3rd floor under Ernan's care. Before leaving, Elena's older sister quietly makes one final request. With a worried expression, she asks the Demon King not to allow Elena to directly participate in combat, because she is still too innocent to witness bloodshed. The Demon King silently wonders whether Hildirin's destruction in the future originally happened because of Elena herself. The chapter then shifts toward the 5th floor strategy meeting room. The room is enormous, with a giant glowing blue tactical table positioned at the center while magical projections float throughout the air. The Demon King explains that he expanded the room using the points earned from kidnapping the 13th princess. Until now, he personally handled most matters because of limited resources, but preparing for the future now requires a far more organized system. He officially grants Gordon full authority over the strategy room, and even allows him to freely expand it whenever necessary. The Demon King then explains the 2 most important objectives moving forward. First, strengthening the tower itself. Second, delaying the time needed for the 10-star heroes to fully gather. The atmosphere becomes heavier as the future threat of the heroes is mentioned. The Demon King also asks about the operation involving the elves. Kruth reports that everything is proceeding smoothly, and that the elves have already been secretly distributed to trade partners around the continent through the Merchant Guild. However, the meeting suddenly changes when an orc urgently contacts them through a magical communication screen. The orc reports that the princess has disappeared again. The story then shifts toward the Akan Kingdom. Inside the magnificent royal palace filled with white pillars and blue decorations, the king receives a letter discovered inside the princess's room. After reading the contents, his expression immediately changes because he realizes exactly where she went. Frozen Mountain. The king instantly orders a search party to head toward Urgest and safely bring Princess Lavinia back before something terrible happens. Meanwhile, deep within the snowy lands of Urgest, countless dead monsters cover the frozen ground. Blood stains the white snow while blizzards violently rage across the mountains. Monstrous creatures are slaughtered one after another before the person responsible is finally revealed. Lavinia Akan, the 3rd princess of the Akan Kingdom, wrapped in dark clothing while snow gathers around her purple hair. Lavinia calmly walks through the battlefield searching for ingredients needed for her chimera experiments. The scenery around her looks horrifying. The orcs then reveal another shocking detail. A human mage is currently leading monsters directly into their territory. Even worse, she is approaching the Demon King's tower itself. The moment the Demon King hears Lavinia's name, his entire expression darkens. He immediately explains that Lavinia is no ordinary chimera creator. Before his regression, she single-handedly invaded his territory, while controlling an entire legion of chimera monsters. The background shifts toward horrifying memories from the future as gigantic chimera creatures rampage through the battlefield, while countless demons are massacred. The Demon King remembers how Lavinia kidnapped many of his vassals and nearly caused the tower itself to collapse. Back then, the entire world feared her under one terrifying title, the One-Woman Hero's Journey. The Demon King then realizes that something is extremely wrong. Originally, Lavinia was not supposed to become active for several more years. He starts wondering whether Draxon's death altered the future timeline and caused Lavinia to move much earlier than expected. Kruth then points out the biggest problem. Lavinia is still the 3rd princess of the Akan Kingdom, if they kill or kidnap her, the Akan kingdom would immediately launch a full-scale invasion against the demon realm. With the hero's journey already approaching, they would never survive fighting both enemies at once. The Demon King silently agrees before finally making his decision. He personally leaves the tower in order to lure Lavinia away before she can reach it. As he walks alone through the dark hallway illuminated by magical lights, another terrifying thought suddenly appears inside his mind. The entire situation feels far too familiar. Before Draxen died, someone had also deliberately sent a princess directly toward him. The Demon King slowly begins realizing the horrifying possibility that someone may have intentionally sent Lavinia Akan toward him simply to completely ruin his life once again. The scene shifted as Deus was seen flying through the sky. He ordered Krudu to retreat to the east for now. Deus thought to himself that Lavinia Akan would not have come into the mountains without any reason, and that someone may have lured her in. Deus thought of Jason Cockman as he was the only one who might have done this. With that, Deus resolved that if Jason was truly the mastermind, he would not just sit back and take it. And with that thought, he flew away into the distance. The scene then shifted to Krudu as he faced the princess and her monster. Krudu was secretly pleased that his subordinates had escaped safely, and that even without him, their tribe could last forever. He then shouted that as long as he could protect their tribe, paying with his own life was a small price to pay. He then silently apologized to the Demon King and hoped that Deus would look after their tribe. Suddenly, purple flames erupted. Krutu was shocked to see the flames, and a voice rang out asking Krutu who had ordered him to die. It was revealed that Deus had come to save Krutu. Krutu immediately bowed down and declared that he would accept any punishment. Deus ordered him to stand up, then added that Krutu had fulfilled his responsibility as a chief and should not throw his life away so easily, that finding someone like him was not easy. The words rizzed up Krutu. The princess was now shocked that the Demon King himself had shown up. Deus's flames had pushed back the Chimera army, and he added that it was better to thin their numbers even by a little. Suddenly someone shouted, "Sister!" It was revealed that the prince had come to take the princess, adding that their father was worried about her. The prince was none other than Cain Akan. Cain ordered his troops to move near the Chimeras, as his sister might be close by. Deus then declared that he had no quarrel with the Akan kingdom, but that next time she overstepped, none of them would be spared, leaving the princess wondering why the Demon King himself had come personally. Prince Cain finally reached her location, but was shocked to find only a doll with a letter stating that they did not need to look for her. Cain was furious at why the princess kept disappearing and leaving letters. His own subordinates asked the prince to head back, as the monsters in the area were dangerous. Cain, having confirmed that his sister had not been kidnapped by Deus, agreed to head back. The scene shifted near the tower, where the princess could be seen looking at it from a distance. Spotting her, Deus thought to himself that Princess Akan would probably not back down until she got what she wanted. He added that she was a madwoman who had even aimed for the Demon King's flesh solely for the sake of her own experiments. Gordon reported to Deus that the scouts from earlier were leaving the Irgos Mountains. Deus figured that the princess must have shaken the scouts off herself. He added that if the kingdom discovered the princess was heading for the tower, the hero party would have raided him. Gordon concluded that if the Chimera princess disappeared in the Irgos Mountains forever, the Akan kingdom would have no justification to invade, and though the most reasonable option was an all-out attack on the princess, Deus' army had no chance against the Chimeras. Deus finally decided to deal with her himself. Deus could now be seen flying above the princess. Jason, hiding within the Chimera's body, could not believe that Deus himself had come to face the princess. Deus was more careful than Jason had thought. Deus finally spoke, stating that he knew Jason was listening and that he could sense Jason's faint energy on the Chimera the princess was riding. Jason, no longer hiding, finally spoke, declaring that it was impressive that Deus had noticed but questioning what he could do about it even so. It was now clear that the Chimera army was large enough to rival a hero's party. Deus thought to himself that every one of these chimeras was a high-ranking monster, but that his only target was Princess Lavinia. Suddenly, he noticed a certain chimera. Gordon reported that the body of the Beast Demon King had been confirmed to be in Lavinia's hands, the very beast she was riding. Deus was shocked to see that even Draxen's corpse had been used as material. Jason, overjoyed that Deus seemed to have noticed, added that the corpse could even replicate Draxen's speed from when he was alive. He mocked Deus, stating that every Demon King used their demonic points to strengthen themselves, but that Deus had converted most of his into money. In his current state, without any strengthening, Deus would likely struggle to defeat the princess mounted on Draxen's corpse. Furthermore, Jason had placed eyes and ears on each chimera, so while Deus fought the princess, just one chimera entering the tower would be enough to reveal its internal layout and establish a perfect strategy to conquer it, just as heroes did to demon kings. Jason asked with a mocking tone what Birja Deus would do in this situation. Deus admitted with a smirk that he had been played and finally decided to act. Deus suddenly threw away his cloak. Gordon shouted that it was extremely dangerous to reveal himself in front of those chimeras. Jason also wondered what Deus could be planning. Deus finally spoke up and proposed a deal, telling the princess to cancel her deal with Jason, the Demon King of Lies. He added that if she did, he would give her one of his own horns, and swore it on the Demon King's standards, tempting the princess. As Lavinia handed Deus the contract, a contract paper that looks like it's still waiting for the GTA 6, she demanded the horn to be given. However, Deus stated that they should head inside the tower first, adding that Lavinia did not need the contract because he swore on the Demon King's standards. We all know this line now. As they entered the tower, even Jason stated that Deus himself treated the Demon King's standards as a joke. He added that Deus had him, however Jason still had one more move, leaving him to wonder what Deus would do. The scene shifted inside the tower as Logar and the others were shocked to see Princess Lavinia inside. Lavinia wondered where all the materials were, materials referring to the monsters she was talking about. Deus replied that he only promised the horns, not other materials. The two other princesses whispered to each other. Kayende asked if that really was Lavinia, to which Ernan confirmed. Elena asked what she was doing there. The scene shifted to the Demon King's chamber as Deus threw Lavinia a horn. Shocked, Lavinia demanded that Deus give her his real horn, a Demon King's horn. Deus mocked her, stating that he did not care about the Demon King's standards and that he could not simply give his own horn to humans, as it was his own pride. Now furious, Lavinia summoned all her chimeras, preparing to attack Deus. Gordon quickly appeared in front of Deus to protect him, but Deus told him it was fine. Deus then confidently stated that the horn he gave Lavinia was not just any horn, he had placed a power as strong as a Demon King's inside it, a phoenix flame, which Lavinia was immediately drawn to. Deus added that it would be perfect for a chimera. Lavinia ordered her chimeras to retreat as she asked for more from Deus. Seizing the opportunity, Deus pulled out an Armani's orb and stated that if she swallowed it he would give her one more horn, but swallowing the orb meant she would turn into his subordinate. Before Deus could finish the sentence, Lavinia quickly swallowed the orb without hesitation and immediately demanded the horn be handed to her. Deus thought to himself that Lavinia might be out of her mind. With that, Deus successfully obtained a new princess for his army. I think our boy is building a princess army or a harem. The scene shifted as Lavinia and the others were seen chatting. Deus thought to himself that he had finally obtained the power capable of taking on a massive hero's journey, and that he only needed to prepare for the 10-star heroes. Krudu then reported that he had successfully removed all traces of the chimera. Deus thought to himself that even though the Akan Kingdom would not think Lavinia was in the tower, he still needed a backup plan. Back in the Akan Kingdom, it was announced that a letter from Princess Lavinia had arrived. As it was read, one noble recommended that they send a search party. The king disagreed and added that if she was happy he would leave the princess alone for now, before stating that if the Aegis Mountains became a wasteland because of her experiments, he himself would take full responsibility. In the Tower of Frost, Ice Batty was seen eating a frozen candy as she asked the big boy if Deus had truly helped him, to which he confirmed. He added that Deus had discovered the hero's journey ahead of time, and had warned him. She then asked if Deus was more trustworthy than Jason, adding that Jason had also helped him survive an Aryan in the past. The big boy did not deny it, but admitted he could not truly trust Jason and could not explain why. She then clarified some things, explaining that the three of them, Draxen herself and the big boy, had survived Aryan for decades because of Jason, unlike the new Demon Kings who had fallen in under 3 years, like the Demon King of Lust who got slain by Hillen, even though he could save the new Demon Kings. This statement made the giant Demon King wonder if Jason was the one who might have killed Draxen. The Ice Queen replied that the big boy should judge it himself, and that she herself did not trust Deus either, but added that there was a way to find out by asking the Succubus Demon Queen, though she hated it. The scene then shifted to Burfet, as the Succubus Queen was seen flying above the castle while using an invisibility spell. Vivian then asked the Ice Queen if she truly wanted her to kidnap the Dwarven Princess. The Ice Queen explained that Draxen's death stemmed from the Dwarven Princess, and that someone with the Demon King's power might have sent the Prince of Ormuth, which led to Draxen being killed. Before proceeding, Vivian asked for the magic words, which irritated the Ice Queen, but having no choice, she said it please. Vivian teased her further by stating that she had not actually asked her to say that. Without wasting any more time, Vivian immediately teleported into the middle of the street, thinking to herself that the order was also the Arcane Duke's order to find the culprit who killed Draxen. She arrived at the front of the castle, thinking that if she completed this mission she might get sent back. Walking inside the castle, she even teased one of the dwarves that could not see her. Peeking around a corner, she thought to herself that the plan would go smoothly as long as there was no top-tier hero. But suddenly, Hillan was standing in front of her, shocking her. She worriedly asked if he could see her, to which he replied, of course, before pulling out his sword and striking at her directly. Now panicking, she wondered why a top-tier hero like Hillan was guarding the princess, before shouting that she could not stand this dimension anymore. Hillan immediately realized that everything was unfolding exactly as the Demon King had predicted. Vivian had truly come to kidnap Princess Louise. Earlier, the Demon King had already warned Hillen Cargill to guard the Dwarven Princess for the time being, because the Demon Queen would definitely attempt to abduct her. Trusting those words completely, Hillen charged at Vivian with his full strength. His confidence in the Demon King only grew stronger, and he believed that faith would make him even greater. Determined to increase his achievements, he declared that he would defeat the Succubus Queen. At the same time, Vivian quickly retreated at incredible speed. She refused to believe she could be defeated in a place like that, and desperately searched for the Dwarf Princess. Before she could react, the Dwarven Princess suddenly appeared behind her and launched a fierce attack. She moved in for the kill. Shocked, Vivian finally realized that the person attacking her was truly the princess. The dwarven princess mockingly responded as if Vivian had expected someone else entirely. At that moment, Hillen attacked from the opposite side and declared that Vivian would die there. Vivian was pushed into complete despair. A hero was protecting the princess while the princess herself was charging at her with an axe. The entire situation felt completely absurd to her, as though something was fundamentally wrong with that dimension itself. Unable to handle the chaos anymore, Vivian let out a loud scream. Despite being cornered, Vivian still managed to escape from the battlefield. Hillen could only watch as she fled. The dwarven princess became furious the moment she realized Vivian had escaped. She reminded Hillen that the demon queen had come specifically to kidnap her and insisted that Vivian should have been killed on the spot. Without wasting another second, she immediately ordered the soldiers nearby to pursue the demon queen at once. Soon after, Hillen reported everything directly to Deus. He confirmed that the succubus queen had appeared exactly as the demon king had predicted. Hearing the report, Deus calmly reflected on the moment he had first seen Vivian. From that very first encounter, he had already expected something like this to happen. Deus then asked about the outcome of the battle. Hillen admitted that he had failed to eliminate the succubus queen. However, he revealed that he had still managed to obtain a trophy from the encounter and planned to send it to the tower. The trophy turned out to be the tail of the succubus queen. As the situation settled, the scene shifted toward the Eastern Triangle straight within the Sea of the Sea King. There, Krudel, the master of the Eastern Sea and a calamity-grade monster, was engaged in battle against Palav Disrod, one of the 10 Stars heroes. The fierce battle continued until Roselle suddenly arrived at the battlefield. Without hesitation, she fired a fairy arrow that struck Krudel directly and instantly killed the monster. Palav immediately became irritated because Roselle had interrupted the fight. Roselle then explained that an order had been issued to summon all of the 10 stars. A hero's journey to Irgust had officially begun. At first, Palav complained about the troublesome situation, but the moment he heard the name Irgust, his expression changed completely. He knew that place was filled with countless calamity-grade monsters. Roselle quickly warned him not to get overly excited, because they were not heading there to enjoy battles. Their mission was simply to capture the Demon King. Even while complaining, Roselle pointed out how ridiculous Palav was. Palav, however, proudly admitted how satisfying that style of fighting felt, and even encouraged Roselle to try it herself. Roselle immediately rejected the idea and told him to get lost. As the conversation continued, Palav noticed how much stronger Roselle's magic had become. Smirking, he pointed out that she must have been secretly training on her own. Excited by the thought, he immediately suggested having a match against her. Roselle reacted with visible irritation and told him to fight alone and die by himself. Ignoring her attitude, Palav casually asked how she had even managed to find him. Roselle explained that someone had informed her that he would be there wasting time by himself. Curious, Palav asked who had given her that information. Roselle then revealed that it was the guildmaster of the Heroes Guild. Not long afterward, the scene shifted to the Heroes Guild, where Hillen arrived before the Elder Heroes. The Elders praised him as 10 Stars hero Hillen, the hero who had defeated 2 Demon Kings and protected the Dwarven Princess from a kidnapping attempt by the Demon Queen. They acknowledged that his recent achievements had been exceptionally outstanding. Hillen humbly expressed his gratitude. The Elder Heroes then announced that in recognition of those achievements, the Heroes Guild had decided to appoint him as an Argon. At that moment, Hillen received an even more powerful sword. Argons were individuals who stood alongside the Guildmaster and the 4 Elders to determine the direction of the entire Heroes Guild. Their influence was so immense that even kings sought friendly relations with them, a position that carried enormous authority and power. As Hillen stood there, emotions overwhelmed him. He reflected on how an ordinary boy from a countryside village had managed to rise this far, and he realized that only a little more remained before he could finally achieve his dream. Filled with determination, Hillen swore to fulfill his duties as an Argon, becoming convinced that he was now one step closer to becoming the greatest hero in history. At that moment, Palav suddenly arrived and jokingly wondered when such a greenhorn had become such a huge figure. He mentioned that it had been a while since they last met, and brought up the rumors about Hillen defeating 2 Demon Kings. Excited as always, Palav suggested sparring together sometime. Hillen respectfully greeted Sir Palav and expressed his happiness at seeing him again, though he admitted that sparring might be difficult. Soon after, the Elder Heroes welcomed the arrival of both Palav Disrod and Rosal Shant. They explained that everyone had been gathered because a grave mission needed to be assigned. Palav immediately became irritated, claiming that they had ruined his fun and warned them that the mission had better be worthwhile, otherwise someone would end up dead. The Elder Hero calmly assured him that the mission would definitely satisfy him as well. From that moment onward, the Heroes Guild ordered them to forcibly return the 7 10 Stars heroes currently employed in the Jespine Empire's succession war. No matter what methods became necessary, the Heroes Guild would handle the aftermath themselves. The 10 Stars level hero's journey had become the highest priority. Hearing this, Palav immediately grinned in excitement, thrilled at the idea that they were being allowed to beat the other 10 Stars down if necessary in order to bring them back. Rosal quickly told him to calm down, as his excitement was becoming unsettling. Meanwhile, Hillen's expression darkened in shock. He realized that gathering all of the 10 Stars meant the hero's journey would begin much earlier than expected. Inside his mind, Hillen desperately thought about the Demon King. To him, the Demon King represented his path toward ultimate success. The Demon King absolutely could not fall. Later, Helen reported everything directly to Deus. He explained that if the heroes employed in Jespine were brought back, the hero's journey would begin immediately. Deus questioned why such a sudden decision had been made. Helen admitted that even the guildmaster had never revealed the reason behind it. After hearing Helen's report, Deus immediately became uneasy. Everything was happening far too suddenly, almost to the point of feeling artificial. He started wondering whether Jason had interfered behind the scenes. Trying to understand the situation, Deus asked how the Heroes Guild planned to move the hero's journey forward so quickly. Helen explained that the guild intended to intervene directly in the Jespine Empire's succession war. The story then revealed the true nature of those succession wars. They were an ancient tradition of the Jespine imperial family. The position of the next emperor was decided through brutal competition among the princes and princesses who risked their lives to claim the throne. Whenever the emperor assigned a difficult task related to the empire, the royal candidates hired mercenaries and carried out those missions alongside heroes. The succession war itself was divided into 5 total stages, and the entire conflict usually lasted around 6 months. Hearing this, the Demon King slowly realized the seriousness of the situation. If the war truly lasted 6 months, then the 10 Stars heroes would remain gathered there the entire time. Helen confirmed that 7 out of the 10 Stars heroes had already been hired as mercenaries in the succession war. However, he also warned that if Palav Disroad interfered personally, the entire war could end within a single month, or even within just a few weeks, causing all of the 10 Stars to gather together much earlier than expected. Deus immediately understood the danger. Whether Jason had interfered or not no longer mattered. He realized he had no time left and needed to act immediately. Without hesitation, Deus announced that it was finally time to move to the next stage and ordered Logger to create a golem. The command instantly shocked Logger, and excitement filled him as he realized Deus was talking about an ancient weapon. Deus reminded him that Mag Gate was essential for constructing a golem, then turned toward Lavania Aken and ordered her to assist Logger with the project. Confused, Lavania questioned why she should help. As a reward, Deus presented her with the tale of the succubus queen. The moment she saw it, Lavania became excited, recognizing it as a valuable ingredient, and immediately agreed to help with the golem's creation. After settling that matter, Deus turned toward Ernan and asked about Elena's condition. Ernan explained that Elena's mana had almost completely drained away, and that starting from the next day, he planned to begin teaching her the basics of magic. Satisfied with the progress, Deus instructed him to continue. Soon afterward, Deus switched to his other identity and met with Gordon. He informed Gordon that he would be leaving for some time, meaning Gordon would need to take care of the tower in his absence. Gordon immediately became suspicious and asked whether Deus was heading where he thought he was. Deus calmly confirmed it, revealing that he would personally participate in the Jespin Empire's succession war. The scene shifted to the Utura Island located within the territory of the Jespian Empire. Recently, Utura Island had been overrun by a massive horde of the undead, and the innocent citizens of the Empire trembled in fear because of it. The final objective of the war was to subdue the Necromancer of Utura Island, a necromancer of high-tier grade bearing attributes of dark and life essence. The scene shifted to the island where countless undead armies attacked relentlessly. A noble could be seen sitting upon a throne carried by 4 soldiers while others formed a protective guard around him. The noble declared that the path to the throne was paved with blood, and since this was the final trial, he insisted that he would need to send in as many retainers as necessary. The soldiers cried out their devotion, declaring everything they did was for the first prince. Naya Diapharan, the 3rd star of the 10-star heroes who had been employed by the first prince, spoke up, stating that even if this was the final task, they would not have any retainers left at this rate. With a displeased expression, the first prince retorted that even if she was a famous hero, she was still merely a subject of the empire, and she did not have the authority to oppose his orders as the first prince. This arrogant prince was revealed to be Rufus Jespine, the first prince of the Jespine Empire. Faced with his rebuke, Naya did not press the matter further. The scene shifted to another part of the island. A woman's scream pierced the air as she begged her brother to spare her life. It was revealed that the two were a prince and a princess. The prince remarked that she should not speak of such terrible things coming to pass, as he could not bring himself to harm his own sister. But suddenly, an assassin hired by the prince stabbed her in the back. The prince mocked her coldly, declaring that he would never dream of dirtying his own hands, as he was destined to become a noble emperor in the future. It was revealed that this man was Floin Jespine, the 2nd prince of the Jespine Empire. He then ordered his soldiers to clean up and hunt down the remaining heirs, to which the soldiers readily complied. It was further revealed that his retainer was Ralph Schmidt, the 6th star of the 10-star heroes. The scene then shifted to another part of the island, where multiple undead were being thoroughly beaten back. 2 figures stood back to back, trading compliments as they fought. The red-haired hero remarked that the heir's punches were truly worthy of a ruler, while the heir praised the hero in return, saying his posture was excellent and that he truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 10-star heroes. The heir continued, declaring that every citizen of the empire should possess a body as fine as his, and that the current generation was far too weak. She further proclaimed that once she became emperor, she would begin purging her scrawny brothers and sisters. And yes, if you're still confused, this ripped person is a girl. She was Taerin Jespane, the fourth princess of the Jespain Empire. The hero, upon hearing her words, did not argue further and simply displayed a puzzled expression. The red-haired hero was revealed to be Gillian Eint, the fifth star of the 10-star heroes and the one employed by the fourth princess. 2 hours since the necromancer subjugation had begun, the remaining heirs had dwindled from 17 to only 15. The scene shifted once more to another part of the island, where countless undead were advancing. A voice cried out desperately, begging the undead not to chase him any further. It was revealed that the boy was Noah Jespain, the youngest of the heirs, the 17th prince of the Jespain Empire. As Noah ran from the countless undead with tears welling in his eyes, he thought to himself that all of his retainers had been slaughtered by the undead, and even the heroes he had hired had abandoned him. The only things he had left were the artifacts his siblings had given him. He further reflected that, given all the previous trials he had already failed, he did not even know how to use these artifacts. As he clutched the artifacts in his hand and ran, a vine suddenly tripped him and he tumbled to the ground. The precious artifacts scattered across the dirt around him. As he lay there, a countless horde of the undead army closed in around him. He thought desperately to himself that he could not fail here. He thought that if any of his first, second, or fourth siblings were to become emperor, a bloodbath would surely sweep throughout the empire. Countless retainers had sacrificed their lives for him, begging him to save the empire from the hands of those nobles. He then declared that for the sake of those retainers who had given their lives for him, he had to stop his siblings. As he lay on the ground weeping, he slowly reached for an artifact and declared that a true emperor is someone who protects everyone. But his words were quickly cut short as the undead rapidly surrounded him. Dread washed over him as he thought to himself that this was his end, before apologizing inwardly to his siblings, lamenting that he could go no further. But suddenly blue lightning rained down from the sky, striking the horde of undead monsters surrounding the prince. A man's voice called out, saying he was fortunate not to have arrived too late, and asked the prince whether he was hurt anywhere. It was revealed that the hero who had arrived was none other than Hiline Cargill. Shock flooded Noah's face as he stared in amazement at one of the 10-star heroes who had come to save him. Then another arrived, a red feather drifted down and landed on Noah's head, and our boy Deus, I meant Pale, descended from the sky, emanating a blinding red light as Noah looked up at him. Pale asked Noah if he wished to hire them, adding that they might be able to help him, all while holding a massive flame in his hands. Noah, stunned by what he was witnessing, did not hesitate and shouted with a shaky voice that he would hire them. Pale replied that they had a deal, flashing a smirk before launching a fireball into the undead as a massive explosion of flame erupted beneath him. 10 minutes prior, Deus had laid out his plan to Hiline. Raising a finger, he explained that they needed to prevent the 10-star heroes from participating in the hero's journey. To accomplish this, he proposed that they keep the heroes pinned down and stall for time so that the War of Succession would never end, with further details to be explained later. Hiline then brought up Palav Disrod, identifying him as the main problem, noting that Palav would disqualify all the other 10-star heroes before the war even concluded. Palav, with a calm expression, stated that they would deal with him first, but that before anything else, they would need to enter the conflict without drawing suspicion, and for that they would need an employer. He then named someone, declaring that the 17th prince, Noah Jespain, was the perfect candidate. Noah's rank was so low that he would not have been able to hire other high-level heroes, and he was, in Palav's own words, a complete crybaby and a coward. The scene then shifted back to the present, where Noah was on his knees, tearfully thanking the two for saving his life. With a shaky voice, he confessed that he had thought it was all over for him. He then urgently pleaded that they had to stop his first, second, and fourth siblings at all costs, but admitted that he did not have the funds to hire renowned heroes and asked whether artifacts would suffice as payment. Suddenly, Pale took hold of him and told him that he did not want his money. What he needed was Noah's sense of justice to save the empire from his wicked siblings, before declaring once more that a true emperor is someone who protects everyone. This moved the boy deeply, and so both had been successfully hired. Pale, the Phoenix Master, and Hiline Cargill, a 10-star hero. Deus thought to himself that humans were so easy to deceive, before urging Noah that they had to move and stop them. Noah, still a child with little understanding of what was truly happening, affirmed with conviction that they had to protect everyone. Meanwhile, Hiline silently apologized to Noah in his thoughts for getting him caught up in their scheme. On the other side of the island, Rosal was struck with shock as she sensed Pale's energy. She gazed into the distance, spotting the flames that Deus had unleashed. Palav, having noticed it as well, asked Rosal if she had felt it too, and remarked that there was someone interesting on the island, visibly shocking her. Palav was revealed to be holding one of our boy's hero, the 10th star, in his grasp. He then remarked that fighting our boy might actually be entertaining compared to these weakling heroes. It was further revealed that the 10th star and the 6th prince had both been disqualified from the war. Rosal told him to leave it be, adding that the one Hiline had brought along was no one to concern himself with. Palav, turning his back, questioned why Hiline would call upon someone else when he was already there. Rosal, meanwhile, wondered to herself what on earth Hiline was thinking, as she continued to stare into the distance. Deep within the forest of Utura Island, in a suspiciously isolated area, Hiline and Noah could be seen walking side by side. Noah asked where they were headed, but Hiline offered him no answer. Walking ahead of them was Pale. He recalled that in his past life he had searched for monsters worthy of becoming his familiars, and this was where he had found one. It was the necromancer's cave. A being sat upon a throne within, two servants standing at its sides. Pale observed it from a distance. The creature was revealed to be the necromancer that had been wreaking havoc across Utura Island, and it let out a growl in our boy's direction. Deus, revealing his true form as his phoenix slowly transformed into a black dragon, declared that before Pale could disqualify the 10-star heroes, he would conceal the necromancer and ensure the War of Succession never came to an end, all while channeling a surge of purple energy through his dragon hands. Hilan and Noah were left completely frozen in shock, before Noah screamed in disbelief, crying out that a demon king had appeared before them. Even the necromancer itself appeared stunned upon hearing that Deus was a demon king. The necromancer revealed that he had spent his entire life hiding from demon kings just to avoid becoming someone's puppet. He realized that Deus had finally tracked him down. Declaring himself the king of the undead, he refused to serve under anyone, insisting that he would bow to no one. At that moment, countless undead soldiers roared around him. In a single second, Deus erased the entire undead army with overwhelming power. The necromancer was left completely shocked by the display of strength. Deus coldly questioned whether the necromancer wished to die. Terrified, the necromancer immediately dropped to his knees and swore absolute loyalty to Deus. Deus accepted his surrender and reminded him that only the living could have a future. He warned that pretending to be brave would only lead to a meaningless death. Deus then turned his attention toward the 17th Prince Noah. Noah trembled in fear as he stared at the black flames surrounding Deus. It was then that he finally came to understand that the owner of the Phoenix was actually the demon king of blazing fire. The truth that the hero Hilan Cargill served under a demon king completely shattered him. Deus offered Noah a chance to become his familiar as well. At the same time, Deus considered the strength of the Jespine Empire. In his mind, he reasoned that turning the 17th prince into his familiar would prove useful later, because the Empire was strong enough to keep the Hero Guild under control. Despite crying in fear, Noah refused to betray the people who had sacrificed themselves for him. He declared that he would not betray the Empire or humanity. He made it clear that he would rather die than bow before a demon king. Without hesitation, Deus forced an orb into Noah's mouth. Smirking calmly, Deus expressed admiration for Noah's righteous heart and stubborn nature. He admitted that he had fully anticipated the refusal. Deus explained that the stronger Noah's hatred became, the greater the pain he would suffer. He then commanded Noah to surrender and swear loyalty to his new king. Noah screamed in unbearable agony as the pain spread through his brain. Even while suffering, he continued to defy Deus, refusing to yield. Watching the scene, Hilan asked whether Noah had died. Deus calmly explained that Noah was still alive because killing him would be a waste. Afterward, Deus turned toward the necromancer and ordered him to stand up. He declared that the time had come to work and prepare for the arriving heroes. The necromancer nervously asked whether the order was truly meant for him. Soon after, several powerful figures arrived outside the necromancer's cave. Among them were the twin heroes, Beam and Bong. The names kinda sounded like ping pong. Anyways, they sensed the mana of a necromancer and realized that the trail had been intentionally left behind. Confident in their abilities, they boasted that elite heroes like them could easily track a necromancer's den through mana alone. Alongside them was the 11th princess of the Jespine Empire, Sierra Jespine. She urged that they subdue the necromancer before anyone else discovered the location. The group entered the cave while Beam and Bong laughed confidently. They recognized the cave as the necromancer's den and cautioned everyone not to lower their guard, warning that the enemy was a powerful high-tier monster. Even so, the brothers arrogantly claimed that fighters nearly qualified to become 10-star heroes would have no trouble defeating such an opponent. They mocked the necromancer as nothing more than a weak mob and declared that they would slaughter him within 10 seconds. However, the situation changed instantly. The necromancer unleashed overwhelming freezing magic and completely froze both brothers. Feeling the incredible strength flowing through his body, he marveled at how the Demon King's mana had elevated him far beyond what he had ever imagined. At that moment, he became convinced that he was stronger than even a Calamity rank monster. From the shadows, Deus warned him not to overdo it and ordered the frozen heroes to be moved into the freezer immediately. The terrified necromancer quickly obeyed and froze the remaining intruders as well. As Deus observed, he noted that 3 princes and princesses had already been frozen, though no 10-star hero had yet fallen into the trap. He was confident that the necromancer's sealing magic, enhanced by his own mana, would even work against a 10-star hero. Deus explained that if they continued luring heroes into the cave and freezing them, the War of Succession would drag on far longer. This would also prevent the 10 stars from returning to the Hero Guild anytime soon. Hillen warned that the 10 stars would not fall so easily. Deus calmly replied that he already had another plan in motion, and then asked about the situation outside. Hillen revealed shocking news. The 10th star, Wharton Colo, had already been defeated by Pal of Disroad. Only 8 stars remained. Deus was stunned, unable to believe that not even half a day had passed yet. Deep in thought, he came to the realization that gathering all 10 stars had merely been a formality. If the King of Hilderan changed his decision, the hero's journey could still begin with only 7 or 8 stars assembled. If that happened, everything would be over. Understanding the danger, Deus decided that he needed more time. He announced his intention to personally deal with Pal of Disroad, Holohilan immediately panicked at the idea. He pleaded with Dayers, warning that Palav Disrode was a monster beyond imagination, and insisting that even Dayers could not win against him. Hearing the certainty in Hillen's voice, Dayers questioned him on it. Hillen nervously explained that Palav Disrode was powerful enough to defeat the Demon King of Beasts entirely on his own. According to Hillen, defeating Palav Disrode, the first star, in a one-on-one battle was completely impossible. The next scene shifted to an intense battle between Palav Disrode and Ralph Schmidt. Palav attacked relentlessly, while laughing with excitement. He acknowledged Ralph as the master of the ultimate shield, and revealed that he had always wanted to fight him. He spoke of the rumors claiming that even a broken door could become the strongest shield in Ralph's hands and demanded to witness that power for himself. However, the overwhelming strength of Palav completely shattered Ralph's shield. A massive explosion erupted across the battlefield immediately afterward. Realizing the difference in power, Ralph surrendered. Palav was left shocked by the sudden surrender. Soon after, the second prince arrived at the scene. Ralph apologized to the second prince and admitted that he could push no further. He expressed hope that Floan would somehow find a way through the rest of the battle. The second prince remained silent. Meanwhile, Palav desperately tried to stop Ralph from giving up. He reminded Ralph that his fighting style relied on strengthening shields and insisted that Ralph could continue fighting by switching to another shield. Ralph calmly explained that his power truly was the ability to grant abilities to shields. However, he admitted that no shield in existence could stop Palav, for his strength was simply too overwhelming. Hearing those words, even Palav appeared saddened. After the battle ended, Palav quietly walked away from the battlefield. Hidden nearby, Dais watched everything unfold from the shadows. He acknowledged that Palav Disrode was exactly the kind of monster Hillen Cargill had warned him about. Dais was shocked that Palav had shattered Ralph's shield, something even Draxon had failed to break. The sheer level of Palav's strength felt completely insane. As Dais continued observing him, the story briefly shifted to an earlier conversation between Dais and Hillen. At that time, Dais questioned why the Demon Kings were still alive if a hero as powerful as Palav truly existed. Hillen explained that Demon King towers were considered vital resources for humanity. Humans could harvest expensive materials and treasures from them. Because of that, heroes were forbidden from slaying Demon Kings without permission from the Hero Guild. According to Hillen, it was one of the guild's strict rules. Dais viewed those rules as arrogant and demanded to know how someone as monstrously strong as Palav could even exist. Hillen admitted that nobody truly knew Palav's origins. One day, Palav had suddenly appeared out of nowhere carrying nothing but a sword. His very first recorded feat was soloing a calamity-rank monster. Beyond that, no one knew where he was born, how he grew up, or how he obtained such transcendent power. Because of those mysteries, Hillen warned that avoiding Palav at all costs was the safest option. The story then returned to the present. Dais approached Palav while disguised under his second identity. Calmly, he confronted Palav directly. Palav immediately sensed an unusual aura from him and realized that the man standing before him was the Phoenix. Before the situation could escalate further, Roselle interrupted and recognized that Palav was connected to Hillen. Roselle suggested that both sides already understood enough and should simply continue focusing on their respective missions. Ignoring that advice, Dais pressed further and revealed his suspicions. He concluded that Palav's employer was not any prince or princess of the Empire, but the Hero Guild itself, part of a larger scheme to control the Empire by placing a puppet heir on the throne. He then warned that if such a scandal were ever exposed, neither the Empire nor the surrounding kingdoms would allow the Hero Guild to escape the consequences. Roselle immediately realized that Pala had not come there under the Hero Guild's orders. He demanded to know Pala's true objective. Dais calmly warned them to stop interfering and leave immediately. He threatened that if they refused, he would spread the entire scandal across the continent. Hearing this, Palav realized that they had been completely played from the beginning. At the same time, Roselle grew furious as thoughts of Hillen Cargill crossed his mind. He swore to settle the matter once he found him. Meanwhile, Dais remained completely calm. Deep down, he no longer cared whether his opponent was a monster capable of soloing Demon Kings. After returning to Arine, he had already abandoned the idea of solving everything through raw strength alone. Instead, he resolved to use the very system and order that humanity had created against them. He planned to bind their hands using their own rules. However, before the situation could continue further, the second prince suddenly appeared. The second prince revealed that none of it would become a problem, for it was he himself who had hired Palav and Roselle from the beginning. The moment Dais saw him, he was struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend how the second prince was standing there after supposedly being disqualified alongside Ralph. Still, he admitted that he had expected the second prince to appear eventually. At the same time, he recognized that his earlier accusation would no longer hold. Roselle immediately supported the second prince's statement and confirmed that everything had been done under his direct orders. Watching their quick response, Dais silently acknowledged how sharp they were. With the misunderstanding resolved, Palav's mood immediately changed. Excitement overtook him as he declared that the minor issues had finally been settled. What remained now was a direct fight against the Phoenix himself. At that moment, Dais began releasing his mana while smirking confidently. Even he could not deny that things had ultimately come down to this battle. Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge and prepared himself to face the greatest hero. Palav, now excited to fight Dais on an one-on-one fight. As Deus revealed his phoenix-like aura, Palav immediately recalled seeing the same appearance that day. He remembered how his sponsor's orders had stopped him from joining the battle back then, despite desperately wanting a fight like this. The excitement running through his body became impossible to contain. Deep within his bones, a violent thrill began to shake him. He felt that if Deus failed to satisfy his expectations, boredom itself might kill him, so he demanded that Deus fight with everything he had. Meanwhile, Deus looked at him and realized he was facing the greatest hero, Palav Disrod. In his previous life, he had never even seen him personally. Back then, he never cared about heroes at all. His arrogance and obsession with strength had blinded him, making him look down on heroes as inferior beings. But this life was different. This time, he decided to face Palav with everything he possessed. At the same moment, the flames surrounding Deus' body began growing even stronger. As the fiery aura expanded, Palav noticed something unusual about it. The flames felt warm and calming rather than dangerous. They carried neither attacking intent nor any form of status debuff. Realizing this, Palav slowly smiled in amusement. Right after that, Deus activated a high-tier defensive spell. A massive circular space formed around both of them, isolating the battlefield completely. He declared that no one except the two of them could enter that space. While maintaining the barrier, Deus silently reminded himself that losing this fight would lead to the hero's journey beginning once again. And just like before, he would eventually die at the hands of those heroes. With that thought driving him forward, Deus soared into the sky and fully unleashed the power of the Phoenix. Even then, he stated that Palav was free to leave the battlefield whenever he wished, and only needed to say the word. Witnessing all of this only made Palav even more excited. He felt that Deus's words were cold and challenging in the best possible way. Refusing to let Deus escape before satisfying him completely, Palav declared his desire to enjoy the battle to the fullest before instantly charging straight toward Deus. Meanwhile, the scene shifted inside the necromancer's cave, where the entire cave suddenly began shaking violently. Evan Jusp and his subordinates panicked immediately and feared that an earthquake had started. They desperately wanted to escape before the cave collapsed and buried everyone alive. However, Evan angrily shouted at them to stay quiet. He reminded them that this was finally his chance, and if they failed to capture that man, they would all die anyway. Before anyone could react further, the necromancer used his magic once again and froze all of them in place. Watching the situation, Halan calmly remarked that this made 4 victims already, and noted how the earthquake had made everything much easier. The necromancer agreed with him without hesitation. Even so, Halan silently worried about one important issue. Not a single 10-star hero had fallen victim to the spell yet, making him wonder whether the freezing magic could truly affect someone at that level. Soon after, Helan approached Noah while bringing some snacks for him. However, the moment he arrived, he was shocked to realize that Noah was no longer there. At the same time, Noah was shown escaping from the cave while wearing an invisible cloak. As he fled, he realized that the earthquake had allowed him to slip away unnoticed. The discovery immediately alarmed Helan. He rushed toward the necromancer and informed him that the 17th prince had escaped, questioning whether he had noticed anything. The necromancer responded that he had been too busy casting magic to see it happen. Without wasting another second, Helan attempted to contact the Demon King. However, no response came back from Deus's side, which only increased his anxiety even further. Realizing the danger of the situation, Helan immediately rushed out of the area. As he moved, he blamed himself for not double-checking properly. He convinced himself that the prince could not have gone too far yet, and became determined to find the 17th prince before he exposed their identities to anyone else. After Helan left, one of the undead approached the necromancer and reported something to him. Upon hearing it, the necromancer realized that something transparent had escaped from the cave. Furious, he questioned why the undead had only informed him now. The undead continued explaining itself, and after hearing the full story, the necromancer learned that the undead had actually been trying to say it the entire time. Even so, he quickly brushed the matter aside. He believed it was ultimately the Demon King who would suffer the loss, not him. As the king of the undead, he felt no reason to show extreme loyalty, especially since he had never swallowed the magic orb himself. Deciding the situation no longer mattered much, he prepared to leave the cave. But just then, someone suddenly appeared in front of the necromancer. Seeing the newcomer, the necromancer realized that another hero had arrived and decided to offer one final warning. At that very moment, he used his ice magic once again. However, unlike before, the spell completely failed to work. The unexpected result instantly filled the necromancer with panic. Meanwhile, Jason simply stood there with a smile on his face. Elsewhere, Naya informed the first prince that the one currently fighting Palav Disrod appeared to be Pale, the Phoenix Master. Hearing this, the first prince became furious at the Hero Guild. In the Just Pain Empire, every prince and princess was forced to hire mercenaries using their own wealth, power, and personal connections. According to him, the competition for succession began the moment they were born. And naturally, those born earlier always held the advantage. Even with his own status, he had only managed to hire someone like Naya, a 3rd-star hero. Because of that, he could not understand who had possibly managed to hire both Palav and Rosal at the same time, the 1st and 2nd stars together. To him, such a thing should have been impossible without interference from the Hero Guild itself. Meanwhile, in another area, Nicola Jespin, the fifth prince of the Jespin Empire, also became convinced that the Hero Guild had stepped in secretly. He believed they had been bribed in order to manipulate the outcome of the War of Succession. At the same time, Grey Jespin, the sixth prince of the Jespin Empire, spoke with his companions and insisted that they needed to capture the necromancer immediately. He planned to complete the mission first and then demand an audience with the Emperor in order to expose the Hero Guild's interference directly. Nearby, the seventh princess, Marilla Jespin, discussed the situation with her allies as well. She believed that if they received recognition for accomplishing such an achievement, they could finally gain an advantage over the other royal siblings. Elsewhere, Tiaran Jespin ran forward excitedly alongside his companions, fully determined to crush the necromancer himself. Back on Rufus's side, he mocked his siblings for their limited thinking. Instead of chasing the necromancer, he believed the real priority was finding the person who had hired Palav and Roselle and eliminating them first. Rufus intended to claim those powerful heroes for himself afterward. However, the only thing he still could not determine was the identity of Naya. Responded that he was hiding beside someone skilled at remaining unnoticed, making him extremely difficult to track down. At that very moment, Noah was secretly hiding nearby. However, a tree branch accidentally brushed against him and removed his invisible cloak. The instant Rufus noticed Noah, he coldly ordered his subordinates to kill him. Panicked, Noah immediately tried to stop him and begged his brother to wait long enough to hear an explanation. He insisted that this was not the right time for the royal family to fight among themselves, but Rufus ignored everything and concluded that Noah was merely trying to buy time, so he repeated the order to kill him. As Noah realized the situation, despair filled his mind. Out of everyone he could have encountered, he had run into his cruelest and oldest brother. Meanwhile, on another side of the battlefield, Hillen rushed forward at incredible speed while thinking desperately about the situation. He believed the Demon King could not die before he himself became the greatest hero. Because of that, he became completely focused on finding the 17th prince before the prince managed to contact anyone else. However, while moving ahead, Hillen suddenly discovered a massive wall created from earth magic blocking his path. Right then, Roselle appeared before him and questioned what exactly he was trying to do. She pointed out that the pale man Hillen had brought along was obstructing them and demanded to know whether he was refusing the Hero Guild's orders. Hillen immediately denied the accusation, but internally he realized there was no time to waste arguing. While attempting to leave quickly, he apologized to Roselle and explained that he was in a hurry. But before he could escape, Roselle activated the Sage's chain against him. She reminded him that whether it had been the Demon Queen of Lust or the Demon King of Beasts, every important moment had ended with Helen stealing the glory for himself. Because of that, she demanded the truth immediately. If he was hiding something once again, Helen grew increasingly frustrated. Deep down, he knew he needed to locate the 17th prince as quickly as possible. At the same time, the scene shifted back inside the necromancer's cave. There, Jason was now calmly sitting on the necromancer's throne while observing every ongoing event through a magical crystal ball held in his hand. After watching all the unfolding chaos, he concluded that everything was proceeding exactly according to plan before preparing to move on to the next stage. Noah's head had been struck, leaving him tweaking out in agony. Seeing his condition, First Prince Rufus ordered his knights to kill Noah. As Noah continued to suffer, Rufus grew impatient and declared that Noah was only buying time. He then commanded his hero, Naya, to finish the job. Naya summoned the powerful Death Flower spell and calmly prepared to carry out the order, intending to grant the 17th prince a dignified death by using a high-tier spell. The Death Flower immediately rushed toward Noah, ready to end his life. Realizing there was no escape, Noah accepted that his end had finally arrived and that everything would end without meaning. At that critical moment, Noah's memories drifted back to a conversation with his sister during the War of Succession. Noah had confessed that he wanted to save everyone, but the royal family constantly mocked him and called him a fool, and their words had made him question whether his beliefs were truly wrong. His sister admitted that he was indeed a fool, but not for the reasons others believed. It was then revealed that his sister was none other than Cade Jespin, the 9th princess of the Jespin Empire. Cade reminded Noah that his life belonged to him and that he should not live according to the opinions of others. She also revealed that she had decided to secretly escape from the castle that very night, explaining that she refused to marry the old king and had no intention of accepting that fate. She also told Noah that his desire to protect everyone was never foolish. In her eyes, a true emperor was someone who protected every person under their care. With those memories echoing in his heart, the flashback finally came to an end. Back in the present, Noah faced the deadly threat before him and tightly gripped his sword with trembling hands. He remembered the loyal vassals who had believed in him and sacrificed their lives, and he recalled the brothers and sisters who had entrusted their artifacts to him. Those memories strengthened his resolve, and he refused to give up. With that determination, Noah swung his sword at the creature with all his strength. As the attack landed, Noah looked ahead in disbelief, unable to believe that he had unleashed such power. At that moment, a voice came from behind him, telling him that he had become much stronger. Noah immediately turned around and saw a woman dressed in knight's armor, holding a sword in her hand. The moment he saw her, Noah recognized her as his sister. The scene then shifted to a short while earlier, inside Ernon's room on the 4th floor of Deus Tower. There, Elena playfully placed a garland of flowers around Gordon's neck, and Logar then decided to put it on his nose, mocking him for it. Gordon quickly became angry and grabbed Logar's head in frustration. Watching the commotion, Cade smiled quietly. At that moment, Ernon entered the room and welcomed Lady Cade. Noticing that she had even stopped her training, Cade turned her attention toward Ernon, smiling warmly. Ernon asked if he could sit beside her, and Cade gladly agreed. Ernon then offered her some freshly baked cookies, which Cade thanked him for and happily accepted. Ernon asked whether it was her day off. Looking at Princess Elena reminded Cade of her younger half-brother, and she realized that he was probably participating in the War of Succession by now. Cade admitted that she had spoken very coldly to him just before leaving the castle, because she had been overwhelmed with tension. The memory continued to weigh heavily on her, since she had left him in that state, and she wished she could somehow escape the tower and go save him. However, she believed that her current strength would not be enough to help him. Hearing her concerns, Ernon assured Cade that she was already incredibly strong. Cade was left completely shocked and reacted in disbelief. Ernon explained that she could tell simply by sensing the powerful aura that was unconsciously leaking from Cade, pointing out that Cade's aura had become incredibly intense and that she was incomparably stronger than when they had first met. Ernon also mentioned hearing that even the Demon King had been forced to block Cade's final attack with his wings instead of his hand. Hearing that, Cade remembered that the Demon King had indeed used his wings to stop her last strike, and she realized that Ernon had been right all along. Cade understood that she had become far stronger than before entering the tower, and she realized that spending only a few months inside the tower had been more effective than years of royal training. She began to believe that she had finally approached the level of the 10 stars, and that realization filled her with hope that she might actually be strong enough to save the Noah she had left behind. Seeing her determination, Ernon urged her to leave without wasting any time, assuring Cade that she would explain everything to the Demon King on her behalf. Still slightly confused, Cade agreed. Ernon then suggested that Cade should first wear an outfit worthy of one of the 4 heavenly kings. Cade looked at her in complete confusion. The scene then smoothly returned to the present. Naya demanded to know Cade's identity. Since she had been asked, Cade decided to introduce herself in the dramatic way Ernon had prepared for her, declaring herself as one born from darkness deeper than the night, a warrior who pierced the hearts of enemies from within the shadows. She introduced herself as the second blade of the Dark Heavenly Kings and the Dark Knight of Death, who had descended upon the battlefield. The entire battlefield instantly fell silent as everyone stared at her with strange expressions. Realizing how awkward the atmosphere had become, imagine training to increase your aura just to lose it on the introduction. Cade was overwhelmed with embarrassment. Inwardly, she regretted following Ernon's dramatic introduction and mentally cried out to Ernon in frustration. The scene shifted once again to a short while earlier. Ernon revealed that Master Logar had specially created the outfit for Cade, and proudly announced that the 4 Heavenly Kings had finally gained a new member. After being badly beaten by Gordon, Logar stepped forward and explained that the drip was a powerful magic item. He revealed that it could drastically increase both attack and defense, but only if the wearer struck a specific pose while reciting the assigned lines. Cade was completely shocked by the condition and refused to believe that she had to recite those embarrassing lines while striking that pose. She insisted that she could never do something so humiliating and feared she would never get married if she did. At that moment, Deus casually pointed out that as long as she had the Armani orb, none of it really mattered, only asking her not to reveal that she was his subordinate. Cade became even more frustrated after seeing that even the Demon King was laughing at her. The scene then smoothly returned to the present. Remembering everything that had happened, Cade realized that it had all led to this very moment. Rufus questioned the title of the Dark Knight and mocked it as a childish name that sounded like something from a stage play, even repeating the line about piercing the enemy's heart from within the shadows. Unable to endure the embarrassment any longer, Cade desperately told him to stop saying it. Ignoring her reaction, Rufus declared that he did not care who she was, warning that if she interfered, he would eliminate her as well. Naya then stepped forward and addressed the Dark Knight of Death, claiming that this was not magic, a weak hero could handle, and insisting that they only needed to deal with the 17th Prince. She even advised Cade to run away if she believed she could not handle the attack. With that, Naya activated her original high-tier nature magic, Swarm March, and in an instant more than 100 death flowers surged toward them. Tearing, seeing the overwhelming attack, Noah cried out and urged his sister to dodge first, but Cade remained completely calm. She declared that she was the Dark Knight and refused to run from a mere attempt at intimidation, believing that if she were the kind of person who ran away so easily, she would never have gone through something as embarrassing as that introduction. Cade then remembered the brutal training she had endured inside the Tower of Blazing Fire, realizing that she had become stronger on an entirely different level. She believed that if she could not even stand against a 10-star hero now, then all of her growth would have been meaningless. Cade also vowed that she would never leave her brother alone again. With unwavering determination, she activated the Dark Elf magic sword art, Siphon Fencing, dispersing First Quarter Moon. Her attack instantly destroyed every single death flower. Everyone watching was left completely shocked, and Naya herself was visibly shaken by the overwhelming display of power. After wiping out the attack with ease, Cade confidently challenged Naya to repeat what she had yapping about earlier. Naya admitted that it was surprising, though she couldn't believe she'd gotten so cocky over something so simple. Naya then cast her ancient garden, stating that her plants regenerate infinitely. Kaede thought to herself that she was shocked her own strongest technique hadn't even left a scratch on Naya. Naya then ordered her plants to attack, bidding farewell to the nameless Knight of Death. Kaede realized she had miscalculated, and that her power compared to the 10-star heroes was still far greater. Suddenly the Armani orb activated itself and transmitted to Deus. Deus then thought about how Kaede, Jespine, and the 17th Prince Noah had made a contract, and that Kaede was now trembling in fear while Hillen had moved away from them. Deus also sensed another unknown demonic energy near the Necromancer's cave, but there was only one guy who'd do something like this, Jason Kokemoon, now inside the Phoenix Dome as pale. He thought that all of this shit was a headache, and that he needed the Necromancer to freeze the 10-star heroes in order to stop the hero's journey. Dej could be seen casting a huge spell using the feathers of a phoenix as he battled Palav. He added that he needed to defeat Palav as soon as possible to stop Jason's no-balls tricks. Dej then cast a barrage of flame spells that rained down on Palav, sending the underwear dude flying. Dej then thought that he needed to get over to his servants, but Palav was just too hard to crack. Suddenly, Palav bolted out of Dej's firing range. Running now, Palav stated that he could feel their boy was thinking of something else, and that he should focus on their fight or else he might die. Bro really said that a main character might die. Dej, preparing to cast another spell, thought inwardly that Palav was far stronger than he'd imagined. But our Chad decided to double down and roast him. He said that he was actually getting bored and asked Palav if that was all he had. Palav then revealed a sinister smirk and declared to Palav that if he kept mocking him like that, he wouldn't be able to hold back. He dashed across the field, successfully dodging every spell Dej cast at him, and as he got closer, he screamed Palav's name. Dej, seeing the situation turn grim as Palav's sword aimed at him, thought that he didn't want to use that thing, but if it came down to it, that method was the only option he had left. But his thought process was cut short as a huge explosion erupted from the clash between the two. The scene then shifted to a few minutes earlier, showing Helene hanging in the air bound by Rosal's magic. Helene asked Rosal what the real reason was for him being in that state. Helene then asked Rosal if she had researched the phoenix mana etched into the corpse of the demon king of beasts, admitting that she had grown strong just from studying a tiny fragment of it. Helene then proposed something to her, imagining how much stronger she could become if she researched the pure, unadulterated mana of the phoenix. Rosal, reading the situation, looked at Helene. Helene then added that he would help her get it. The scene shifted again to show Naya's summons, absolutely demolished. Cade and Noah looked at the chaos in front of them in absolute shock. Helene landed atop the corpse of the plants, and it was then revealed that Helene's deal with Rosal meant she would help him secure the 17th prince. The first prince, now pissed, stated that seeing Balaf disrobed, Rosal Charnt, and even Helene Cargill, 3 of the 10-star heroes hired by this kid alone, was humiliating. Standing on his throne, the first prince said that no matter how corrupt these heroes were, he couldn't understand how they could all be on Noah's side. Noah, also confused, replied that he didn't even know himself. The first prince, now throwing fingers because he can't throw hands, asked if Noah was mocking him and said he couldn't accept that Noah had more aura and more heroes than he did. He then ordered Naya to kill Noah right away. Rosal, now furious, asked the first prince how he dared mock a kid in front of her and even planned to kill him, telling him he should try it himself before casting her ultimate bombardment magic, satellite cannon. But Naya wasn't going to back down. Naya said that if Rosal was going to use that spell, she had no choice but to use a similar one. Rosal then asked Naya if she really intended to challenge her with the very spell she had originally created. Naya replied that she wasn't an academy apprentice anymore, which made Rosal laugh and ask if that were really true. Helene, reading the situation and sensing what was about to happen between the two, shouted at Kai to get Noah, the 17th prince, away. But the two dumbass siblings just stood there like a fucking stone. Suddenly the island lit up as the two mages' spells clashed, causing a huge explosion in the distance. The two continued their bombardment, neither giving an inch. The first prince was now being protected by his servants, but Noah and Kaid were a different case. She had one job and still failed to do it. Noah was sent flying off into the distance. Another huge explosion occurred, and Naya admitted that Rosal was still ruthless, but revealed she still had a trump card up her sleeve. Rosal replied that she should have used that trump card sooner, asking if Naya had forgotten that Hillen was with her. There, Hillen appeared behind her, charging up his sword and preparing to backshot Naya. Naya noticed his dirty trick just a moment too late, as Hillen slashed her from behind, apologizing as he did it. With the battle concluded, the aftermath left the first prince standing alone in front of the two heroes. The first prince finally gave up, losing the will to fight any longer, and suddenly ran off crying like a baby into the distance. Rosal called him pathetic, saying he couldn't do anything on his own. Hillen then turned to Kaide and asked the black hero where the 17th prince was. Kaide, now bamboozled by the fight, lay there shaking. Hillen repeated the question as sweat dripped down his face. Kaide, equally confused, asked Hillen the same thing. These guys can't do their job properly, can they? Anyways, deep within the dark forest, Noah slowly got up, complaining about his aching body and wondering where he had been launched off to. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind him, startled. Noah pulled out a small knife. The figure asked Noah if he wanted to defeat the Demon King and save everyone. The figure was revealed to be Jason, who extended his arm and offered to help Noah achieve his goal. Everyone came sprinting toward Noah, hearts in their throats, desperate to know if he was hurt. Cade, still hiding behind her black hero disguise, rushed over to and said she really hoped nothing was broken. I think something had happened to Noah, my bros. Noah just brushed them off, stating that he wanted to go back to the cave. Hillen froze on the spot. He realized Noah actually meant to just walk away, right then and there. He'd assumed the close call would have knocked some sense into Noah, that staying with them was clearly the safer bet. Hillen turned to the BBH and told her to escort Prince Noah back, since he still had business to sort out with Lady Rosal. The BBH nodded and took the order without question. While all this was happening, Hillen quietly sensed through the Armani orb that the BBH was in fact another one of the Demon King's people. His plan was simple: lead Rosal away, and let the BBH handle everything else from there. The only thing still gnawing at him was whether the Demon King could really pull off a win against Palav. Right on cue, Palav showed up, and Hillen flinched at the sight of him. Palav announced pretty casually that he'd had his fun and it was time to wrap things up, starting with tearing down the Tower of Blazing Fire. Hillen immediately blurted out Palav's name in confusion, and Palav reminded him that he'd been the one who dragged Pala into this whole mess in the first place. He gave Pala some credit too, said the guy had been genuinely fun to fight. Turns out the Phantom Beast had put up one hell of a fight. Pala figured that with a bit more training, Pale could actually grow strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Rosal someday. Still, he admitted it was a shame the fight wrapped up so fast. The scene then cut to Deus sprawled out unconscious, in pretty rough shape after getting completely wrecked by Palav. Once Hillen pieced it all together, panic set in. He was convinced the Demon King had lost, and if that was true, his own fate was basically sealed. He even started worrying the Armani orb might just vanish on him. Rosal wasted no time chaining Hillen up and taking him prisoner. Hillen, quietly freaking out about his career prospects, pleaded that there was really no need to tie him up like that. Rosal shut that down instantly. She wasn't about to trust him no matter what he said. She simply stated she was bringing Hillen along, since she had something of her own to go collect. Palav just shrugged and let them go. Once Rosal was out of sight, Palav called out into the empty space, telling whoever was hiding there that there was no point staying hidden anymore. Out stepped the 10-star hero, Gillian. Jillian remarked that Palav must be running on fumes after a fight that intense. Even so, she wondered aloud whether Palav actually thought he stood a chance against 4 10-star heroes at once. Sure enough, the 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, and 10th-star heroes closed in around him from every side. Palav just grinned. He mockingly called them cute little punks and wondered who'd come up with such a brilliant plan. The heroes struck as one, revealing they were acting on direct orders from the princes and princesses out to take Palav down and cash in on the glory. Palav only got more hyped, welcoming the fight and daring them to bring everything they had. The clash that followed was absolutely explosive. Meanwhile, Deus lay there unconscious, but somewhere deep down he could still hear the battle raging on. He recognized Palav and Disrod were still going at it, the fight dragging on through wave after wave of combat. He realized the 10-star heroes must have joined in too. Deus understood that once this fight wrapped up, the real hero's journey would only just be starting. He knew what came next, the tower falling and him dying all over again. Bitterly, he asked himself what the point of being reborn even was if it all just ended the same way. He refused to accept it. Not this time. He decided right then to change his fate. He made a vow on the Demon King's standard. He couldn't help but think if he'd just avoided Arya and that hero-infested hellhole, he could have easily taken the first dimension, then the next, and the one after that. He pictured it clearly, becoming a legendary Demon King feared and respected across the entire demon realm, rising all the way to Archduke, eventually even claiming the throne of Demon Emperor itself. But then it hit him. Even after all that, he'd just end up alone on that throne, waiting out eternity until the next emperor showed up to replace him. Right then, a vision of Ernan flickered into view. She smiled at him, warm as ever, called him her king, and welcomed him home. I think our boy is in love with Ernan, and she is the motivation now to keep fighting. Anyways, back to the present. Out of nowhere, a massive wave of fiery mana tore through the sky, visible for miles. Rosal felt the shockwave and wondered if it was Pale's doing, but no, she remembered hearing he'd already been beaten. Hillen, on the other hand, lit up with relief, now certain his king hadn't gone down that easily. Rosal realized Deus had just finished his fight with Palav, yet his mana was still overflowing like crazy. She recognized it instantly, Phoenix mana. Honestly, she kinda wished she could study something that powerful up close. Palav watched the whole thing unfold, completely floored. Turns out it was the Phoenix inside Deus that had woken him up in the first place. Apparently it just couldn't stand watching its master lose. Deus gave it a light bonk and joked that it was surprisingly fickle for a Phoenix. Power surged through him, so much that he figured he might actually be able to pull off forbidden magic. Weirdly enough, he had no clue why Ernan's face kept popping into his head. Palav, buzzing with excitement, charged straight at him, praising the Phoenix for keeping the fight interesting. Deus blocked the attack cold, using just one wing, leaving Palav completely stunned. One swing later, Palav went flying. Deus calmly explained that the worst thing that could happen to a demon king isn't death. Palav, catching on, realized Deus had been way too strong to be human. He was a demon king all along. He figured that's why the heroes up top never noticed his mana. Being underground let him go all out. Confidently, Pallav argued that the real worst-case scenario for a demon king is becoming prey, since he personally never let a target slip away. Deus disagreed. He said the true worst case is being trapped forever, completely alone, unable to do a single thing about it. With that, he activated the Demon King's forbidden sealing magic, Arcana's purgatory compression. Pallav panicked, absolutely terrified. He'd never even heard of this spell before, and couldn't wrap his head around how something like it could exist. Deus told him plainly that the Demon King's standard forbids this technique outright. A Demon King is never supposed to flee, show fear, or avoid a hero's challenge. Pallav demanded to know why he'd break his own rules then. Deus admitted he'd always known the standard was pointless anyway, and his pride was the only thing that had ever stopped him from ignoring it, until thoughts of Ernon changed that. He just didn't care about pride anymore. Pallav stood there, completely stunned. Deus declared he'd pour every last drop of his Dragon Tribe mana, boosted by the Phoenix, into sealing Pallav away for good. Pallav begged him to stop, insisting a Demon King should never use sealing magic, refusing to let his story end like this. But it was too late. Deus finished the spell, calmly stating that the hero's journey was officially over. Consumed with rage, Pallav swore he'd kill Deus someday no matter what. And with that, the first star of the 10-star heroes, Baf Disrod, watched in silence as the ceiling sealed shut for good. Bro got the Gojo treatment just like from the anime Jujutsu Kaisen. So here's the tea. With Pallav finally sealed away, Deus goes ahead and declares that the hero's journey has at long last come to an end. Right after locking Pallav up, Deus comes floating down from the sky like the absolute aura farmer he is. Roselle is left completely shook. Halan, meanwhile, is just happy the guy's back in one piece. But the second Deus lays eyes on Halan, he gets instantly heated. He literally ordered the man to protect the 17th prince, and Halan straight up cornballed the mission. Halan can't even argue back. At this point, Roselle still has no clue that Deus is actually the Demon King. She's genuinely stunned that he managed to climb to a level where even mana itself becomes unreadable. Deus explains it away, saying he only fought Pallav as far as Pallav himself wanted to go, and that afterward they struck a deal. Pallav disappears for a while, and in exchange gets the right to throw hands with him regularly down the line. Deus, though, clocks this explanation for the lie that it is. Roselle figures someone like Pallav would naturally bite on an offer like that. Meanwhile, internally, Deus is kicking himself. He thinks maybe instead of burning all that strength sealing Pallav, he should have just made him a real deal from the jump and could have avoided all the yapping and fighting they did. Deus then clocks the pile of defeated heroes lying unconscious and hogtied nearby, and asks Rosal what the deal is with them. Rosal admits she's tied them up because they simply refuse to quit. Deus, being Deus, straight up asks if she'd just look the other way while he makes off with them. Rosal shuts that down immediately, telling him not to even think about it, so Deus pivots and offers her a deal instead. Curious about the price, she waits, while Hilan silently hopes the Demon King offers her mana. Deus explains that pure mana like that would be an unmatched treasure for any wizard, and since he barely has any mana on him right now, he promises to send it later through Hilan. Rosal is floored by the mere mention of Phoenix mana. She reflects that her research has been stuck in place for a while now. There's simply no wizard above her, since she's already mastered every known form of magic. Getting her hands on Phoenix mana could finally be the thing that breaks her through the wall she's been stuck at. Funny enough, she reveals Hilan already pitched her the exact same deal earlier, and both of them admit they can't deliver right away, which leaves her questioning why she'd trust either of them. Our boy straight up turned his back, and Roselle snaps back that the guy has zero patience, and finally agreeing to his terms. Before leaving, she warns him not to kill the heroes, then dips. Once she's gone, Deus figures that honestly went smoother than expected. His new plan frees every hero on the spot so none of them can join the upcoming hero expedition. But right as he's plotting, an uneasy feeling creeps up on him, like he's missing something big though he can't quite place what. That's when Hilin reports some good news. Noah is apparently heading back to the cave on his own. Hilin admits he'd already been fully prepared to knock the kid out and drag him back if needed. Deus immediately clocks something's off and asks if the 17th prince really came back willingly. Hilin confirms, yep, all on his own. Deus instantly curses Hilin's whole existence and orders him to move the heroes now. Hilin, stunned, points out he's expected to haul all of them by himself, solo, no backup. Back to the Necromancer's cave. Noah pulled up with Kaide, who's disguised as a BBH. Kaide is throwing hands with everyone inside, giving it everything she's got, but she's running on fumes fast and realizes she can't actually win this fight. All she can do now is shield Noah. Because of the disguise, Noah has no idea the knight is Kaide the whole time. The disguised knight urges the prince to fall back for now. It reminds Noah of what his sister once told him, that wanting to protect everyone was never a waste. He also flashes back to the Empire's envoy, who told him the entire Empire is banking on his win, that he'll stop the bloodshed and save everyone by using the special artifact hidden in the Black Mage's cave. The artifact would free everyone trapped in ice and kill the Demon King of Flames. Noah would walk away the Empire's hero. Hyped out of his mind, Noah slips the ring on, fully convinced this is the moment. He hypes himself up, declaring he's about to save everyone and become the hero. Then, fully confident the Demon King is toast, he activates it. The ring erupts, unleashing a straight-up torrent of flame. But there is just one thing. The envoy is fucking Jason and they all got played by this coward. Way off in the distance, Deus feels it happen instantly and it clicks. Jason had been keeping him busy with Palav on purpose, using the distraction to sneak up on the princes and princesses the whole time. The master plan finally makes sense to him. Step 1, freeze the 10-star heroes. Step 2, keep the heroes' employers alive. No time to waste. Deus books it toward Noah as fast as he possibly can. When he gets there, it's a disaster. The aura pouring out of that ring is wrecking every hero nearby. Kaide's just standing there in shock. Deus is grinding his teeth. Meanwhile, over in the Jespine Empire, the candles marking the throne candidates finally reveal a winner to the succession dispute. Someone reports the news straight to His Majesty, and the Emperor remarks it wrapped up way faster than he expected. He officially names the winner, the 17th Prince. Back with Noah, the massive energy around his ring suddenly vanishes and he's left confused. He was told this thing would free everyone and kill the Demon King, but he straight up just Thanos snapped these bozos and his siblings. Deus coldly drops the truth on him. He got played by the Demon King of Lies. Deus internally calls himself a fool for missing it. Hillen finally shows up hauling every unconscious hero across his shoulders and immediately asks what happened. Deus just mutters that Hillen was too slow. Hillen claps back that Deus should have carried them himself if speed mattered so much. Then Deus drops the real bomb. Every prince and princess is dead except the 17th. Hillen is floored. He realizes the Imperial army is about to mobilize to welcome their new emperor. Even so, he figures it's fine. Freeze the heroes, grab them, dip. He's not about to let the plan fall apart this close to the finish line. Right on cue, the necromancer bursts into tears, sobbing apologies and begging for his life, claiming the Demon King of Lies forced his hand the whole time. He explains all that ice magic drained his demonic energy dry. He physically can't freeze the heroes anymore. Hillen grabs him and starts wailing on him while the guy keeps crying that he was threatened. In desperation, he suggests just killing the heroes instead, but Kaede shuts that down fast. Unconscious heroes generate a powerful protective aura automatically, so a lethal hit would just wake them right up. She refuses to let anyone else die. Still furious, Hillen keeps swinging, saying he'll just silence the guy for now until the magician begs him to wait and floats one more idea. If the Demon King kicks in some of his own demonic energy, maybe they can still pull off the freeze. Deus shuts it down immediately. Fighting Palav basically wiped his tank dry, so freezing or killing the heroes without waking them is off the table. There's genuinely nothing left they can do. He starts wondering if Jason planned this entire mess from step 1. Meanwhile, off in the distance, Jason's just watching Deus with a smug little smile, admitting the kid actually surprised him. For a Demon King who isn't even 10 years old, Deus held his own way better than expected. Jason never thought he'd manage to wrangle a hero, even briefly. Still, he reminds himself the sheer gap in time and experience means Deus was never going to actually beat him. As far as Jason's concerned, this is the ceiling for Deus. Right then, a squad of Imperial Knights rolls in and immediately clocks the Black Magician. Their number one priority is the 17th Prince's safety, and they order the Necromancer to surrender on the spot. Terrified, he starts screaming for the Demon King to save him. Instead, Deus just gave him a Mike Tyson special because he won't stop yapping. After that, Deus calmly informs the Knights he's taking the loot, and asks if anyone's got a problem with that. The Knights, addressing him respectfully as the Master of the Phoenix, say it's an honor to even meet him, and let him take the Magician without a fight. And just like that, the fight over the Jespine Imperial throne is officially over. The 17th Prince, Noah Jespine, comes out on top. Every 10-star hero except Palav makes it back to the Hero Guild safe. And with that, all prep for the 9-star hero expedition targeting the Tower of Flames is officially locked in. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the rooftop of the Tower of Flames, where Dave stands next to Ernan. Ernan asks if he managed to climb all the way up here too, admitting she hasn't even seen his face since they got back. She notes, almost sadly, that the 9-star hero expedition is finally closing in. Deus quietly confirms it. Ernan admits with real sadness that there's no stopping it now. Deus stays completely silent. After a long, heavy pause, Ernan reveals there's still one last option left on the table. She says she's going back to Hilderin. The scene shifted back earlier. Right after the Succession War wrapped up, Deus made his way back to the Tower of Flames, and Gordon wasted no time hitting him with the bad news. The operation had failed, and the heroes were already on their way. Deus asked how prepared they actually were for the incoming attack, and that's when the scene cut to the strategy room on the 5th floor. Gordon, Logger, Lavinia, Kaidi, Ernan, and Elena were all already there waiting. Deus, seeing the whole squad gathered, was low-key confused on why everyone got called in. Gordon explained he'd rounded everyone up so reports could go faster, and Elena chimed in that it was actually her idea too. Deus rolled with it and told them to get started. Logger went first, reporting from the 1st floor on the mana cannon battery. 100 mana cannons, already done and dusted. He was confident they could blast the incoming heroes in one clean hit. Next up was Lavinia from the 2nd floor, running the Chimera Legion, confirming they had more than enough materials and Chimera ready to go. Gordon summed it up. They were geared up to handle 500 heroes, not even counting the star-ranked ones. Then it was Cade's turn on the 3rd floor, the BBH, who who reported she'd gotten stronger by mastering the Dark Elf's combat sword technique, but admitted going up against even one 10-star hero had still been way too much for her, so she figured she still needed more training before the real fight. Next in line, Ernan reported from the 4th floor on the Dark Spirits, saying she'd soon be ready to teach her advanced magic, with Lavinia pointing out the girl was learning stupid fast. Then things shifted to the 3rd floor, where Elena, the dark black mage, showed off her mana to Deus. Ernan confidently backed her up, saying even a 10-star hero wouldn't be a problem for Elena, as long as it was one-on-one. Gordon then reported that Kratos' tribe kept growing their forces, but going toe-to-toe with the hero's journey head-on still wasn't happening. He figured avalanches and luring monsters into ambushes would work way better. Hearing that, Logger got loud, yapping about how the Demon King had nothing to worry about, bragging his mana cannon battery would wipe the heroes out no problem. Gordon immediately shut him down, warning him to watch how he talked in front of the Demon King. Once everyone had said their piece, Deus thanked the group and sent them all back to their posts. Ernan was kind of thrown off by how polite Deus was acting. That wasn't really his usual vibe. After the room cleared out, Gordon pointed out there was no stopping the hero's journey from launching at this point. Deus agreed, noting 9 stars were part of this journey, one being Hillen Cargill, already sworn to Deus as a vassal. Still, even if Hillen ambushed them, he could only realistically take out 2 or 3 of the lower-ranked heroes, leaving 5 higher-ranked 10-star heroes still standing. The tower simply didn't have the firepower to handle all of them. Deus sat with that thought, reflecting on his own condition. He'd already burned through most of his strength sealing away Palav Disrod. He wondered if he could bank on Phoenix's supposedly insane recovery ability, but that hadn't even been confirmed yet, and he couldn't afford to gamble his life on a maybe. Right now, he might genuinely be weaker than Hillen, and rebuilding his strength was going to take real time. Gordon reminded him there was still a solution, and that Deus already knew exactly what it was. Deus just said he'd be back shortly, then went up to the rooftop alone to think it over. Yeah, there was a way. It was the one Gordon meant, the one Deus already knew about. And we got back to the scene earlier where, right on cue, Ernan showed up and announced she was heading back to Hilderan. Deus wondered if Gordon had tipped her off, but she clarified it was all her own idea. She broke it down. A hero's journey costs an absurd amount of money, and if it kicked off, it'd drain half of Hilderan's treasury. Her dad was probably already stressing about the financial hit, so if she went home, he'd have a real excuse to cancel the whole thing and would probably be relieved to do it. Deus realized she had a point. Her going back could solve everything. He figured Aran would probably rather be back in the royal palace than stuck in a Demon King's tower anyway, but then he caught himself questioning that assumption. Thinking back to when he'd returned to the tower and seen Nairan there, that plan being the first thing that popped into his head. He started wondering why that even crossed his mind. It was only after the succession war that such a simple plan even occurred to him, and there was something else nagging at him too, this suffocating feeling he couldn't explain, and honestly he had no clue what the hell it even was. But me and my viewers do. Our boys and loved. Deus finally accepted he had no choice but to let Ernan go, but told himself that for the sake of future conquests he needed to figure out what this weird feeling actually was first. Ernan got heated, saying she couldn't believe he'd let a kidnapped princess just walk out that easy. Deus reminded her that returning was literally her idea. She admitted that was fair, but said she'd grown attached to people in the tower: the weird dwarf hero, the elf who dropped by sometimes, the runaway hero princess, the odd mage princess, the dark elf looking after Elena, even the tower itself since it was helping Elena heal, and finally the Demon King himself, who was strangely soft on his hostages. She asked if Deus had failed to get attached to literally anyone in the tower. That's when it clicked for Deus to actually understand this suffocating feeling. He needed to keep her close and study it. He focused in and realized it was attachment, and right then he suddenly noticed how gorgeous Ernan was. Completely stunned, heart-pounding, struggling to process this brand new feeling taking over him. Ernan called it settled, then suggested that just like when Elena got rescued, Helen should be the one to bring her back since he was Hilderan's hero. It'd carry symbolic weight and make everything look better. As she got ready to leave, Deus suddenly slipped a necklace around her neck from behind, telling her she belonged to him and not to forget it. Ernan froze up, blushing hard, confused about what he meant. Deus clarified she'd still be his hostage and that the necklace doubled as a comms link to keep them connected. Once she got it, Deus explained that with Elena staying in the tower, Ernan wouldn't try anything reckless. She was too valuable a vassal to just let go that easily. He even floated the idea of making her queen of Hilderan so he could run the whole kingdom from behind the scenes. Ernan burst out laughing, saying that's exactly like him, the Demon King caring about nothing but conquest, and teased him about whether he'd keep kidnapping other princesses while she was gone. Deus admitted, honestly, probably yeah. Ernan had one last ask, not to forget the hand he'd once reached out to her, since she was the first to take it and the first princess he'd ever kidnapped. She warned him as the Demon King she'd never forgive him if he forgot that. Deus smiled and accepted it, and watching her, it finally clicked why he'd been so reluctant to let her go in the first place. He then told Gordon to send the prepped materials to Hillen, the key piece to the whole rescue operation. Right then, Hillen pinged him on Discord with an urgent report. Deus thought, speak of the devil, a literal Balrog shows up. Hillen reported that because of the injuries the stars took during the Succession War, the hero's journey's launch would probably get delayed a while, and all the stars were currently gathered in Hilderan. Deus figured the delay worked in his favor and asked what was next. That's when Hillen smirked through the call and demanded Princess Ernan Hilderin be handed straight over to him. Deus was furious underneath but kept the smirk on and played it off with a confused reaction to Hillen's demand.